The story begins with the fact that the Hudalamid imperial family fell, and even because of such baseness as treason, but the main character knew that this day would come someday. She always told her father about the need to reform the homunculus system, the forbidden magic used to establish an absolute monarchy. Human homunculi, created with an innate gift for magic and swordsmanship, were brainwashed to be faithful dogs of the imperial family. They were sent to the most dangerous battles under the pretext of prosperity and peace in the empire. Homunculi elevated to rank by the imperial knights in recognition of their abilities. They were treated well, but they were no different from slaves, which was a natural reality. It is quite natural that the homunculi harbored a grudge against the august persons, and with their actions, the imperial family continued to kindle the flame of anger, which gave rise to the spark of the uprising. And if the father of the main character, Desmond II, simply neglected the danger associated with homunculi, that Bridget is her sister and part-time third princess only worsened the situation. After she was named crown princess, the exploitation of slaves intensified, and the homunculi sent on long-term missions were killed in dangerous battles or died from overwork. And those who served at the palace ended up in Bridget's harem, where knightly dignity was completely trampled upon. The girl could no longer tolerate this and decided to take action and began to look in history for candidates to deprive her of the title of heir to the throne. But Bridget, for whom the heroine became a thorn in the side, used her to conclude a political marriage. Unfortunately, this is the fate of all women without power, however. It did not work because of one person. In just a week, all the knightly homunculi of the palace were gathered to rebel against the royal family. And the homunculi were collected by their king Michaelis Agneto, whose mind was not clouded by the power of the imperial family. And he had outstanding leadership skills that anyone could envy. After beheading her father, who blindly believed in the power of submission, he became the new ruler and gave his first order to execute members of the Hudalamid family. And everyone except Evan Rose Clowell Hudalamid, the 7th princess, and Roseneth Hudalamid were already dead. A month has passed since she was imprisoned here, waiting in the wings. The Philosopher's Stone was a symbol of imperial power and reacted only to the blood of the August, so they need to leave at least one. And soon only Rosenite will remain, who is in love with Michaelis and is ready to do anything for him, so she was the ideal option. But the main character still wouldn't want to live in such conditions, so she wasn't sad. If there was anything to regret, it was only that the choice of the heiress turned out to be wrong. While she was immersed in her thoughts, the door to her room opened, and a young man appeared in front of the girl. He was the personal knight of her half-sister Roseneth Michaelis Agneto, and he was the instigator of the uprising, who suggested that the girl did not expect to see him at such an hour. She didn't react to his playful tone and asked what brought him to her. He answered with a constant smile that he had come to see her. The heroine smiled because she didn't know why to visit her at such an hour, because the man was busy usurping. The hero finally understood her point of view and said that he had really been busy in the last month, but he finally found time to visit her, which infuriated the main character. Even Rose replied that it was sensitive of Sir Agneto, but she did not need his care. At first, the man did not react in any way to the impudent behavior of the girl imprisoned in the palace. But at some point he abruptly stepped towards the heroine and put his hand on the back of the sofa behind her. He called her Eve and assumed that she had become angry during her imprisonment. According to the young man, she had the right to blame him, but that didn't mean he had nothing to say. At this point, the heroine asked him to move away from her when the man said that she should have chosen him. Even Rose froze in surprise, did not understand what he was talking about, and asked for clarification. He said that she would not have to go through this if she had chosen him as her personal knight. Members of the imperial family choose one of the homunculus knights to serve under their personal command. Chosen by a princess or prince, the homunculus had to serve his master with absolute loyalty. At first glance, it looked romantic, but the imperial family could get rid of them at any time and treated them as consumables. Due to the fact that she rejected such a system and did not have a personal knight, for this reason she was criticized as a princess who did not know the rules. On the contrary, Rosenit fell in love with Michaelis and mercilessly got rid of her knight in order to choose him, and he planned from the very beginning to simply use it. The heroine called him by name and asked if she should have just chosen him, and he replied that so she would not be waiting for a death sentence now. Then Eve concluded that it didn't matter to him who acted as the stupid puppet princess. The man stared at the girl with an expressionless face, but the girl firmly stood her ground and stared back. Then he was the first to look away and with a heavy sigh put his hand to his head. He noted that she really was not an ordinary woman. At that moment, the door opened with a roar, and Homunculi entered the room, who told His Majesty that something was wrong with the child in the Empress's womb. Then the man again let out a heavy breath, as if very tired, and turned his head towards the speakers. At this time, the girl, having heard these words, did not understand which child was being discussed at the moment. The young man turned his back to the girl and said that he had to go, and added that they would see each other again soon. Having said everything he wanted, Michaelis left the girl alone in the darkened room. Although the girl did not show her fear after he left, her hands could not stop shaking as she could not help but think that he was talking about an imminent execution. But having pulled herself together, the girl overcame herself and after a while managed to clear her mind. Throwing her head back, the heroine thought that it seemed to her that she was already accustomed to constant fear and loneliness. At that moment, the girl was distracted by the clicking of someone's heels on the tiles. The girl happily greeted Evenrose, noting that they had not seen each other for a long time. This was the sister of the main character, namely the 8th princess of Rosenith, Nadia Hadalamid. She responded to her greeting by agreeing that they had not seen each other for a long time and complimenting her appearance. Noticing that Rosie was holding her noticeably rounded belly, the heroine asked her about it, and she replied that it was Michael's child. What plunged the girl into a stupor was that she knew that homunculi are deprived of reproductive function. She just looked at her stomach for a while, not knowing how to more delicately ask her question about this situation. Seeing her confusion, the 8th princess laughed quietly and asked if it was difficult for her to believe this and if she thought that the girl had cheated on Michaelis. Then Eve began to vehemently deny such an assumption, saying that she was simply surprised because it was different from what she knew. The princess deliberately looked at her sister and decided to sit next to her. She suggested that she find out about it right now since the girl had never heard of it. Rosie carefully touched her stomach and said that she thought that the evil of their love was created thanks to the power of the Philosopher's Stone. The heroine said that if she was looking for Sir Agnito, he had just gone after her and they apparently missed each other. But she shook her head negatively and, taking her hand, said that she had come to see her sister because she heard that today was the day of her execution and therefore was worried about her. Evenrose sadly lowered her head, realizing that the day of her execution was set for today. Despite the atmosphere, the main character's sister smiled, looking at her saddened sister. She asked if she knew that their father, sisters, and brothers were executed by personal knights. For them, the opportunity to personally kill the person they hated most was Michael's generous gift. There was nothing more joyful than revenge on one's offenders, according to the homunculi. For example, Bridget was not just killed, but burned by her own knight. Deliberately sympathetic, Rosie touched her sister's shoulder, saying that she looked shocked because she probably imagined instant death from the guillotine. In fact, according to the 8th princess, a homunculus has already been chosen to accompany her to the place of execution. But since the heroine never had a personal knight, the choice fell on the one who wished to personally take her life, the one who most wanted her death, namely Michaelis Agnito, who was the king of all homunculi. Wrapping her arms around herself protectively, Evenrose concluded that her sister meant to say that no one else hated her as much as he did. Then the heroine thought that this might be due to the fact that she had not assigned herself a personal one, and he decided that she was a hypocrite pretending to be different from other family members. Now she thought that the man actually despised her, and Rosie hastened to agree, saying that he hated his sister very, very much. Holding a small bottle with some liquid in her hands, she decided to tell the princess exactly how she would be executed. But she didn't want to know such details and told her to stop because she didn't want to hear anything else. At that moment, the 8th princess shouted no to her, and more insistently told her that she should know that she would be beheaded in the most brutal way. After her sister's words, the same method of the Hadalamid Empire immediately came to the girl's mind. Thus, where death occurs only after 6 or maybe 10 blows with a blunt axe. Even just imagining a similar outcome for herself, the girl began to tremble furiously and mutter that she did not want this to happen. Then, having achieved the desired reaction, Rosie smiled and told her sister not to worry because she came here to help her. She finally pulled out into the light the very bottle that she had been holding in her hands all this time. Taking the offered bottle in her hands, the girl asked what it was and found out that it was belladonna poison, after drinking which she would die quickly and painlessly. The eighth princess asked if this was a better solution than waiting for her end in agony. The young girl's heart was beating like crazy as she looked at the poison in her hands, but she pulled herself together and, with the help of deep breaths and exhalations, calmed the pounding heart in her chest. The heroine lowered her head and stammered a thank you to her half-sister. She had to apologize for the fact that she had to do this while in a position, but she said not to worry about her. It was her choice, and she intended to take care of everything, and nothing would be too bad even if she was punished. The girl came to the conclusion that it was time to say goodbye, which she told her sister, who agreed with her words. But they remained sitting next to each other on the sofa, motionless, although they had already said goodbye to each other. Then the heroine, with an awkward expression on her face, asked her sister if she was going to leave her room. Then she squeezed her hand, which was holding a bottle of poison, and said that she could not leave until her sister had drunk the contents. She explained her terrible words by saying that someone had to remember her last breath. The girl took the bottle from her sister and uncorked the cap herself to give it to her. The princess handed her a bottle and asked her to quickly drink the contents. When the other side was about to refuse, this time the red-eyed girl asked her to drink even more persistently. The main character felt the whole spectrum of odors coming from the bottle, which made her feel sick. Everything in her eyes became dim as a poisonous substance was placed right in front of her nose. She no longer remembered how she took the nasty bottle with her trembling fingers, or the evil smile on the charming face of her younger sister when she did what they wanted her to do. Although her whole body was trembling slightly from horror, the heroine found the strength to take her last sip. The girl's weakened hand fell to her knees with a thud, as did her head, which limply bent to the side. Still conscious, the main character heard her sister mutter how everything went quickly and successfully. Rosie asked the dead girl if she knew that in the language of flowers, belladonna meant to curse someone. The moment Evan Rose suspected something was wrong, her sister, who had not received an answer, thought that the other party had finally died. She began to laugh furiously, saying that now she had no obstacles and only she was left to get everything she wanted, Michaelis and the throne. Laughing heartily because what she had planned had been successfully accomplished, she again looked at her now deceased relative, and she thanked her stupid sister Eve for dying. When the newly crowned emperor went to her room again, it had been raining on the street for a long time, as if mourning the heroine. The young homunculus's face was completely disfigured as he did not understand what had happened in his absence. He silently knelt before the pale face of the seventh princess and touched her with a gloved hand. The hand that was touching her cheek trembled slightly, and he frantically said her name out loud. Out of frustration, he bit his lip and swallowed the lump in his throat as he thought that he could only keep her close. Then the man could not stand it and raised his voice at the homunculi, loudly asking what happened here, which he had already asked them. At that moment, a blonde woman entered the room and answered his question by saying that her sister committed suicide, deciding to take responsibility as a member of the imperial family and repent by being punished. The man suspected something was wrong because her story was too detailed and asked how she knew this. She was in no way embarrassed or nervous after his question and said that she saw it with her own eyes. Having understood what her words and behavior meant, the man assumed that it was the eighth princess who gave the heroine poison. The girl did not refute his words, maintaining her serene smile, saying that he had a very frightening look and that she simply helped her sister repent and leave. It seemed to her that he could not make a decision, and, as his partner, she helped him make the right choice. The unyielding imperial person was a disaster for the country, and therefore she alone was enough next to him. Having interrupted his pregnant partner, the man glared at her menacingly and ordered the princess to shut her mouth. At this moment, the blonde's good mood was shaken, and this time she actually twitched in fear under his gaze. Stuttering, the girl called the man's name and asked if he was really angry with her, but he ignored her. Turning away from her, he made it clear that he did not want to see her, and carefully grasping the seventh princess, he carried her in his arms. Unable to bear such disdain for her royal person, the pregnant girl bit her lip in frustration. Finally abandoning her pride, she shouted at the newly made emperor, blocking his path. She asked if he really ignored her now, who was his legal wife. He did not react in any way to her outburst of righteous anger at her chosen one, and asked the princess not to block his path. Realizing that the situation was getting out of control, the other homunculi told the empress that His Majesty seemed unwell and she should be careful. But she pushed them away, telling them not to touch her and that some slaves couldn't even think of touching her. The princess threatened the man that if he did not stop behaving this way, she would make him regret it since the lady was carrying his child. The mention of an unborn child made the man freeze in his seat, and the girl chuckled victoriously. Touching his belly, the girl said to himself that although he used alchemy for conception, he was interested in his health every day, calling him precious blood. But her victorious thoughts were interrupted by a man who involuntarily burst into tears at the mention of a child. He said that the princess seemed to be confusing the words pregnancy experiment. The girl suspected something was wrong and stammered and asked what he meant about the experiment. He explained that the philosopher's stone reacts only to imperial blood, and he can dominate the homunculi. Therefore, he wanted to take possession of the philosopher's stone by borrowing her womb and mixing her blood with his. Still clinging to his words, the girl said that it didn't change the fact that it was their child. Hearing the words from her lips again, the child man thought that she didn't even know whose seed was in her. He calmly said that it would be too generous to call him a child, since what was in her womb was only an alchemical experiment that had never been carried out before. The man asked how she knew that he would be born a monster or a human, but the girl could not believe that he dared to speak so cruelly about their child. Then the man said that earlier she had called them monsters, and therefore now the girl was only a pretender, and after that, he ordered her to be taken away from here. While the two homunculi held her in place, she still ordered him to stop, saying he dared to treat her like that. But the young man did not listen to her even when she asked who the seventh princess was that he treated her so badly. The man silently walked along the corridor while the rain outside was not going to subside. He turned his head back to the girl in his arms and couldn't help but show a sad expression on his face. Calling her short Eve, he said she never allowed him to be near her. The emperor frowned from the overwhelming feeling and pressed his face to the girl. But when he pulled himself together, he returned an inscrutable expression to his face and fixed his gaze straight. He called the advisor to him, who all this time silently followed him like a shadow. When the man realized that they were listening to him, he said that the price was not important, and that even if he had to call all the magicians and alchemists of the empire, he was obliged to revive Eves. The seventh princess of the Evenrose Empire, Cloel Hadelamid, was a real celebrity among the homunculi. She demanded from her father, the emperor, a better attitude towards another form of life, namely the homunculi. And she abandoned the tradition of the imperial family to choose a personal knight among the homunculi. The princess, whom everyone despised for her behavior, aroused genuine interest among the homunculi, and each of them looked at her. There were many who wanted to become her personal knight, but she did not allow anyone to take this place. Although the main character stopped his attempts to become the knight of the seventh princess because of her steadfastness, but he couldn't stop looking at her even when he was in someone else's possession. Every time she suffered terrible treatment and contempt for refusing bad practices, he swallowed the lump in his throat, feeling offended and angry for her, as if they were doing the same to him. At that moment, he discovered something strange in himself and shuddered from this feeling. Nothing like this had ever happened to him, so at first she couldn't understand anything. And when he finally realized that his son Rome was not so, he could no longer escape from these feelings. Looking at her serene face against the background of a blooming garden, he thought about the connection between the homunculus and a member of the imperial family. Such a connection was absolutely impossible in these realities and was not destined to come true. On one of the days of his observation of her, he will hear the maids talking about the fact that the wedding of the seventh princess was soon, and she was leaving for a distant country for the sake of a political marriage. They laughed, saying that the seventh princess could be said to have been sold without her consent for the sake of power. Such words angered the young man, and saying no to himself, he unconsciously touched the hilt of his sword as if preparing for battle. Looking grimly into the future, he promised himself that such a fate was not destined to come true, because he would not allow it. Therefore, he took possession of the imperial palace to get what he had long desired. Looking at the burnt mansion, he could only think that finally there were no obstacles, and all he could do was keep his beloved close to him. The man was already looking forward to a new life without any obstacles that could interfere with them. Imagining how their life would certainly improve, he did not know that everything would not go as planned. At the moment, the hero, together with his dead lover, was near a huge stone that radiated great magical power. But such a global spectacle did not impress the young man with the girl's head on his lap. although his thoughts about an impossible dream were interrupted by the advisor who called His Majesty. He said that it had been 4 days since he had eaten, and only recently he managed to seize the throne. It was impossible to revive a dead person, so now it was necessary to better understand the current situation. But the man asked him if the Philosopher's Stone could perform various miracles, and could even fulfill his cherished desire. To use it, the blood of the Hadelamid family is needed, so he ordered Rosanith to be immediately brought here and her head cut off. But his reliable subordinate doubted his words, recalling that the 8th princess was the last member of the imperial family. He said that it was necessary to leave her alive in order to seize the power of the Philosopher's Stone, but now he had no need for that. The newly crowned emperor gently touched the young girl's cheek, saying that Eve was dead, and he no longer needed the Philosopher's Stone, nor the empire without his beloved. When the advisor could not believe the words spoken by his emperor, another homunculus called him over. The girl began to frantically say something in the advisor's ear, and he, with a tense expression on his face, nodded to her words. He announced to His Majesty the arrival of the sage from the fir forest. He didn't even turn to his visitor and said that he had heard that she knew a way to revive Eve. She replied that with all due respect to His Majesty, there was no such method, and he would only receive a breathing doll. The soul of the witch princess had already separated from the body and dissipated, and returning everything back was beyond the scope of alchemy and magic. Therefore, the true resurrection that he desired was impossible. Her answer was no different from those the man had heard earlier, and he asked if she was trying to waste his time. She shook her head negatively and said that she wanted to suggest another way. Having decided not to torment the young man any longer, the alchemist said that he offered him to turn back time. He turned to her with a distraught face and asked if it was really possible. She said that it was certainly possible, but the price was high, and he would have to use half of the Philosopher's Stone. At that moment, the man, as if in a trance, touched Eve's shoulder with a gloved hand. Having done this, the emperor replied that the price did not matter in order to carry out his will. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted his point of view and announced that she would soon begin preparations for the ceremony. She opened her spellbook and walked over to the Philosopher's Stone for further study. At that moment, she remembered something and warned His Majesty that he must know one thing. Since the sacrificed Philosopher's Stone is connected with the imperial blood, the central time regression will not be him, but Her Highness the 7th Princess. The man immediately understood what the alchemist meant and decided to force a full answer out of her. The woman explained that he understood everything correctly, and only Her Highness the Princess would remember all the events of the past years. For the umpteenth time, the man touched the face of the deceased for the last time and thoughtfully removed it. That even though he won't be able to meet her again, she still has a chance to meet him. The alchemist, who stood nearby, could not but agree with the wise words of the young homunculus. At this time, the emperor was wondering whether the girl would choose him again, and whether he would be in despair because of this. And will he make a bad decision again, which will lead to a series of deaths, including the person most dear to him? The mysterious woman again decided to make her existence known by declaring that she had no answer to this. Hearing her honest words, the man finally removed his hand away from the heroine's face, clenching it into a fist. He stood up to his full height and turned his head away from her, saying that all these assumptions did not change anything and were unimportant. The main character cast aside all doubts and sentimentality by ordering the alchemist to begin performing the ritual. The light from the Philosopher's Stone illuminated all the large rooms in the imperial palace, and illuminating with its light not only objects, but also the people in the room. The man, with hesitant steps, covered the distance between him and the heroine, and, bending over her, gave her a message. Without hiding his tears that rolled down his cheeks and landed on the face of his dead beloved, he said that when she was alive and well again, she should either kill him or choose him. Vague memories of recent times began to flash before the girl's eyes. The way the newly crowned king of the homunculi and the emperor came to her locked in a huge room, and then another visitor. At first, the girl did not recognize the girl with blonde hair who called her in these memories. But when she concentrated, she could discern an almost clear picture and realized that it was her sister, who was telling her that she had come to help her, and who mercilessly deceived her into dying such a miserable death, which had been waiting for so long. The girl didn't understand why she did this to her and couldn't help but think that this had been her goal from the very beginning. She was the last member of the imperial family to be chosen as empress by Michael. At first, the heroine did not understand her motives, but then she remembered the words of Michaelis, who said that she should have chosen him, and she realized that it was not in vain that she was afraid, because he was going to notice Rosie on Even Rose. But she, being the owner, would not let this happen and planned something for her. All this was a cunning trap so that neither Evan Rose nor the Emperor would get what they wanted, and everything would go to the 8th princess. Literally drowning in this endless swamp, the heroine could not even scream and did it mentally. She didn't want to die this way, and didn't accept exactly when everything went wrong. It could have been since her father weakened his position and lost control. Or it could have happened when Bridget became the crown princess of this empire. Then the girl couldn't help but think that if she were the crown princess, would it have changed anything? The imperial family would not be dead, and the homunculi would not rebel, which would not lead to a real disaster. Even Rose recalled her past years, when she thought that she was still fighting for other people's rights while reading various documents. If you think about it deeply, she simply turned a blind eye to those who needed her help. The heroine thought that if only she was given a second chance, then she would try to change the future for the better. When the girl opened her eyes, full of tears, she immediately rose from the painfully familiar bed. Her breathing was ragged as if she had run a marathon, and my body was sweating profusely from the nightmare I had experienced. Having come to her senses a little, the heroine heard the sound of birds singing and frantically turned her head towards the source of the sound. Her hand touched her pale face and then felt her neck checking her vocal cords. Having made sure that she was in control of her body, the heroine could not help but ask into the air whether she was really alive. Realizing that everything was not a dream, the girl got out of bed and began to look around, not understanding where she even was. But she still couldn't believe what was happening because she clearly remembered that she was locked up. Then her younger sister came to her, who turned out to be pregnant from the king of the homunculi with the help of alchemy. And then her sister, always smiling with her charming smile, gave her poison. Such perceptions darkened the girl, who was already not in the best state of mind, and she shrank. She carefully raised her frightened eyes and decided to reanalyze the situation she had found herself in. The heroine did not understand why she was in the bedroom because, as she remembered, it was destroyed. It was definitely not a dream or an illusion, since nothing had changed since she used it. Carefully stepping from place to place, the girl could not understand what was happening. The 7th princess finally reached the place where she intended to come and stood on her tiptoes. She found herself opposite the dressing table, and for some reason what she saw in the mirror deeply shocked her. And all this happened because she was stunned by her face, which was reflected in the mirror and looked painfully young and therefore unusual. Since all this was not without reason, the heroine suspected that somehow after death she returned to the past. But it was impossible for a sane person to believe this so easily, even though magic existed in this world. The heroine could not believe it, since time regression was related to magical alchemy of an unimaginably high level, and therefore, in horror, she grabbed her head, mentally screaming that she had most likely gone crazy while she was suffering in captivity. A person must be a sage to at least grab a thread and turn back time. Such thoughts gave her a terrible headache, and she promised herself to meet the teacher later and find out everything. And although she really wanted to see him, before that she needed to do something else. The heroine exhaled briefly as she needed to calm down and think about everything in order to act further. Judging by her room and her younger-looking face, she was about 20 at that time. Having calmly thought it over and analyzed it, she realized another truth that she had not thought about at the very beginning. Namely, that Princess Bridget, who treated homunculi terribly, has not yet become crown princess. And the leader of the homunculi rebellion was still not enslaved by the imperial family and was imprisoned. And Roshi, who gave her poison through deception, did not meet this young man. In other words, the girl was at the very beginning, and before the events that led the entire empire to a real disaster. Clenching her hands into a fist, the heroine thought that perhaps she would succeed. Even Rose resolutely looked at herself in the mirror, cast aside her uncertainty, and told herself that she would definitely succeed. And for the sake of the prosperity of all people in this empire, she was ready to resist everything and everyone and become the crown princess. While her thoughts were occupied with such inspiring thoughts, someone knocked on the heroine's room and, opening it, warmly greeted the lady. It was the personal mustard of the 7th princess, Sedela Arfel, who brought tea to her mistress. Even Rose could not resist saying that she looked very young, and the maid replied that apparently this was the effect of the mask she used yesterday. The heroine did not pay attention to her words, still in disbelief staring at her, realizing that she had also become younger. Now she was sure that she had definitely returned to the past, and then she needed to find out exactly what time. While the other party was pouring her hot tea, the girl asked her if she had any important events in the near future. She was a little surprised to hear this question, but replied that next week would be the 20th birthday of the 8th Princess Rosenith. The heroine shuddered at the mention of this name, feeling the breath of death on the back of her head. But quickly pushing away this feeling, the girl once again analyzed the information about Rosenith turning 20, since this meant that the main character was now 21 and she was 8 years younger. Realizing that now was not the time to analyze this situation, the heroine quickly replied that it was great so as not to arouse suspicion. Hearing her answer, the maid smiled politely and said that the 20th anniversary was an important date for the imperial family. On this day, members of this clan choose their personal homunculus knights at an election ceremony. This ceremony was the flower of imperial events, and the dream of many gave birth to a special connection that appears after the oath on a spiritual level. It was rumored that the homunculi were lined up to stat the personal knight of the 8th princess. After all, she was the white rose of the empire. Even Rose, who was drinking tea at the time, could not help but mutter that she did not look like a white rose at all, but rather like the belladonna of the empire, as a reference to the poison with which she was poisoned. The maid did not understand what her mistress's words meant, but as if nothing had happened, she asked why she stopped. Sedella, who had been knocked out of her thoughts, remembered what she was talking about, and said that the funniest thing was that it had already been decided who would get this place. This was published in a special newspaper, which was read by absolutely every resident of the empire. To remind of this homunculus, the maid asked her to remember the unusual homunculus with silver hair at the ceremony. This was the same knight, and his name was Sylvestian Millard, who really approached Rosenith in appearance. Since the girl was the white rose of the empire, that knight, although of course good with a sword and magic, was different from the rest with his hair. All the same, for the August ones, homunculi were just decorations that needed to be shown off to others. In the future, having met Michael 3 years later, Rosenith mercilessly got rid of Sylvestian. According to the main character, it would be better if Groves simply chose him. But the truth was that Michael became close to the princess for a reason and had an ulterior motive. He indulged all her desires and tolerated her next to him only for the sake of further rebellion. The man used Rosenith to seize the throne and lead the empire to collapse, just as he had planned. The girl understood that she had to stop him in her life in order to ensure the safety of herself and the inhabitants of the empire. She had no choice but to keep Rosenith and Michael as far away from each other as possible. At this moment, while the heroine was worried about the upcoming future, the maid asked her if she knew some information. By her honest admission, many homunculi wanted to offer their loyalty to the 7th princess. Even Rose could not believe such information, because to everyone she was a princess who had nothing. But seeing her mistress's distrust, Sedella began to prove her point by saying that this was the pure truth, and the other side had a good reputation among the homunculi. Feeling flattered by such ardent assurances, the Even Rose girl asked her to stop, because she believed that it was better for her to take care of her and not the homunculus. She said that if she succeeds in the future, we will find her an excellent husband with a high income and position in society. But she was still indignant, saying that she was not joking. Finally, when the argument ended, Sedella muttered that her princess should also choose a personal knight for her benefit. But when the words came out of her, she immediately regretted her words and began to apologize, knowing that the hostess did not like talking about it. She, hiding her expression, accepted her apology and said that everything was fine and she was not to blame, because she perfectly convinced that she was not saying this out of malice, but because she was worried about her. Therefore, she asked her for forgiveness, realizing that she was causing her problems because of her stubbornness. Sedella was touched by the young lady's words, but she didn't know that she would go through a lot in the future because of her princess's low position. Since the mother of the main character was an alchemist, Even Rose was considered a half-breed moreover. She passed away when the heroine was still very young. She had authority in the field of golem alchemy and valued everything that had consciousness and ego. Her mother, like the heroine, was sure that the homunculus was no different from ordinary people. and she asked for better treatment, but in the end she became a thorn in the side of the imperial family. At some point they began to ignore her and cut living expenses. She clutched her hand near her chest, thinking about how hard it was for Sidel to help her survive in such conditions. It must be that after she was captured in a past life, the girl was kicked out of the castle as unnecessary. Just thinking about such an outcome for the person dear to her, the heroine could not resist and grabbed her by the hands. She seriously looked straight into the girl's eyes and promised that she would give her a luxurious life. Her eyes were full of confidence in her abilities, and she once again gave her word of honor. The maid didn't understand why her masters suddenly became so enthusiastic. Although she thanked her anyway, she also decided to clarify the situation. Sitting down on her knees to be at eye level with her, Sidela reminded her that if the 7th princess had a good life, then she would too. And then she smiled sweetly at the heroine, showing that she had only good intentions. Looking into the honest and sincere eyes of her personal maid Evenrose, she couldn't help but flare up at this. She considered her words to be true, and holding hands with her, the girls promised each other that they would live well together. After laughing a little, the heroine told herself that she would live her life calmly and happily, because here was her reality now, and she wasn't going to miss the opportunity, so she would give it her all. If the events of 8 years ago were now taking place, then Michael should still be in a floating prison. In order not to repeat the mistakes of the past, it was necessary to immediately solve this problem. And for this, she needed to meet with the emperor to try to persuade him. She was well prepared for this conversation because she knew what events would happen soon. The rulers of the Hadalamid Empire were allowed polygamy, that is, a form of army marriage in which a marriage partner of the same sex has more than one partner of the opposite sex. Therefore, the father of the main character had 18 children who, of course, were from different women. And every morning he randomly selected 4 or 5 princesses and princes to greet the emperor. The main character would like to ask her father for something because even as a princess, she had to wait for an audience. Therefore, the chance was better than not, and the girl decided to confirm that she was invited to a tea greeting. The maid informed her that they had invited her, and when asked who would be there, she answered that the 4th and 5th princes would be present. After this, the heroine sighed heavily because she did not want to see these little rascals. But after the student said that there would also be a 3rd and 8th princess, she shuddered. Since Bridget and Rosenet would be present there, it meant that it was that fateful day for her. The heroine was with us at the morning greeting only on this terrible day. The elegant face of her older sister, who had provoked her, flashed before her eyes, and how she didn't hold on and got hooked by daring to refute her words. She also clearly visited the face of her father and part-time emperor, disfigured in anger, whose gaze was directed directly at her, which then made her feel very uncomfortable. This was the day when the main character fell into the trap of Bridget, who openly mocked her, considering her to be stupid. After those events, she was forced to leave the room, and she remained rooted to the spot near the doors closed behind her. After the greeting was over, the heroine was never invited there again, and she finally fell out of favor with her father. Of course, if she returned to the past, the day of her return should have been a turning point. Therefore, she thought about what was the best thing to do, and seeing her in this state of the saddle, she asked if everything was all right with her. To cheer her up, the girl suggested that she dress up, thinking that it would be better and would be beneficial. To her surprise, she supported her idea and gasped and said that the maid was completely right. Looking at her reflection in the mirror and seeing her unremarkable appearance, the heroine again mentally agreed with her words. Taking the end of her hair and untying the elastic, she held her messy braid to let her hair down. The heroine promised herself that from now on, she would no longer be an ugly duckling. The maid showed her several outfits, and the 7th princess decided to choose a dress with a large red ruby in the center. Thoughtfully, Sidela replied that this meant that she would also need to work on her hair. The 3rd Princess Bridget was famous for her sophistication and grace. When, as the 8th princess of the empire, Rosenith was a white rose and famous for her charming appearance. The maid immediately realized that her young lady would have to compete with these high society ladies. If she was too graceful or too charming, she would definitely be compared to other princesses, so it was important to find the perfect balance. The heroine agreed with her reasoning, saying that she had no intention of competing with them head-to-head, which was a wise thought. But the girls had different thoughts, because while the heroine was thinking that she needed to strengthen her political position, the maid was thinking how to help her strengthen her position in high society. Only now did Sedella realize that her gentleman had been very active in choosing their appearance today, and she replied that from now on she would try her best. The maid, after speaking, was full of enthusiasm and replied that she would do everything in her power for her sake. She didn't know that Evan-Rose had no other choice if she wanted to become a crown princess and decided to take action. Since she knew the future, she decided to use this to her advantage, remembering that Sister Bridget then raised her hair in a braid. And Rosie will have 2 low ponytails, and pretending that she is not very sure about this, she told her maid about it. Sedella did not show any resistance and suggested that she trust her intuition and said that she had an idea about what hairstyle she should do. She said that this was wonderful, but pulling out one of the drawers at the table, she gave one more instruction, namely, decorate it exactly the way the 7th princess wants it. Finally, the girl was ready, and although the maid spent a lot of time getting the girl in order, it was worth it, and she was ready to meet her relatives. Sedella told the 7th princess that they would be late for the greeting if they didn't hurry. Eve was confused by her statement, and she said that she was right, because she was so carried away by preparing tea for her father that she completely lost track of time. At this time, the maid clicked her tongue, clearly dissatisfied with the fact that they would have reached instantly through deformation, that is, through movement through hyperspace. But the use of magic in the palace was prohibited, and the golem observers did not allow them to do this. While they were in a hurry to quickly get to an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, they heard the clicking of someone's heels from behind. It was a young girl who called out to the 7th princess, familiarly calling her sister. When she was not heard the first time, the girl said this time louder, calling her sister Eve, which made the heroine freeze in her place. The girl could not believe that she heard this insatiable voice behind her, which she hoped to hear as little as possible. Her arms hung limply from her body as she carefully looked back, hoping that she had heard. But her expectations were not met as Rosie immediately caught her eye and asked the girl how she was doing. Rosenet literally bathed in universal love, including the affection of the main character, and I immediately got everything I wanted without even putting any effort into it. She even carried the child Michael, and even the throne was almost in her hands when all the other family members were killed and executed except Eve. But only in order to remain the only member of the August family, the girl killed the main character. The 8th princess didn't even bother to hide her joy when her plan worked and even thanked Evan-Rose. Remembering everything that her half-sister had done, the heroine clenched her hands into fists. The innocent-looking girl had a very cunning and spoiled character that didn't match her appearance. Therefore, she was one of the main enemies of the main character who should be feared in her second life. While Evan-Rose swallows the lump in her throat, the 8th princess tried to bring her out of her thoughts all this time. She seemed really worried about her sister and asked her what happened. The heroine understood that now was not the time to give in to her emotions and decided to compliment the other side by saying that she was stunned by her beauty. After the insincere words of the main character, Rosenet laughed sweetly, saying that it was nice of her. But then her gaze again became penetrating and not deliberately innocent, and looking at her sister, she also decided to speak out. She returned the compliment by saying that her sister had also put a lot of effort into preparing her mourning outfit. Like close sisters, they began to giggle while Eve mentally thought that Rosenet never gives empty compliments. Finally stopping her self-induced laughter, the heroine noticed something, or rather someone, behind her sister's back. It was the gray-haired homunculus knight whom the girl had already seen at the ceremony. Deciding to focus all her attention on him, she told the 8th princess that she had never met her companion before. She agreed with her and said that it was Sylvestian Millard, a homunculus knight from the Imperial Guard whom she asked to accompany her. While the heroine was smiling outwardly, she was mentally thinking that by forcing him to accompany her on the palace grounds, her sister was using him even before her appointment. This meant that the girl really liked the Imperial Knight Sylvestian Millard. When he politely greeted the 7th princess, the heroine thought about how he would be abandoned by Rosenite like a second-hand item. This time, she could not allow this to happen, so she told him that she had heard about his successes since he was a knight talented in both fencing and magic. She believed that he would become one of the best knights and would worthily defend the one to whom he took his oath. And therefore I sincerely wish the young man that he would meet a good owner. Her words made the seemingly calm homunculus freeze, and the girl suspected something was wrong and asked about it. He came to his senses and stopped staring at her, bowing his head, apologizing for his rudeness. He said that he was so touched by her words that he couldn't even find the words to answer her clearly. This surprised the seventh princess, and she asked if he had heard such things often since he was very talented. But the young homunculus, instantly darkened, replied that the reaction of the August ones when they first saw him was completely different, and usually they were not interested in his skills and achievements, but in his unusual hair color. Such hints made the eighth princess twitch when Evan Rose realized what he was telling her. While the young knight behaved as if nothing had happened, Rosinette clearly felt annoyed. Seeing how the atmosphere between them became more and more awkward, the main character decided to correct the situation. To hush up this matter, she stammered a little and hurried her sister, saying that they were late. She still felt betrayed and offended, so when she agreed with her, she did not show the same enthusiasm as before. Having finally passed this small test, the seventh and eighth princesses reached the audience hall. All the other members of the imperial family chosen for the greeting, except the emperor, were already sitting in their places. There was the fourth prince, Rebens Hadelamid, and the fifth prince, Icalis Hadelamid, who turned to face those who had just arrived. And also the third princess of the empire, Bridget Agnes Hadelamid, who stole a glance at them. Behind the seventh princess, her personal maid was genuinely surprised to see other girls. After all, Princess Evan Rose's forecast was correct, and everything looked exactly as she said. At this time, the girl in question felt uncomfortable in the company of these people, but curtsied. Along with her sister, she greeted her sister and brothers, expressing hope that they were in good health. Bridget could not stand such formalities and rudely interrupted them, telling them to sit down quickly. They gladly did what she said because they themselves already wanted to sit down at the table. At the same time, the brothers began to chat happily, telling Rosie how long it had been since they had seen each other and how much they missed her. One of the identical princes complimented her by saying that the white rose of the empire was in all its glory today. The young man compared the girl to a bud of a crimson rose, but she answered with a smile that her brother was too generous. But this did not stop him, and he continued to say that it seemed as if every blade of grass and leaf in this palace existed only to highlight a flower like her. At this time, the other brother put his hand on his shoulder and shook his head negatively, telling him to look around, and he emphasized that all the greenery in the room existed to emphasize its beauty. Absolutely all this was just to decorate their beloved sister Rosinette. In the imperial family, where everyone was golden-haired, the lime blonde looked very sad to them. The color of her hair was a symbol of her low origins, which she could never hide. They whispered that it was wonderful when everything was obvious that she was only half of imperial blood. The heroine herself did not know why their caustic words upset her so much. But now I realized that there was nothing terrible about it since they were enjoying it so much. She reassured herself that this should not worry her since it did not concern her. Now was not the time to react this way to such obscene taunts from his half-brothers. Her behavior was so in contrast to her usual that the princes opened their eyes wide. They felt very confused when they noticed that the girl was not acting as usual and was somehow different. Listening to their not-so-quiet whisper, the heroine of thoughts commented that it was natural, because in this life everything will be different. With a serious face again, even Rose looked towards where those who really mattered now sat. Namely, Bridget is the third princess of the empire who was soon to become crown princess, and Rose Knight, who despite her innocent appearance, in the future killed the main character because of her selfish thoughts. While she was thinking about who else was important to her plan to seize power, the doors to the room opened again. The servants bowed their heads respectfully before the tall man with blonde hair who arrived, and soon they informed that His Majesty the Emperor had arrived, and he entered the room with an impenetrable expression on his face. For the girl, her father was one of those who was important to her plans now, if not the most important. He soon sat down in his place of honor and asked his children if everything was fine with them, and they briefly answered that everything was fine. The emperor's full name is Desmond Dominic Callisto Hadelamid. After their agreement, the man suggested starting breakfast and ordered tea to be brought. At the same time, as if this was what the seventh princess had been waiting for, she told her father that she had prepared tea herself and asked permission to treat him. Her sisters looked at her carefully, wondering what their half-sister was up to. He was very surprised that his daughter took the initiative and prepared tea especially for him. The girl replied that making tea was not a hobby and she was confident in the taste and wonderful aroma, so she asked permission to treat the emperor. The man chuckled thoughtfully and said that he had no reason to refuse her request. Her personal maid approached His Majesty and carefully poured the tea her mistress had prepared into his cup. The hero carefully brought the cup closer to him and sniffed it, commenting that the aroma was truly magnificent. The girl replied that this tea was called rooibos with lemon juice, which relieves headaches. He had already taken a sip of tea and was surprised that it had the effect of relieving headaches. The heroine replied that she had recently noticed that her father often wrinkled his forehead, so she assumed that he had a headache and decided to make this tea. The emperor was pleasantly surprised. He said that she was very attentive to him because lately he had really been suffering from a headache. The girl smiled and told him that she was very sensitive to making tea and had been learning how to brew it since last week. In fact, she whipped it up from the first ingredients she found, but the man was quite pleased with her words. Deciding to intervene, one of the princes said that he thought Eve was only interested in alchemy, but now she had revealed another talent of hers. The heroine calmly thanked her brother, commenting that the art of tea was somewhat reminiscent of alchemy. First, you should carefully select all the ingredients that you are going to add to your drink. After that, weigh them to get the ideal proportion for tea, and then mix everything in the correct proportions so that the result meets expectations. The reason why she was able to prepare such wonderful tea is because of the talent her father passed on to her. Her flattering words made the old man laugh, and he said that Eve was truly a talented alchemist. As he continued to talk about how she was like a young copy of himself, Ivan Rose's gaze fell on one of the sisters. It was Bridget, the third princess, who looked at Eve with her embittered eyes. This only provoked the girl, and she continued the conversation with her father, telling him that he flattered her because how can you compare them? The other brothers and sisters didn't understand what was wrong with her, because the child, who had distinguished herself with icy indifference, suddenly decided to get her father's attention. It sounded like she was copying Rose Knight's behavior by saying that her sister Bridget was far superior to her. The emperor laughed again, saying that her words sounded as if she was afraid of Bridget. The girl in question corrected her expression and replied that she was very glad to have a sister like Eve. At this time, in order to divert attention from Evan Rose, one of the princes reminded her of Rosie's upcoming birthday. In his opinion, when she has a personal night, this event is worthy of celebration throughout the entire empire. Tak answered that this was too much, because such a ceremony takes place for all members of the imperial family, and by the way, she was worried about this. She was worried that she wouldn't be able to capture the homunculus properly, but her father said that every member of the imperial family could capture at least one homunculus. But she still shook her head negatively, saying that the more unusual the homunculus, the more difficult it was to capture it, and she was afraid that she would fail. At that moment, the girl decided that you were the perfect chance to spoil your half-sister, the seventh princess. In a deliberately casual tone, the princess said that if she were like Eve, she wouldn't worry about it. An oppressive silence suddenly fell in the room, but this is exactly what the main character wanted, mentally thanking her sister. The father decided to get rid of the silence and said that although Eve is very capable, she has no desire to be called a personal knight, and she did not want to adhere to the tradition of the imperial family. The girl already wanted to call him, but he did not let her speak, saying that he did not want to hear her excuse because she would still refuse again, as stubborn as her mother. But at this moment, the girl still guessed the moment and lowered her cup and said that this time everything was different. She decided to take advantage of the opportunity thanks to her sister Roseneit. The heroine decided to explain that she used to think too narrowly because of her beliefs. She even made her father worry, so now she thought a lot about it. Rising from her seat, she publicly stated something that shocked all the relatives of the main character. With confidence evident in her voice, the girl told her father that she needed a personal knight in the person of the homunculus. Even the always calm third princess this time could not restrain her emotions and showed her face distorted in bewilderment. Like the eighth princess, who opened her mouth in surprise as she exchanged glances with her brothers. The young people who were famous for their impenetrable eyes also opened them wide, not believing what they heard. At this moment, only the emperor was glad of her words and even raised his voice and asked if she was sure of her point of view. Once again, in this short hour, the man laughed and commented that the girl had finally come to her senses, so he asked her to sit next to him to discuss everything. While the heroine was transferring, Roseneit thought that things had taken a very strange turn. The man immediately got down to business and asked when the girl wanted to hold the ceremony, and she said that if he allowed, she wanted to hold it without unnecessary formalities. Realizing that she wanted to deal with this as quickly as possible, he realized that she already had some kind of homunculus in mind. He immediately decided to ask about it because he had a direct character, and the girl said that it was so. Having become serious, the heroine admitted that she wanted a monster of a floating prison for her knight, namely Michaelis Agnito, who was kept in the harshest conditions that people could provide him with. Silence formed around the table again, just like that time when Rose Knight realized that her sister did not want to choose a homunculus for herself. At first, the Emperor did not answer, but it was clear from his face that he was not pleased with her words and choice. Unlike him, one of the brothers did not hold back, and the bailiff clicked on the heroine, asking what she was thinking about. Still in a raised voice, he explained that he ended up in prison for a reason, but because he refused to take the oath of allegiance. He asked if she really intended to capture a monster that even her father could not subdue. Then the heroine, in an innocent voice, asked her brother whether he considered His Majesty's actions a failure. It's not that the father couldn't fix it, on the contrary. It's more reasonable to say that the problem was in the homunculus itself. The young man realized that he had made a mistake when he saw the expression on his father's face and asked him for forgiveness. Thoughtful, the man furrowed his brow, telling them that this homunculus was a dangerous type who had not yet undergone the election ceremony. The main character's internal days of dissatisfaction intensified after the mention of the word election. In this ceremony, the homunculus was brainwashed into imposing absolute loyalty to the imperial family. If Michael were an ordinary homunculus, he would have been eliminated immediately after something went wrong. But thanks to his exceptional abilities, his punishment was limited to imprisonment in a floating prison. The impression of such a person was of great importance, as well as double meaning for the imperial family. Since the emperor himself was unable to subjugate him, her actions will be regarded as a challenge to the power of the imperial family. So the heroine had to be careful, so she asked His Majesty if the homunculi undergo an election ceremony before going out into the world. That is, the ceremony for them was like a blessing from the emperor, and the inability to adequately understand such an important thing made them really feel sorry for the homunculus. If she thought about it, the very idea of refusing the ceremony seemed strange to her. How the pathetic homunculus could not accept the power of His Majesty. And perhaps the reason lay not in this at all, but in the flows of his mana. Her words really made the elderly man think. The heroine continued her thought by saying that for now the homunculus was left alive as an exception. The heroine wanted to settle this issue and force him to become her personal knight and submit to the imperial family. She decided to use a catchphrase to lower his guard. And she said that with the help of the abilities inherited from her father, she wanted to solve this problem. The man thoughtfully tapped his finger on the armrest of his chair for a long time, but then he agreed with her arguments, allowing her to solve this problem. And the heroine experienced pure delight because her plan turned out to be effective. Although everything was not so simple, and the man instantly became more serious and said that he had one condition. Finally, when she made a promise, the girl and her maid went to the floating prison. Sidel was cold, and so the heroine offered to cast warming magic on her. This place was a polar region that is not marked on any map of the empire, and which was a training complex for homunculi. About 100 homunculi created by the empire's scientists were sent here every year. And over the next 15 years, they are trained to serve the imperial family. But not all homunculi pass the tests, only those who successfully pass the exams and receive the first rank. And only they get the chance and opportunity to serve the imperial family as a guard or personal knight. However, even they with exceptional talent become expendable for the imperial family, not to mention what happens to lower-ranking homunculi who are treated like slaves. Thinking about their fate, the girl was surprised that the uprising had not happened. While her thoughts were occupied with not very pleasant thoughts, a young man approached them and greeted them. The man bowed and said that she had honored them with her visit and introduced himself as Baron Urk, the manager of this homunculus training complex. The princess suggested that it must have been difficult for him in the tense place, but then he laughed and replied that everything was fine. He asked permission to escort her to the floating prison, to which she nodded in agreement. They walked in silence for some time until the young man decided to speak to the seventh princess. The man asked if she knew some truth about homunculi. The fact that most of the homunculi released into the world had dark hair. However, while the homunculi remain in the training complex, they are bright and light. This is due to the limiter used to prevent magic from passing through the mana flow, which is why their hair turns lighter. As soon as the limiter is removed, the hair acquires its usual dark shade. However, this is precisely why Sylvestian Millard is so popular. These words were spoken by the girl, and the man laughed, saying that he found out about this after he was assigned here. According to him, it was an amazing sight, as mysterious as the metamorphosis of insects. Even the one whom Her Highness requested still has the restrictor removed, and soon she will see his distinctive hair color. Finally, they arrived at the place where the homunculus was imprisoned, which the heroine wanted to capture. It was a huge cage that stood in the middle of 2 blocks at a great distance from them. One of the knights helped the heroine step onto a special ledge that would take them closer to the cage. And after this was done, the heroine and her companions found themselves opposite a cage with a homunculus imprisoned in it. When the girl looked forward, she saw a young man imprisoned in shackles. What she saw shocked her immensely because everything was exactly as the escort described it to her. The man asked her if it was unique to have pink hair and suggested that this was probably why homunculi were called dolls. The main character swallowed the lump in her throat when she saw the protagonist of the uprising. Michael was wearing shabby-looking trousers and a shirt, and his body was riddled with bruises. The princess did not expect him to be in the same condition. As if sensing her gaze, the hero opened his violet eyes. The girl, who had been looking at him before, caught the moment when he opened his eyes, and he began to look at her just as intently, not breaking eye contact for a second. Those accompanying him, seeing this scene, began to shout at him, saying that he was an arrogant bastard who did not show respect for Her Highness the Princess. At first, the meaning of the man's words did not reach the young man's consciousness, and he simply remained sitting motionless. But when he realized the meaning of the word, the princess realized that she was a member of the imperial family and made a sharp jerk in her direction. The caretaker immediately called him a stupid monster and ordered him to bring him a whip to punish him for his behavior. My girlfriend interrupted his order, said that this was enough, and began to walk towards the cage. The maid immediately perked up and said that it was too dangerous there and already wanted to go after her. The girl ordered everyone to step back because she wanted to talk to the homunculus personally. Thanks to her commanding tone, the heroine immediately put the overly excited young people in their place. Seeing that they capitulated, the heroine again turned her gaze to the cage in which the homunculus was imprisoned. She realized that now everything was different, and he was the one who was locked in the cage, and it was she who came to him. It was his situation that was so painful now, being kept in such terrible conditions. The princess could not help but think that he felt satisfaction after all the hatred that he had been harboring for so long when he saw her in captivity. But despite this, it seems that Michaelis from a past life was more kind to her, because he never looked at her as if he hated her with all his soul. On the contrary, the man from her past life told her that she should have chosen him as a personal knight. And this proud king of the homunculi even called her by a shortened version of her name, something only relatives did. Remembering all this, the girl was once again convinced that she had not come here in vain, and that she really needed Michaelis Agneto to carry out her plan. Remembering all the trials that she had to endure to end up here, the heroine mentally said that she had finally come for this homunculus. To begin with, the heroine extended her hand to free the young man from his shackles. This was done so that they could talk on equal terms and reduce the difference between them. After that, with the help of magic, the shackles on his hands disappeared without a trace, and the man asked what the princess was doing here. The girl answered to go here to make the Force her personal knight, and introduced herself as Evanrose Cloel Hadelamid. After her explanation, the man realized that she was the 7th princess, but he heard that she flatly refused a personal knight. She confirmed his words, but said that she now urgently needed to strengthen her position as heir. Her words made the homunculus laugh because she didn't come to the one she needed. Since she probably heard the story about him, and if she needed a slave, then it was better to find another homunculus. After a slight hesitation, the heroine said in a cautious voice that she was not looking for a slave. She once again repeated her previous words, saying that she needed Michael. The homunculus said that there were enough jokes, and no matter what she called the collar, it would still be slavery. Smiling bitterly, he said that she was still no different from the rest of the imperial family. He knew that he was hoping in vain, but for some reason he felt disappointed even though he knew that they were all like that. The heroine could understand why he did not trust her as a member of the August dynasty, but she was not like them. She didn't need the knight to treat her like trash, and she also didn't need anyone other than Michaelis Agneto. When she said that only he could be her knight, his resolve wavered and he asked why he was chosen. Ivanrose replied that she couldn't say it now, but when he became her, he would know about everything, and the girl could promise that she would respect her knight, and would never use the power of imprinting to force him to do something humiliating. The man did not believe in her empty chatter since the imprinting was an absolute magical contract. He caught her, and the heroine apologized to him but asked him to trust her words. Her words seemed convincing enough to the hero, and he had no other choice. At this time, the girl extended her hand to him and asked him to become her personal knight. Her face was filled with confidence and carried the promise of a better fate for the homunculus. The young man's eyes were wide open as if he was fascinated by the view that opened before him, but he immediately turned away, ordering himself not to even think about giving in to persuasion. Since this woman was of imperial blood and made him remember an incident that happened not so long ago, then Michaelis went through a ceremony of homage to the imperial family, but then something went wrong. And he somehow harmed the emperor who was casting a spell on him. The emperor hit him hard, calling him a fucking monster and trying to force him to obey and do as he was told. After this, the emperor's anger still did not subside, and he ordered Agneto to be imprisoned in a floating prison. The guards immediately began to carry out his order, putting the obstinate homunculus under lock and key. And it was then that the young man promised himself that he would never become a slave to the imperial system. When he was in such thoughts, the girl spoke again, inviting him to leave here together. He replied that he hated the ruling family, and no matter what she said to him, they were all the same. But if becoming a personal knight was the only way to leave this place, then he was ready to even go for imprinting, so he asked her to take him away from here. Seeing the always proud and stubborn king of the homunculus so vulnerable, the girl frowned. She knelt down to take his hand and agreed for them to leave this place. The young people held hands, and the man admitted that he did not seek to renounce the oath of allegiance to the emperor. And if she wasn't sure, then it was better to stop now because something might go wrong and her life would be in danger. His words unsettled the heroine because she realized that in this way he was worried about her. But when, after thanking him, she replied that she would never have thought that this was possible, the hero denied the words about concern. They began the ceremony to give the man the imperial seal, and while the space between them sparkled brightly, the girl could only think that it was not easy. Michaelis immediately noticed her face, which expressed discomfort, and asked her about it. The girl briefly replied that she was fine, but the homunculus was still trying to extract the truth. At this time, the cage began to shake, and the man said that it was time to stop, but the heroine interrupted him, advising him to better support her. The homunculus did not approve of her actions, asking if she suggested that he just stand and look at something so reckless. She patiently replied that she had already told him that everything was fine. She remembered one of her father's conditions. What if she doesn't succeed with this homunculus? Then she should have killed him with her own hands at that very second. Even Rose suddenly opened her eyes, telling herself that she had to cope at any cost. And as soon as the girl convinced herself of this, one of her jewelry on her head crumbled into small pieces with a deafening crash. The man, seeing this sight, immediately recognized what her jewelry was made of and asked if it was the philosopher's stone. The heroine heard her question and answered that, more precisely, it was an alchemical enhancement crystal. Then the hero could not believe what he heard and assumed that all these stones on her head were also crystals, and he immediately asked whether they were prohibited high-ranking artifacts. The main character remembered how she nodded her head affirmatively to her personal maid's question about the fact that she wanted to use the jewelry of the late empress today. Today she needed to borrow her mother's strength, so she mentally called out to her, begging her to help her. Looking at this mesmerizing spectacle, when such precious artifacts were broken, the hero could not help but wonder if he was worth all this. But the girl confidently answered that it was worth it because she definitely had to take possession of it. And at that same moment, as if responding to her determination, a flash formed between them. This flash began to decrease and the small light split in two, finally dissipating when it hit the main characters right in the middle of the chest. Not only having felt it, but having seen it in person, the heroine was still not sure that everything had worked out. At that moment, the young man's heart began to beat anxiously, as if anticipating something. And not in vain, since at that moment there was a wild roar that forced the young people to separate from each other. The cage tilted in such a way that the girl could fall out of the wide open cage at any moment. She closed her eyes in fear, realizing that she was falling straight into the abyss. But something was wrong. Since she didn't have time to be afraid, she was grabbed by the strong arms of the homunculus right at the edge of the cage. And at the same moment, right before the heroine's eyes, the young man's previously pale pink hair began to darken. The girl gasped, remembering the words of the commander of this homunculus training center. She realized that Michaelis's restraints had been removed, but before she had time to think through this thought, the man carefully holding her returned her back. And it was then that the heroine realized how long they had been so close that he had to calm her down. Blushing a little, the heroine turned away from him, thinking that this was the first time something like this had happened to her. At the same time, not paying attention to her strange reaction, the hero looked at his hand and said that everything seemed to work out. The girl, who had managed to calm down, turned back, hearing his words, and asked about it, looking for confirmation. He explained that as soon as something threatens her, his body seems to move on its own. The man nevertheless decided to ask the heroine if everything was all right, and she replied that she was fine. Then the hero said that it was necessary to put an end to the fact that knights behave like slaves, although this is worse than slavery. When Michael said that the mere thought that a hair would fall from the owner's head makes the heroine shudder, she was surprised that he called her that. He didn't understand why she was confused since she was asking something so obvious. The girl plopped down on the floor, mentally allowing herself that she really made him personally, and even turned to her mother. The newly made knight immediately became alarmed, asking what happened. But she replied that she was simply tired because the ceremony required more strength than it seemed. He promised himself to remember well that people are weaker than homunculi, and the girl laughed. Looking at him with a sigh, she took his hand, saying to take care of her, and he responded in the same way. After some time, returning from the emperor, the girl was holding something heavy in her hands and could not believe that she had been given gold as a reward. He even provided her with more services. The girl recalled how the man ordered the third to be transferred to the empress so that she could make arrangements for the new servant. It's good that they took care of people in advance who would not like successful imprinting. Walking past one of the corridors, the girl caught Sir Millard and called out to him. He bowed to the seventh princess. His father was leaving and said that he was glad to see her in good health. Here is the answer the girl asked if he was returning after accompanying his sister Rosie. He replied that she was right. Curious about what she was holding in her hands, the girl told him that she was returning after the election ceremony. The impenetrable face of the young knight trembled and he muttered her last words. He carefully asked her who received the honor of becoming the seventh princess's personal knight. Eve didn't see anything like that and asked if he had heard about Michaelis Agnito. He first repeated his last name as if trying to remember who it was, and finally he had an idea. The homunculus asked if she was talking about the floating prison monster about which there were many rumors. Looking to the side with sad eyes, he muttered that if she was looking for someone worthy, then he was in her circle. The girl did not understand what he was talking about because she did not hear him. When she asked to repeat, the knight came to his senses and looked at her again. He bowed and asked permission to congratulate her on her choice of a personal knight, and asked permission to deviate since he had to go. Even Rose did not understand the reason for such haste, but she allowed him to leave, while still having time to thank him. Immediately after her permission, he stomped headlong in the opposite direction from her. But the girl did not understand what happened to him, wondering what could have happened to him. The girl's subsequent path was not blocked, and she finally returned to her apartment. The personal maid greeted and told him to go through as she was just in time. She hurried Sir Agnito to appear before his lady, and he walked out with confident steps from behind the screen, where he was being dressed in the uniform of an imperial knight. Now it was possible to understand why such a picky Rosie, who was picky about absolutely all the guys, could not resist him. If the girl herself were an ordinary person and not someone who is going through life for the second time, she would certainly fall in love. Here, not paying attention to personal space, Michael asked her why she was looking like that and whether it was because he looked strange. The heroine shook her head, saying that the uniform suited him very well, thinking to herself that it was very unexpected. He continued to say that it was sad not to have a sword, and the girl replied that later she would definitely choose a good one for him and said to warn him if he had one in mind. The man replied that since she captured the knight, she could calmly demand the ball as payment. Usually it is issued immediately along with the uniform. Well, apparently this rule was ignored for the seventh princess. Since members of the imperial family consider homunculi to be nothing more than decoration, everyone tries to choose a weapon that would stand out from the rest. So, of course, the girl didn't know how she could forget about it, which is why she wasn't given a good sword to start with. Watching her face become more and more gloomy, Michaelis said that he did not ask her to take care of this. He was simply stating the facts, and the girl noticed that he was knowledgeable, as if he had already lived in the palace. Then he answered that in the training complex, they were taught everything to the point of exhaustion about court etiquette and the knowledge necessary for life in the palace. And of course, all aspects of service to the imperial family, and it came from that very night service. The girl began to fidget uncomfortably in place as she felt some tension in the air. She said that now it would be better to discuss everything over a cup of tea and invited him to sit down. And yet she was glad that he did not refuse the dialogue because they should become closer as soon as possible. Imprinting is only a temporary measure, which the girl now adhered to according to her plan, because soon Michael will proclaim himself the king of the homunculi, at least according to her memories. If he plans an uprising, the girl will not be able to prevent everything, so from now on she needs to establish a connection between them. Becoming partners was a top priority, and while she was thinking so, the maid asked her if the girl would prepare everything herself. She nodded in agreement to Sedella and thought that in her past life they had once shared a cup of tea with him. She only showed politeness. Not expecting that he would actually agree, however, he soon left, citing the need to serve near Rosie. Then she asked Sir Agnito whether he liked the tea because she didn't know his preferences. Then he replied that he really liked the tea and especially its color, which reminded him of something. He admitted that he liked him because he was similar to the color of her eyes, and the heroine blushed. He knew what impression he made on the young girl, but decided to ask if there was something wrong with Her Highness. When the girl replied that everything was in order, he bowed and asked permission to leave as he should quickly head to Her Highness the 8th Princess. Still hiding her reddened face from him, the heroine heard him wishing her a good day as he left. These memories again brought a slight color to the girl's cheeks, and she decided to distract herself. Clearing her throat, the heroine asked Michael how he was going out, although it was a little late to ask such a question. The man did not react to her words, looking at the unpleasant picture in front of him. The heroine's hair fluttered beautifully in the wind since the window was open, and a faint smile adorned her face. She did not notice the gaze of her personal knight at all, as she was deeply immersed in her work. Finally, he decided to speak, but not to answer the main character's question. At first, he was hesitant to admit it, but then he said that many things resembled the 7th princess's hair color. Yes, she answered that her hair was not green, but was called lime blonde, which was still blonde. He nodded in agreement to her explanation, perfectly understanding the difference between green and lime hair. But after that, he immediately revealed one truth to the girl who was unsure of herself because of her hair, that it was the lime blonde that was so uniquely beautiful in his eyes, and she shouldn't downplay their value. After saying that my hair color is unique and beautiful, the girl opened her eyes wide. At first, she did not understand what exactly the young man meant. I think he was talking about the Imperial Garden. Therefore, she offered to take a walk there together, and he replied that he was looking forward to it, but calmly explained that he meant not so much the garden as the color of her hair. The girl simply silently stared at the homunculus, unable to understand why he complimented her. He noticed her perplexed look and asked if there was something wrong. The girl answered why he was asking. How should this be her question in this situation? And clarified whether he still hated the imperial family. The man immediately replied that he hated her, and then she awkwardly moved her index finger towards herself, revealing the truth to him. Anna reminded him that she was also a member of the imperial family, which he should hate. At first he looked at her in bewilderment, and then said that if you really think about it, why did he just say that? The girl asked if he hates her if he thinks about it. Then if he doesn't think about it, then everything is fine. He replied that apparently it was so, and if you don't pay attention to her, he doesn't hate her. The princess then suggested that this could be an imprinting effect, although it was just a thought. But the hero nodded in agreement, saying that everything fits together and it was even logical, since if you constantly hate the owner, you will get tired. Well, now he somehow didn't feel well and was afraid that without noticing, he would become the emperor's devoted mongrel. The heroine answered with a serene look that this would not happen and he should not worry about it. After a short silence, the man asked if the situation was strange because he said that he was afraid to become loyal to the emperor right in the presence of the princess. But it is doubly strange for him to hear this from her, that this will not happen, and the girl realized that she had let it slip. But in fact, nothing like this will happen, since it certainly did not happen in a past life. It was also surprising that she allowed him to address him informally, but she gave him such a right as a personal knight when they were alone. When the tea was ready, the girl asked him to taste it. After he took one sip, the man decided to call out to his mistress. Seeing that she was all attention, he reminded her that she had promised to tell him something. The heroine asked about the reason why she wanted to get him as a personal knight. The young man nodded in agreement and said that since he had now become her man, he could know the truth. The sweet girl smiled and replied that he was absolutely right, and she could tell him the truth. And without any pause or hesitation, she told him that she planned to become crown princess. After the words, there was deathly silence in the middle of the room, and the young man began to digest what she told him. But as time passed, he was unable to understand her intentions, and therefore decided to ask again. The main character calmly took a sip from her cup and said that, of course, the main task was to gain the place of the empress. Then she slammed her tea onto the table and said that the purpose of this was to free the homunculi from slavery. She continued to drink her tea calmly, as if she had not just said something extraordinary. The main character still could not understand her intentions and stammered and asked if she was serious. The princess stared at the young man with a serious look, asking if she had the look of a liar, and the homunculus replied that she looked quite convincing. You called her because she needed a personal knight, namely to take a position in secular society. The heroine nodded in agreement and said that for the crown princess, this is actually as important as politics. At this moment, she chuckled, hinting that a black sheep like her would never become an heir. The man still couldn't believe her words, and all the shocking information coming to him gave him a headache. But having decided to tell everything to the end, the heroine reminded that the Oath of Allegiance ceremony was this week, and the second important event would be next week. Michael remembered that the first event was the 8th princess's 20th birthday, when there would be a reception in honor of Rosanith's birthday. This was the first official event at which the girl would appear with her homunculus, and an important day for her return to society. Even Rose asked to be sure to tell her if the young man has plans that she better know about in advance. Agnito replied that a personal knight must always be close to his master, and that was all his plans. Usually, he accompanies the owner from the moment of awakening until the night. If there are no special orders, then he sleeps in the barracks of the Imperial Knights in the north. Homunculus knights live in groups in separate barracks, divided into female and male genders. There they live under strict surveillance and supervision in the barracks of the Imperial Guard. Street knights do not have any special privileges in this regard, but they cannot fail to appear for roll call if they provide services to a member of the Imperial family. Tell me. This man remembered that, if you think about it this way, on the day of the election of a knight, a review is traditionally held. The review was a custom when the homunculus had to demonstrate its nocturnal skills to its owner. From such a memory, the hero immediately tensed and stared at the girl with a pale face. Eve did not notice how, for some reason, the young man felt uncomfortable in her presence, and how he flinched at the slightest rustle from her. She looked out the window and commented that the sun had almost set. The man did not understand what this statement was about, and began to digest her last word about the evening. At this moment, the heroine turned her head to him again with a mysterious smile and said that it was time. Since his thoughts were occupied with the tradition among the August family, he froze for a moment, because, of course, he immediately thought that she was looking at him with a sly smile for a reason. The heroine's expression was serene, and she did not know what her knight was thinking. Michael looked at her in fear, swallowing loudly while he waited for the next words. But at that moment, the girl demolished all his plans, saying that it was time to leave and they could see each other tomorrow. The young man was completely warped because this was not what he expected at all, so he even stammered and asked again. The girl tilted her head questioningly, asking if there was something wrong with Sir Agnito. He wanted to explain what usually happens on election day, but quickly changed his mind, feeling stupid. It seemed to him that the 7th princess was the same as the other members of the imperial family. But in the end, he only embarrassed himself and therefore decided to leave quickly, to which the princess gave her consent. But when he had already left, the door clicked again, and his mistress's maid called out to him. He turned his head to her and calmly asked why she called him. The emperor did not expect eloquence from the princess, even though she was the 7th daughter of the empire, and was proud that she was finally using her talents. The girl thanked him for saying that she could act wisely. She tamed the monster, which was worthy of praise, and its form gave it a much more decent appearance. The heroine asked her father to address the monster, who became her knight appropriately. He was not angry with her at all and replied that she was right. It is necessary to undergo a ritual whoever was not. He cannot recognize him as a real knight." In his menacing voice, the man called the young man's full name, and he responded. The man that Majesty was sitting on his throne ordered him to kneel before the emperor. The girl carefully looked at her knight, internally regretting it. As support, she carefully extended her hand to him and touched his hand. He did not expect her to show affection and looked at her briefly. The girl showed with all her appearance that she was now in tension. At this moment, the young man raised his head and briefly replied that everything would be as the emperor said. The elderly man was already getting wet, having rolled up the sleeve of his formal suit. Then he hurried his daughter's newly made knight to carry out the order. The moment when the young knight knelt down, the monarch ordered to kiss the ground before the feet of the emperor. He did this in order to completely humiliate the young man and put him in his place after such humiliation. His dreams came true as the homunculus twitched, and his whole face turned red, while his heart thumped dully in his chest. He remembered how he chuckled briefly, watching his mistress try to support him. The man carefully freed himself from her hand, whispering that she shouldn't have worried. He obediently knelt down in front of His Majesty, already knowing how painful it would be for him. At the same time, the man rolled up his sleeve even further in front of the young man, and then he roughly grabbed his face, tightly squeezing his hair, saying that he was ordering him in the name of Desmond Dominic Callisto Hadelamid. He ordered Michaelis Agnito, born of the art of alchemy, to obey in everything the bearers of imperial blood. He will not dare to go against his masters, and will not be able to resist their will. And now, until his last breath, this is his highest priority. Before the emperor performed this ritual, when the girl and her knight first came to the emperor, the man spoke very harshly about the homunculus. He considered him an honest scoundrel who refused to take an oath, but the girl asked him not to be angry. After all, he did not renounce the oath of his own free will. And the man immediately asked what she wanted to say by this. As she thought, the problem was the flow of mana. When she saw Sir Agnito, she was finally convinced. She managed to fix the problem by clearing some channels and said that luck was on her side, but the man asked again. When he asked if luck was really on her side, the girl thought that he didn't believe her. But at that moment, his frightening face changed, and he asked again this time about what she was afraid of. Why is she so afraid to admit her outstanding abilities and so timid in front of the throne? Since he conveniently interpreted it this way, the girl replied that she would lie by saying no, however, when she stands in front of him. It is not fear that overcomes her. The feeling overwhelming her was not fear, but awe, full of respect for her father. Because at such a moment you can even think about a carefree tone. Of course, her real thoughts were different, if you remember the words of the maid to Michaelis earlier, when she began to tell him that Her Highness rarely prepares tea for anyone herself. Until today, only 3 in her memory have received this honor. And this was the princess's teacher, master of alchemy, mistress of the magic tower, and the late 4th empress. They were all people whom Her Highness respected and valued, and Sir Agnito became the 4th. At that moment, the girl just wanted him to know how much he was appreciated. He did not show his excitement in any way, briefly saying that he would take this into account. When the emperor called out to the black-haired young man, calling him the monster of the floating prison, the heroine was unhappy but hid it by introducing him as Michaelis Agnito. At that moment, the emperor seemed to accept her words about due respect for the knight, but brought him to his knees. The girl already sensed something was wrong, and when he ordered her to kiss the ground before the emperor's feet, she was completely convinced. Her fears were confirmed when she imagined the pale face of the homunculus and her triumphant father after these words. Slaves were betrayed to such a book 2 centuries ago, and the girl already wanted to intervene. But at the last moment, I came to my senses because if she goes against her father now, it will be very bad. She looked at the back of her newly made knight with a worried face. The heroine understood that her intervention would only harm Michaelis, and it could even kill the monster of the floating prison if the father is very angry. At the same time, the man she was thinking about was also trying to overcome his disgust for the emperor. But having pulled himself together, he nevertheless decided not to expose his mistress and did what was ordered, although at that moment his hands were trembling treacherously with barely restrained anger even after they left. The wind gently swayed his jet black hair, and the sun illuminated his downcast face. Looking at the melancholic homunculus, the girl sympathetically asked how he felt. He didn't answer her, still looking at nothing straight ahead. She already thought that he would ignore her question, but everything turned out differently. After some time, the man replied that it was completely different from when it was the princess. This revelation surprised the heroine, so she even asked for an explanation, which he did, saying that when she captured him, he had never experienced such a disgusting feeling. Looking at the young man who was subjected to emotional abuse, the girl could not help but feel compassion. After this moment of weakness, the newly made knight lowered his head, hiding his face. Then Evanrose extended her hand to him, asking if she could touch him. He replied that he was her knight, and therefore had no stake other than hers, and therefore the girl more confidently extended her hand to him. She gently touched Michaelis's silky hair. The wind blew her hair beautifully while she gave the man an encouraging smile. The young man's face became inscrutable, but he made no attempt to remove her hand, carefully watching her actions. The seventh princess praised the future king of the homunculi, saying that he was great for being able to overcome himself. And now she promised to continue to protect her knight and not allow this to happen again. Now the face of the young homunculus no longer carried any residue after the meeting with His Majesty the Emperor. Just looking at the innocently smiling face of his mistress, whose cheeks turned sweetly red, his soul became lighter. While his thoughts were occupied with such things, the girl began to turn her back to him, offering to return back. At first, the young man simply stood in a stupor with his mouth slightly open in silent surprise after her promise. But then he touched his face with a gloved hand with a slight smile. He realized that when she was with her, it felt like there were no problems at all, and that the future was on their side. Deciding not to bother his head with such thoughts, Agnito followed the girl so as not to be left behind, offering to go together. At the same time, when there was an idyll between these two, the third princess was having a tea party with her retinue that she had created. There was a mustachioed man, Marquis Chansley, who was the main shareholder of the Third Empire and the financial and political support of Bridget. He asked if Her Highness had heard that it was rumored that Her Highness the seventh princess had chosen her personal knight. The most interesting thing is that this was not just an ordinary knight from the Imperial Guard, and none other than the monster of the floating prison. At this moment, another man spoke up and commented that it was interesting why there would be such changes in her behavior. It was the Marquis of Reka, the head of the military affairs of the Empire, as well as a relative of Bridget, who continued to say that the reclusive princess, who did not visit anything further than the library, chose her personal knight. After waiting for him to finish, the advisor to the Marquis of Reimkal, Viscountess Fritz, spoke and said that she had not been informed that the seventh princess was so different from her usual self at the morning meetings. She assumed that the seventh princess had ambitious plans, and knowing what she wanted to say next, she was interrupted by the loud knocking of a cup of tea, which made everyone flinch. Ignoring their frightened reaction, the third princess replied with a smile that the seventh daughter of the Empire knew about the need to choose a personal knight. It seems that she decided to enter the battle for the throne, and she could not think of any other reasons for such changes. She grinned so evilly that her previously gentle and elegant face was completely transformed and became like the grin of a predator. Bridget continued to say that she had chosen only one personal knight and that nothing would change. The seventh princess did not have any growth foundation that would help her take the throne, so she ordered her subordinates to stop worrying in vain since the position of their mistress would not change. But one person nevertheless decided to contradict her, thoughtfully holding her chin and saying that for some reason she had a bad feeling about this. At this time, Bridget again reminded them of her words to forget about this situation, especially since now there were more important things for them. These influential individuals did not pay any attention to the personal knight who stood quietly behind his mistress. The attentive homunculus noticed that Viscountess Fritz was rarely excited and was now acting rather strangely. Deciding not to think about her behavior, he could not help but be curious about what the seventh princess and her knight were up to. His lips curved into a grin, so similar to the smile of his mistress when she thinks about something interesting. The man couldn't wait to find out the details about this couple and their plans, which they will definitely implement in the future. Several days have passed, and now the girl is in her office, sorting out the papers that had accumulated while she was busy with other things, and asking the maid how she liked the newly arrived servants. She replied that, as expected from the third empress, everyone was simply excellent and they all looked sincere and devoted. The princess concluded that they had sent really good guys since even her personal maid Sedella said so. Now, instead of housework, the girl decided to entrust Sedella with matters outside the palace, and she, of course, agreed. The girl's first order was urgent because she had to go to the blacksmith's. The quick-witted maid immediately guessed that her princess wanted to order the sword for Sir Agnito, which he wanted. The other party nodded in agreement and then continued that, as she said earlier, the maid must complete the preparation of the alchemy workshop. This was supposed to be the small workshop for about 3 people that she had mentioned a few days ago. Sadila, who wrote down all her words, said that she understood everything, asking if there were any other instructions, and the girl thought for a while. She was about to let the maid go, but then she remembered something and asked her to see if there were any decent estates south of the Ravello River. They said that the cost of houses there would soon rise so that it would be a good investment. So she invited the maid to choose according to her taste and then let her go. When the door slammed, the heroine began the next part of her plan and continued working with the documentation. She thought that in order to enter the battle for the throne, it was necessary to meet certain conditions and not just have imperial blood. Michael's imprint was just the beginning, which marked her in social circles. The next and quite important task for the execution of her plan was material support. This problem will be solved when Sadella completes one of her assignments and completes the preparation of the workshop, so she has thought of everything. Her mood worsened a little because the most serious problem lay ahead of her. And this was the first candidate for the throne, her half-sister, the third Princess Bridget. The reason why Bridget is the first candidate for the throne lay in her numerous achievements. But the main factor, of course, is the number of supporters of Bridget's power. She has more of them than anyone else. The heroine also needed supporters who could fight back, and come to think of it, Rosanite's upcoming birthday party was an opportunity not to be missed. While she was thinking about her next actions, now at the reception, Evenrose found documents about some people who could become her allies. The personalities with whom it was necessary to establish contact at the reception were provided along with the accompanying images of the girls. The heroine yawned, now knowing that she just needed to wait for Sadella to carry out her instructions. When her thoughts were not filled with information about the impending events, the girl thought about Michaelis, wondering if he was training now. And was there a chance that he would run into other members of the imperial family during it, since she was afraid that he would run into Rosie like in the past? She probably shouldn't have worried, but she still hoped that the two had not met before Rosie was imprinted. While Evenrose was worried about this, Michaelis diligently attacked the wooden training dummy with his sword. Behind him, the other homunculi were discussing the floating prison monster who had become the princess's witch knight. He seemed to have come to his senses after his time in prison, but there would have been no need for that if he hadn't been so stubborn. They thought that if Agnito had submitted to his imperial majesty from the very beginning, there would have been no need to hang around there. But at that moment, Michaelis was tired of listening to their gossip, so he rushed to the golem. His movements were so fast that no one could follow his movements as he swung his sword. He passed over the head of the stone head, leaving behind a residual image of a sword in the form of an arc. At first, it seemed that his attack had no effect on the stone statue, but literally a second later, cracks appeared along it. And then small pebbles began to fall from the body of the huge monster, when a crack formed exactly in the middle, dividing it in half. As if he had been waiting for this, the young man only stepped aside a little while the golem fell near him with a huge roar. The homunculi, who had previously unashamedly condemned his actions, calling him a hypocritical proud man, now regretted his words, looking at this picture with growing horror. When the slightly sweaty young man sat down on a nearby bench to rest, the other imperial knights finally understood why he was called a monster. At that moment, someone approached the newly minted knight, commenting on his actions as amazing swordsmanship. It was the future knight of the 8th princess who decided to take a step towards Michaelis and brought him a bottle of water to quench his thirst. After a moment's hesitation due to surprise, since Agnito did not expect that someone would dare to approach him after such a performance, he noticed that the speaker had silver hair. At the same time, Sylvestian continued, instructing the young man, advising him to control his strength next time since the cost of repairs would be required from Her Highness the 7th Princess. Taking the bottle from his hands and taking one sip, the man thanked the other party for the warnings when he realized that it was not worth breaking anything so as not to cause trouble. He slightly boldly returned the bottle, introducing himself as Michaelis Agnito, and as he knew he was the personal knight of Her Highness the 7th Princess, and asked who the other knight was. He calmly took the bottle back, answering that his name was Sylvestian Millard, and he belonged to the knightly guard. After he introduced himself, Agnito recalled what he heard from his mistress and remembered that he was the chosen one of Her Highness the 8th Princess. After a moment of hesitation, Sylvestian made it clear that it was true. His face changed dramatically and he muttered sarcastically that this was still an honor. Deciding to tell Michaelis why he actually approached him, the young homunculus admitted that, in truth, he wanted to ask him one question. When this was followed by tacit agreement, Millard continued speaking, questioning whether the rumors of a change occurring to the homunculus undergoing the imprinting ritual with the imperial family were true. The man understood what the other side was worried about, and, after thinking for a moment, remembered his feelings at that moment and said that there was a certain line. Until now, he had never experienced such, or indeed special emotions, but after imprinting, his priorities changed in some natural way, and it was a little strange. Then the silver-haired knight asked if this meant that in this case, after the imprinting ceremony, he would give his soul to Her Highness, the 8th Princess. The other knight did not deny such a possibility, and the young man understood, commenting that he did not know whether this was good or bad. At this moment, Michaelis, who was closely watching his reactions, involuntarily opened his mouth and raised one of his eyebrows in silent surprise. He realized that this guy apparently already had someone from the August who left an imprint on his soul. All the same, the members of the imperial family are simply useless hypocrites in his opinion, so he decided to still support the young man who was frowning into space. The man decided to rectify the situation and replied that he might not give up his soul after the sealing ceremony, and the other side was very surprised. Remembering the emperor who was angry with him, Michael noted that he thought that he still didn't like it, and Sylvestian immediately refuted his words, remembering something he said that priorities had changed naturally. So why now he took back his words? Then he replied that he had said maybe that he was not completely sure and therefore asked not to think anything bad, but even when it's difficult, it's worth having your own point of view. Anyway, when the homunculi get tired of them, they simply get rid of them, so there was no need to invent anything and suffer from it. Then Sylvestian asked if Her Highness the 7th Princess was the same, and at that moment his hair darkened the expression on his face so that it was impossible to guess what he was thinking about. Still looming over Michaelis, the young homunculus this time raised his voice so that he could hear him clearly. His face was extremely serious as he regained his cold expression and asked if Agnito thought that his new mistress would get rid of him so easily. At this question, the face of this previously relaxed Michaelis froze, and his pupils narrowed from the chill that washed over him. He was simply silent, as if he could not find words, and his body was tense like a string in an unnatural position. The young man, who was watching him carefully, noticed signs of the threat lurking behind these harmless actions and decided to drop the matter. The homunculus said that it seemed that it was somewhat rude on his part, and such stupidity was not even worth such a thought. When he wanted to say why his face became melancholic, but he overpowered himself and, looking away, continued to say that it was because the princess was not that kind of person. Michaelis realized that he did not want to be rude to him, or even more so to provoke him, and, still a little stunned, nodded in agreement to his words. Then, seeing that the other party was not offended with him and they had adjusted everything, Sylvestian gave him his hand for a handshake and said that he seemed to be interfering with his training, but he was pleased to talk to him. Michaelis extended his hand in the same way, answering that he had not spoken so well with another homunculus for a long time. Shaking each other's hands firmly, they promised the next time there would be an opportunity to spar to test the strength of both sides. When Michael left the training ground, the sun had already begun to set as several long hours of training had already passed. The young man's face was thoughtful as he recalled the events that happened during training today. At that moment, when Sylvestian hinted that the princess might turn out to be the same as the rest of the August ones, Agnito almost lost his temper, but he reassured himself that he was wrong. And then he thought that the 7th princess was also from the imperial family and could do as much as she wanted, but then he stopped. The man froze in place as he headed to his room, where he shared space with another imperial knight. Agnito still didn't understand why he was so angry, having already found the reason that it could be due to the imprinting effect. While his thoughts were occupied with not the most rosy ideas and assumptions, someone's high-pitched voice familiarly called him by name. It was the girl who was now occupying the young man's thoughts and who was now serenely waving her hand at him. The man quickly approached his mistress as he walked, asking why she came to him on her own, when she could have sent a servant and he would have come himself. But the girl replied that she was just walking without a particular purpose. The heroine decided to ask him how life was in the palace and whether he had accidentally met other members of the imperial family. The man replied that life in the palace was quite calm, so it was not bad, but he did not meet members of the imperial family due to the fact that he was only in the training ground. After that, an awkward silence arose between them, which the girl decided to diffuse by calling her newly made knight for a walk so that she could show him one special place for her. It was a charming garden in which majestic chandeliers hung and all kinds of flowers of different colors and sizes grew. Michael, after a moment's hesitation because he was deeply shocked in a good way, complimented this place, saying that it was magnificent and he had never seen anything more beautiful than this. In his opinion, it was still good that he got out of the training complex, and the heroine was sincerely glad that he liked it. At this time, a man who carefully examined the local plants noticed something unusual, because if you look, there was the same principle as with magic that causes weather conditions. He said something about how she kept the environment intact was impressive, and Evan Rose commented on how insightful he was, saying that this greenhouse was a home of magic and alchemy. The man denied her words about knowledge of alchemy because he was not knowledgeable in it, but he could sense magic. Literally feeling these small particles with his fingers, the hero noted that the magical structure and flows of mana were incredibly gentle. After his words, the girl was surprised for a second at what happened quite often in the presence of the young man. But then she remembered some information about homunculi. Thanks to all the books she studied in her past life, the girl remembered that homunculi are not deprived of talent in magic, and therefore for many it seems obvious that their alchemy skills are also quite high. Although this was not entirely accurate information, and alchemy was not subject to everyone, and could not be subject to control at all. In the Imperial Guild of Alchemists, this was explained by the law of nature, as people created by God cannot use the power of the Creator. Likewise, homunculi created by alchemy, which is subject to people, cannot use it. On the other hand, they say that homunculi are sterile because from birth they do not have the ability to create. But in Rosenith's past life, the 8th princess became pregnant from Michael with the help of the Philosopher's Stone, although the homunculi were sterile. If we assume that the infertility of homunculi is an unshakable truth, then how could this happen? Perhaps the answer was in the forbidden records of the ruling dynasty, to which only the emperor and his next heir to the throne have access, which made the girl even more lost in thought. The homunculus felt embarrassed by such a long silence, and he decided to ask what she was thinking about with such an expression on her face. The girl, with a completely serious face, answered immediately without hesitation that she was thinking about conceiving a child. After that, they both fell into silence with the feeling that both still did not understand what the main character said. When they both froze, the young man blushed, and his eyes narrowed when he decided to ask again what she said, as if not yet believing what was happening. Then the harsh truth hit the girl on the head, and she shuddered in horror when she realized what she had done. Her cheeks also turned red, and she began to clearly deny her previous words, saying that this was not what she meant. But the man did not listen to her and replied that although she knew this, he decided to remind her that homunculi are not capable of childbearing. Even Rose began to nod, saying that she already knew this information, but this did not explain why she was looking at him like that, and the girl explained that she was just wondering whether homunculi were definitely infertile or not. Agneto again patiently asked the question why she was looking at him, thinking about such strange things. Realizing that they wouldn't budge this way, the girl hastily explained that it just happened that he was standing in front of her, and he shouldn't have thought anything strange about her. The 7th princess closed her mouth because she realized that she had begun to jabber all sorts of unnecessary information and began to look down in shame. The man who had previously carefully watched her reaction was a little dumbfounded, not knowing how to console the girl so that they would simply close this topic. But before he had time to say anything, the main character frantically jumped up from her seat, unable to be in his presence any longer, and said that it was time for them to return. She strongly recommended that he go first, and after a slight hesitation, the hero decided not to put pressure on her and go forward. While their leisurely steps were heard in the greenhouse, they themselves were plunged into silence while the girl mentally cursed herself, thinking how she could blurt out such a thing. At the same time, it was not clear what the future king of the homunculi, who was in front of the girl and only his back was visible, was thinking about. But if the seventh princess had not been busy with self-flagellation, she could have noticed how the young man's cheeks, ears, and even his neck turned red, proving that her words did not pass by him. The birthday of the eighth princess, Rosanite, has finally arrived, and after taking a bath and a skin and hair care procedure, the main character could only think about how tired she was and how long she could swim. The maid encouraged her, saying that she could handle it, informing her, while serving tea, that the eighth princess had been going through the ritual for 2 hours, although usually everyone was finished within an hour. At the same time, his mistress indifferently commented that 2 hours was indeed a long time for the imperial family. Rosie had no talent for alchemy, so she had to perform the imprinting ceremony 5 times, and in the end, she mastered the ritual only with the help of a piece of the philosopher's stone that her father gave her. Although Estella also didn't care, she couldn't help but wonder if the eighth princess would cope, and the lady replied that there was nothing to worry about, because the sister always got what she wanted, and remembering this, she asked where her personal knight was, and the other side replied that Sir Agnito had already come a long time ago and was now being prepared in the guest room for the reception. Even Rose was surprised by such responsibility on the part of the milkman, and the maid explained that, today, Sir Agnito needed to be dressed no less than Her Highness, the princess, so she had to hurry. Then the heroine agreed with her because men had a hard time in the imperial palace, although she still wanted to see him, but asked for advice whether she should wait until the servants were finished with him. Estella replied that her mistress did not need to adhere to etiquette so much because, after the imprinting, the seventh princess was a close person for Sir Agnito. Therefore, she herself invited her to go into the room in which the young homunculus was now located, and the girl followed her. After some time, they arrived in that very room, and caught the moment when the homunculus was sitting in one of the chairs, and 3 new servants from the emperor were fussing over him. These same servants, seeing them enter, were horrified and screamed, saying that Her Highness could not come in now. At the same time, while the maids were alarmed by something, as if they were preparing a surprise for their mistress, but they were caught red-handed. Michaelis, on the contrary, calmly turned his head. The man briefly greeted Her Highness, and when he wanted to get up, the robe that was thrown over him began to slowly roll down, revealing his skin. At first, the heroine remained standing motionless during this time, and without saying anything to her newly made knight, digesting what was happening. Her gaze slowly fell from the melancholy face of the dark-haired young man to the first parts of the body that were revealed to her gaze. At first, it was only his collarbones and upper chest, but when the homunculus stood up to his full height, the fabric finally slipped off him and fell to the floor, revealing the fact that his upper body was naked. The main character was very surprised to see her knight in this form, especially when she looked more closely at his face, which was literally sparkling. Seeing her gaze, Michael asked if he looked strange at that time, not knowing that his newly made mistress was internally blinded by his beauty. At this time, one of the maids literally flew out from behind Agnito to ask Her Highness what she thought about their work on her knight, which saved the main character from questioning. The maid began to rant, saying that the man's eyes, blazing with heat, are emphasized by makeup called the Star of the Night, which her uncle also uses to seduce the opposite sex. The heroine couldn't help but think what would happen if she handed such a dangerous weapon to such a man, but not knowing her thoughts, a maid named Fiona expressed the hope that Her Highness would like tonight. This was too much, so even Rose told her to stop, and when she obeyed, the other maid asked Sir Agnito to sit up straight and look forward. The young man obediently sank back into the chair, saying that he understood Miss Leon, and his mistress breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that everything was fine with him, the heroine told him that since he was busy getting ready, she would go and not disturb him. But he replied that it was okay if she stayed since she didn't interfere. But the girl continued to refuse, saying that she was still uncomfortable so she would leave. But he resisted, again saying that he would like her to stay. Despite the embarrassment that gripped him, he admitted that all this was the first time for him. So he was embarrassed. Such a reaction surprised not only the girl, who internally even screamed in surprise, as did the servant in the room. While the man averted his gaze, still feeling embarrassed, the girl thought that she could not even imagine what the same Michaelis Agnito would worry about while preparing for the reception. Now the girl was convinced that the words of her maid were true, and she was a close person to the homunculus, and the imprint created a connection between them. She understood that he depended on her, but for some reason this feeling did not cause her an alarming feeling. But on the contrary, her heart trembled with an unknown delight. The heroine decided to give in to the guy, and with a slight smile sat back on the sofa, saying that then she would stay next to him to make him more comfortable. At this time, one of her subordinates picked up a robe from the floor, and with a kind smile told the homunculus that now the homunculus would be applying makeup to her body, so she decided to remove the robe. Michaelis opened one of his eyes while the maids looked at whether makeup was on his face, and asked why they also applied it to his body. He calmly explained that this is a matter of course, and is done to emphasize the lines of the body, such as the collarbones, chest, torso, where the skin needs to be tidied up. Because of its authority, the imperial palace is especially strict on appearance, and although it was hard, she asked Agnito to be patient, but because she giggled, she didn't sound as serious as she wanted. But the man did not pay attention to her chuckle, and after he had the opportunity to speak without interfering with the work of the servants, he replied that he understood her, although he was not too lazy to note that, looking at his attire for the reception, I could not call it strict, and Eve, a little embarrassed, replied that the tastes of noble ladies also have a key influence on high society. They were not allowed to speak when a servant was brought in, who brought a black package on a tray, which he handed to Sir Agnito. He explained that at a reception in the palace, the knights of the guard and personal knights are required to wear this thing, namely a black lace bandage. It helps to distinguish homunculi from a gathering of aristocrats by eliminating eye contact between the homunculus and other people. This contributes to treating homunculi as a personal thing, since if the imperial family loses its power, psychological pressure will help to retain power in their hands for some time. After all, the fact that homunculi have been controlled for so many years was not just like that, and the ancestors of the main character have been using various tricks with homunculi for hundreds of years. Suddenly, at that moment, someone set off fireworks outside the window, and this meant that the 8th Princess Rosanith had finally completed the imprinting, which had taken an unusually long time. The heroine muttered that in the end, Sir Millard became Rosie's personal knight, which she mentally added that she had been in a past life. Michaelis, who was sitting nearby and carefully monitored her reaction, decided to share his experiences and observations with her. Interrupting her thoughts, he said that it was difficult for him to watch her regret that someone became the personal knight of another princess. He curved his lips into a charming smile and, pointing at himself, continued to say that it was especially difficult because Agnito was sitting right in front of her. The girl did not react to his words in any way, because she understood that he was just teasing her, and there was no deep meaning in this. Therefore, she only chuckled quietly, answering that she was not exactly sorry that Sir Millard had become the personal knight of another princess. But Agnito decided to be persistent, and noticed that there was so much sadness in her words when mentioning Sir Millard, but the girl calmly refuted his words, saying that everything was not so, and Michael was for her the only knight whom she would not exchange. On the contrary, after he saw Rosanite today, she asked him to try not to envy Sir Millard because the heroine herself would never give up on him. The man smiled and said that of course he swears on his status as a knight that he will serve her and take care only of her highness. The young people had such a special atmosphere when they mutually agreed never to leave each other that the servants could only blush thinking that they were interfering in something personal. At this time, Estella was ready to interrupt this atmosphere to approach her lady and remind her that the imprinting ceremony was over, and therefore it was time for her to get ready. She began to gently push her mistress towards the exit, saying that she needed to hurry up while the main character shed fake tears. Michael watched with peripheral vision the departure of the girl, who, although she was a princess of the empire, did not like to dress up like the rest of the family. Unable to restrain himself, he smiled faintly, thinking that the reception would not be so bad for him when he needed to accompany Evenrose. Finally, the reception at the palace began, and the entire imperial castle was filled with high-ranking aristocrats from all over the empire. Beautiful classical music was playing, and people were discussing how quickly time passes since the 8th princess is already 20 years old. The young ladies were no exception, discussing this hot topic that the eighth princess had finally chosen a personal knight, wondering if he really was as special as rumors had it. At this time, one of the girls noticed someone in the crowd that attracted her attention, and she immediately recognized that person. She quickly turned back to her friends and began frantically asking if they too had seen how the seventh princess had just passed by, but the other ladies did not believe her, saying that she was probably mistaken. They did not believe that the princess, who always sat within four walls, would come to a reception on the occasion of the birthday of another princess. But in the end, it was quite the opposite. After all, no matter how you look at it, this beautifully dressed girl was the seventh princess of this Even-Rose Hadalamid Empire. Moreover, she was not alone, but together with a beautiful black-haired homunculus whose eyes were covered with a lace black mask. The aristocrats immediately began to whisper, not believing what was happening, that it seemed like it was really happening, and asking each other if they had seen who was accompanying her. They realized that apparently the rumors were true, and Her Highness the seventh princess had chosen a personal knight. While people passing by were shocked by what was happening because they were well aware of the character of the main character, Michael behaved extremely calmly, although his eyes were a little hampered by the blindfold. His mistress, looking at him, became concerned about his well-being and therefore asked how he was doing with his first appointment. The man's eyes were not visible, so it was impossible to judge what exactly he was thinking about. But at that moment, he remembered how, before their appearance, the princess's new servants admired her appearance, saying what a joy it was to serve someone so beautiful. Now he understood what they were talking about, so he answered her that it was incomparable, although he did not mean the reception itself. The man, not paying attention to the whispers behind them, asked the heroine what her plan was, and she replied that they needed to remember the people who could help her in the future. Michael realized what was happening and asked if there was something he should do, and the girl told him it was just beautiful to stand next to her. She also asked to be warned if the older sister was nearby, and he replied that he would take it upon himself. When the heroine breathed in and out to calm down and still holding the young man's elbow, she decided to begin implementing the plan. The first person on her list of people who could help her in her future endeavors was a girl who stood hesitantly near the drinks table. She prepared herself for this day and mentally prepared a treasure chest for those she could make her allies. The Hadalamid Empire was an outsider country to the prosperity of magic and alchemy and cannot live without it. Therefore, the magic stone, as the source of this power, has become the most important resource. Baron and Baroness Parnello had a great advantage in this regard over the rest of the aristocratic families of the empire. After all, they operated a mine for the extraction of the empire's most important resource. And in a past life, they did not follow the lead of the third Princess Bridget and were not even afraid to rebel against her. The main character understood perfectly well that this time they should become her support. She approached the Baroness with soft and leisurely steps and hinted that the drink to which she was reaching out was strong alcohol. Therefore, the girl got ready and offered that fruit juice that would be better suited for Baroness Parnello. The heroine made it clear that she was well aware of who was in front of her, and when the young lady turned her head to her and was about to thank her, she shuddered when she saw who called out to her. The unsociable seventh princess of the empire appeared before her and was the first to speak to the not very popular aristocrat. Realizing who the girl was in front of her, she immediately curtsied and greeted Her Highness the seventh princess, and she reciprocated, saying that she was glad to meet her. The heroine continued their acquaintance by telling Lady Parnello that she had heard that she was all business after the wedding. She assumed that today the Baroness attended the holiday instead of her husband, and the lady did not understand how she knew about it. But Evan-Rose did not let her finish, saying that was all, because everyone knew about Lord Parnello's love for his wife and suggested this reception. Clinking glasses with the young woman, the heroine continued to explain why she came to this conclusion, namely that if the Baron could have been present, he would hardly have left his dear wife alone. Although Evan-Rose was not used to communicating in high society, she still knew how to make sincere compliments that embarrassed the people around her, which is what happened to the Baroness, who blushed. Even-Rose added that there was not a drop of lies in her words, and asked if the lady's husband was very busy, and she said that, unfortunately, a lot of things had piled up, and her husband was so busy that now she was learning to manage their lands on her own. The princess again complimented her, saying that she was known for her brilliant mind and was sure that she would do a great job, and the girl thanked her for her kind words. The heroine decided to get down to business after the situation had calmed down, starting with the fact that only 6 months had passed since the wedding, and this would be her first summer as a baroness. She explained that every half-century in the Parnello domain, the Lace Tora River overflows its banks, causing flooding. She asked to be careful during the rainy season this summer. Although these words were considered absurd, but since the princess herself said it, the girl believed her and, shuddering, replied that she had heard about it for the first time. The heroine explained that she learned about this from books in the imperial archives. There are several records about their lands. That every 50 years after the rainy season, monsters come, and if suddenly the fortress walls collapse due to floods, the damage will be indescribably great. Such a revelation was like a bolt from the blue for the newly made baroness, and she clutched her heart in shock. The girl, beaming with a bright smile, reassured her, assuring her that she understood how difficult it was to believe, and she would ask the maid to find the records so that the lady should have visited her before going to the estate. Realizing how serious this matter was, the baroness stutteringly accepted her offer that she would come to her tomorrow and thanked Her Highness for her help. The heroine, without removing the friendly smile from her face, replied that no thanks were required, although she was internally pleased. She considered that she had worked hard enough for today, but still decided to show courtesy to the guests to the end in order to find greater favor through the nobility. The aristocrats were talking about how who would have thought that Her Highness the 7th Princess was so sociable and looked like they were having a good time, and therefore also wanted to join them. Other people supported a similar conversation, saying that it was interesting to learn about her personal night. At the same time, members of the imperial family stood on the balcony and watched their half-sister, thinking about how to somehow diffuse the situation in front of their elder sister. They pushed this responsibility onto each other, being angry at the culprit of Bridget's bad mood, namely the 7th princess, who behaved differently. While they were sending daggers towards their sister, the future heir to the throne sharply slammed her fan, causing her nearby relatives to flinch. Understanding this as a hint not to irritate the brother and sister, they decided to quickly get out of harm's way away from their angry sister. Left alone with her personal knight, the 3rd princess called out to him, called Lisa, and he made it clear that he was listening to her. She looked at the homunculus with her peripheral vision and briefly said that she knew what to do. The man was silent for some time and looked straight ahead, without changing his face, and also briefly answered that he would carry out her order. At the same time, while the 3rd princess was giving orders to her personal knight, Michaelis noticed people nearby and decided to warn his mistress about it. He made it clear that the 4th princess and 5th prince were heading in their direction, a meeting with whom clearly would not end well, at least for the girl's psyche. Deciding to quickly capitulate, she turned to one of the ladies with whom she was talking, saying that at this point she would probably take her leave because she wanted to get some fresh air. Not forgetting to mention how pleasant it was for her to communicate with all of them, that everyone supported her, saying what an honor it was and asked to be sure to stop by to see them at the celebration. The 5th prince and 4th princess could only be indignant from afar as they saw how their sister decided to avoid communicating with them. The man, who was still wearing the bandage, briefly commented as soon as the door closed behind them that it seemed they had broken away. He didn't look out of breath, unlike the girl who, having caught her breath, replied that they really had a blast, and it happened thanks to him. At that moment, the princess's legs gave way and she almost fell, but the hands of a young man managed to catch her and held her in place. The man immediately became worried and started asking if everything was okay with her, and the girl replied that nothing bad had happened. Looking at her feet, the heroine explained that the reason for her fall was the heels, which she had not worn for a long time due to the uselessness of her lifestyle. The hero did not understand how she could rub her feet, if she could relieve the pressure on her shoes with the help of magic. The girl, who was still holding him with her hands, chuckled and explained that of course she could do it, but then the gait would not be so graceful. Agnito understood her point of view and was currently thinking about how to ease her pain and solve the problem, and something caught his attention. There were small places to sit near the windows, and the young man carefully placed the girl there, after asking her to sit for a minute. When he was sure that she was comfortable enough to sit, Michael knelt down in front of her, and the girl still didn't understand why he did that. But she began to understand why he suddenly sat her down when he began to carefully remove her shoe with gloved hands. The heroine herself, without knowing why, blushed at such contact, not expecting such care from him. Gently holding the girl's leg over his palms, a yellow light began to shine, which was aimed at healing. The man knew only the basics of everyday magic, but still it was better than nothing. And when the hero asked if the girl felt better, she stuttered and answered that yes. The girl's heart was pounding loudly, thinking about how unexpected such behavior was on Michael's part, since she was not used to such intimate interaction with another person. Due to her curious nature, she couldn't help but wonder if they were even taught this at the training center. While there was this special atmosphere between them that sometimes slipped between them lately, Michael twitched. Noticing someone nearby, the man tensed up and prepared his weapon, since the appearance of a person at such a time was suspicious. They heard the footsteps of a man before he appeared, and the young people froze in anticipation of who it was. Then this man raised his voice, and it became clear that it was the man who greeted the seventh princess, making it clear that he was well aware of who was in front of him. He walked slowly out of the shadows, appearing before the personal knight of the princess and even Rose herself. The woman was surprised by his appearance when he matter-of-factly said that he was looking forward to meeting Her Highness. Even Rose was pleased with the day because she was able to get the attention of the Baroness, but at that moment, a man, whom Michael called a suspicious character, intervened. The man bowed before the main character, saying that he was waiting for the seventh princess, as if not noticing how tense the young people in front of him were. Still not looking straight into the heroine's face, the man began to talk about how, as he expected, she came to him herself. And this Alwyn Redman admired Her Highness's insight for discovering underestimated talents, and the girl finally came to her senses. As soon as he said his name, the girl remembered this self-confident guy named Alwyn Redman, who was the second son of Count Redman. He was currently an official in the ceremonial department, but in the future he became a corrupt official and a fraudster. Alwyn Redman, who was now asking the princess whether he was right, took up an administrative position. But he took it thanks to his father, and among embittered people, he was better known as a winged supplier of personnel. One day he was demoted, although it was unknown for what reason this event happened in a past life. But it shook his composure. But thanks to his caring father who used his power, he again became an official. But now he was not in the ceremonial department, but in the treasury. There Alvin became a big shot, to put it mildly, and committed all sorts of thefts. The main character was one of his victims from whom an endless amount of pocket and prize money was stolen. Because of this, the girl never received any imperial gifts from any palace events, and the girl still mentally mourned them. She tried to reach him several times, but failed because Alwyn was best at covering his tracks. The girl, who decided to hide from the troublemaker, tried to calmly assess whether cooperation with him was beneficial. Michael, who coldly stared at the impostor who was talking some nonsense in front of his mistress, asked if she knew him. After his words, another young man twitched as if he had been hit, thinking that he had, after all, been mistaken in his conclusions and no one had noticed him. But at that moment, the girl decided to take a risk and, leaving the protection of her personal knight, replied that she knew Sir Redman. When the girl talked to guests at the reception, she carefully watched who she came into contact with, and she could perfectly see how the red-haired young man was carefully watching her from afar. If she betrays a smart enemy, she will find herself in a difficult position, so the main character decided to make friends with Sir Redman. Smiling friendly, the girl said that she was glad to meet him because she had been waiting for the opportunity to talk with him for so long. The man turned from gloomy to a man overflowing with happiness and began to quickly say that, as he thought, he was also one of the talents chosen by Her Highness. He believed that if it were she would not be misled by the scandalous rumors that he was a winged supplier of personnel. Their source was that his boss, Count Sanchez, called him a winged supplier, although these were groundless rumors. But now he was fine since Her Highness recognized him and the girl caught important information in his words. After all, if the man was talking about Count Sanchez, who really was at odds with Count Redman, who was Alwyn's father? Because if you think about it a little longer, when Alwyn was demoted, Count Sanchez was the one who had just become the head of the ceremonial department. Looking at the young man who looked at her with pitiful eyes, the heroine realized that he was really telling the truth. The main character seemed to be doused with cold water when she realized that in her past life, her chance of success was blocked because of the dishonest Count Sanchez. She decided to give the young man in front of her another chance to start an honest life and not live by stealing the imperial treasury. Even Rose called out to Sir Redman and advised him to return to the ceremonial department right away. The man, who clenched his hands out of nerves, did not understand why he should return there if his duty there had already been fulfilled. Approaching the young man, the heroine explained how many sacrifices had been made to ensure that Rosie's selection for today's ceremony was successful. She had barely completed the ritual before the banquet, and approaching the young man's ear, the heroine said that it seemed that significant proposals would appear. Significant proposals that were not approved in advance, such as fragments of the Philosopher's Stone. They couldn't leave a record that would harm the prestige of the imperial family, and now the ceremonial department would be busy reducing the records. And she thought that he could help her with this, and the young man nodded eagerly at her words and said that he would take care of it right now. The seventh princess knew very well that this way of working with papers was just the hero's specialty. The heroine decided to strengthen the result of her efforts by complimenting him, saying that, of course, if he takes care of it, the work will be done carefully. Then the girl decided to hurry Sir Redman by ordering him to attract the attention of the head of the ceremonial department. And he, like an obedient dog, almost jogged to fulfill her request to improve his position in the department. The heroine, who was still pointing her finger in the direction of the department until the man disappeared from sight, and only after that was able to calmly exhale. With a little regret, she noted that now the fact that Rosie used the Philosopher's Stone will be buried forever. It is a pity that this will benefit the eighth princess, but it will force Sir Alwyn to attract the attention of his superior so that he will not go down the wrong path and become a corrupt official. And what's important is that he won't torture the main character like in her previous life. Having survived such a conversation, the heroine leaned back from fatigue on the shoulder of her personal knight. In concern, Sir Agneto asked her if everything was okay, to which she honestly replied that she was not okay, and she needed to stand in this position for just a minute to recover. A man without a single emotion on his face, who was wearing a black lace bandage, looked at the girl, and what he saw was the tired seventh princess of this empire who just wanted to rest at least a little in someone's presence. Holding the heroine, the homunculus could not resist, and asked if her leg still hurt. And at first the girl couldn't even remember, for some reason, it wasn't supposed to hurt, because she forgot how Michael helped her relieve the pain. But then she answered that her fatigue was not caused by this, but by the fact that her blood pressure simply dropped. Trembling from overwork, the heroine admitted that Sir Alwyn's arrival was a surprise to her, which is why she was so shocked, because she decided that she had made a mistake somewhere in her plan. Looking at the trembling main character, the man nodded understandingly, saying that he still thought that she did an excellent job considering that she was nervous. Even Rose could not help but agree with his arguments, and then her personal knight asked her what she thought and whether she wanted to rest a little more. But this time the girl did not agree with his proposal, saying that she knew when Rosie would come to the reception, and therefore she needs to continue fulfilling her tasks for today. And opening the door to one of the rooms where the young aristocrats were sitting, the girl commented that the preparations were almost completed. These were the sons and aristocrats of the Imperial Gnosis Academy, and among them were members of the Imperial Advisory Council. If we look at everyone individually who was in the room, then the brunette is shifted because of something. He was the son of Count Riddell. For example, the blonde man in the center with an expressionless face was the son of the Marquis Ramichiello. Despite the fact that they are all amazing and exceptional in their own way, what they all have in common is that they have no rights to inheritance due to the fact that they are not the firstborn. However, in her past life, the girl remembered very well that two of them were still able to inherit the throne, and they would be ideal for supporting her political figure. Therefore, the girl turned to Michael asking if he could stay and wait for her here for a while. The man, of course, was surprised by this, and he asked why she suddenly decided to do this, and she replied that she needed to remove the barriers to enter. A young man who had only recently joined high society certainly did not understand her, but high society is in fact a market for marriage. But since she has no connection with these aristocrats, the girl had no choice but to boldly approach them. If she has enough spirit and charisma, it will be enough if she can take at least one of them to her side. The princess harbored the hope in her soul that at least one of them would support someone like her who had never tried to rise above her head before. Once within the limits of their vision, the girl made her presence known to the young people. With a friendly smile, the heroine politely asked to pour a drink for her, too. She did not lose hope that she would be able to integrate into their society and that her plan would be successful if she tried hard enough. Although you couldn't tell from her, inside, the girl prayed to all the existing gods who would allow her to hook at least one of them. The young people who had previously chatted casually, since they were old friends, at first silently stared at the princess of this empire. So the son of the marquise decided to take the initiative and began the conversation by noticing that it seemed to be very crowded here. Therefore, with a polite smile, the young man pointed to a seat next to him and invited Her Highness to sit next to him. This was not at all the greeting that the heroine expected, so such friendly behavior was a surprise to her, and it was Calix Remichiello, who is known for his shamelessness, who now so kindly offered her a seat next to her. Not understanding what he had in mind, the girl nevertheless decided to accept his offer and thanked Mr. Remichiello. She decided not to bother herself with this for now and reassured herself that it was most likely just curiosity, and, clearing her throat, said that she heard they were talking about the Gnosis Academy. The heroine politely asked if it would be okay if she also listened, since she had been interested in the academy for a long time. The young children of the aristocrats immediately relaxed and smiled and asked if she wanted to hear stories about the academy, but they didn't even know where to start. So the evening continued while the girl listened to conversations about how she needed to see the madness that was happening within the walls of the academy with her own eyes, and the girl assumed that everything seemed to be going well. But at the same time, Kokona thought about this. The blonde next to her noticed that Her Highness's glass was empty. The young people who were next to her were alarmed, saying that they could not allow her glass to be empty and began to rise from their seats. They approached the seventh princess with glasses already filled, asking her to take a glass and take another next time. The heroine was, to put it mildly, shocked by such unexpected pressure from seemingly pleasant young people who handed her 2 glasses. But these were not glasses with ordinary juice, but ones in which the drinks had been deliberately spoiled. Looking at one of her glasses with a frown on her face, the girl couldn't help but wonder how likely it was that they would dare to mix brandy instead of soda. According to the laws of the imperial palace, it is considered very rude if, without emptying a glass served by another person, you put it back. She felt very offended because it was clear that such high-ranking aristocrats could not help but know this rule, and apparently tried to deliberately get her drunk. Looking at how the young girl felt uncomfortable, the blonde next to her said that if it was too much for her, she could give the glass to him. At this time, Evan Rose looked in surprise at the Marquis's son, remembering that there is an option when you give a glass to a person of the opposite sex who did not offer this glass. Alone, looking at the innocently smiling blonde, the girl understood perfectly well that then she would have to fulfill his request or pay the price. Now, thinking about it more seriously, the heroine realized that Mr. Remichiello was the only one who did not offer her a drink. This means he was the only one to whom she could give one of her glasses, and it seemed that he had thought this through from the very beginning because he wanted something from her. And after such a conclusion, another suspicion immediately came that all these people followed his plan. The princess, looking at her glass, thought about whether she should have done as he wanted purely for the sake of simple curiosity. But she couldn't be sure of this because she didn't know what Calix Remichiello wanted from someone like her. At this time, someone interfered with her thoughts and called out to her as Your Highness, and said that he would drink this drink for her. It turned out to be Sir Agnito, who greatly surprised the girl with his appearance as he appeared extremely on time. Don't ask her opinion. He immediately took the glass from her and drank the entire contents in one gulp right in front of the other guests. The girl began to worry about him, mentally thinking that the drink must have been very strong, and therefore asked her personal knight if everything was fine, and he answered positively. At the same time, Calix looked at the homunculus who had just approached with a cold expression on his face. He decided to interrupt the special atmosphere between the young people and said that he had heard that homunculi are resistant to poisons. Therefore, with an even colder expression on his face, the man continued to say that it was clear why, and alcohol was nothing for such creatures as homunculi. He realized that he was being provoked. Michael calmly replied that such resistance to alcohol and poison was needed in order to help their masters. There was a silent war of views between them, and if you strain yourself, you can imagine that lightning ran between them. The heroine realized that this was the right time to leave here, so after saying that she liked the time she spent with them, the girl said that she needed to go out to cool down from the alcohol. And with that, she took her leave along with her personal knight, who never left her a single step. At this time, young aristocrats were watching them, but Calyx looked at the young people with a particularly intent gaze. As promised, the homunculus and the princess went out to get some fresh air on one of the free balconies. The man, unable to bear the silence, decided to raise his voice because he wanted to scold his lord for his carelessness. At first, he wanted to speak formally, but when he realized that no one would hear them, he switched to you and accused her of being in charge of the existence of her personal knight. With his words, he hit the bull's eye, and the heroine shuddered guiltily, admitting that she hadn't thought about it. That's why no one had ever helped her before, and deciding to turn a blind eye to this, Michael warned her that there was wine in the last 2 glasses. The alcohol content in them had clearly increased, so he asked if she knew about it, and the heroine laughed darkly. Leaning on the balcony railing, the girl smiled at her knight and nodded in agreement, saying that she had already been deceived in a similar way. After the confession, the young man froze at first, not knowing how to respond. A second later, I left my hands until I trembled. I felt an unpleasant sensation in my heart, as if they had offended not her, but him. Also, approaching the railing, the young man looked at the view from above and said that since he tolerates alcohol well, if it again receives a glass that it does not want to drink, it can give it to it at any moment. The heroine smiled as he tried to cheer her up, and replied that she would do so next time, and thanked him for what he had done for her before. Her smile did not disappear, but only widened even more, and a blush covered her cheeks because now she felt very good. After all, having someone on your side who would not betray you was something incredibly blessed. Her personal knight seemed to read her intentions or her thoughts, and therefore also smiled at her when he looked into her eyes. The girl decided not to look away and also stared at him silently, thanking him for being next to her and supporting her. This is how the first half of the reception ended, where the princess's personal knight Michael did not allow the son of the Marquis of Calyx to get what he wanted from the princess. Showing the main character, a lot of interesting things happened that evening. The 8th princess of this empire was almost ready to go out. She raised Sylvestian to what it was like to be the personal knight of the White Rose of the empire, expecting a positive answer from him. He, putting his hand to his chest, calmly replied that being a knight of the White Rose of the empire was a great honor, and there was no other like it. Indifferently turning away from him, she replied that she had foreseen his answer, and now that he was her knight, he should become the greatest knight in the entire empire. Sylvestian calmly responded to the 8th princess's harsh tone, saying that he would not disappoint her highness. The girl, seeing that her words had no effect on the young man, looked at him calmly again, as if she were analyzing him. With a sigh, placing her hand on his, the princess replied that he, of course, was obliged. After all, he was a special knight, personally chosen by her. Sylvestian did not comment on these words, so the young people immediately went to the banquet hall. Finally, they arrived, and the doors began to open in front of them, warning the guests that the 8th princess, Her Highness Rosaline Nadia Hadelamid, was entering, and also her personal knight Sir Sylvestian Millard, which was greatly welcomed by the guests who arrived at the reception. Looking at the youngest princess, the people of the empire could not help but admire her, since every year the 8th princess seemed to become more and more beautiful. And after a slight pause, they looked at the personal knight next to her, whose silver hair stood out and looked very special. Still, wasn't it expected that he would be at such a level in order to correspond to the 8th princess? They still couldn't disagree with this statement after all. The girl was the White Rose of the empire. Rosinette was very pleased with the compliments that rained down on her from all sides, although she did have a lot of trouble with the knight during the ceremony. Well, as I thought, listen to the birthday greetings, she made the right decision by choosing Sylvestian. Smile sweetly, the girl thanked them and asked them to have fun as long as possible, mentally enjoying all the attention they were giving her. At this time, the crowd of aristocrat called out to her by 2 blonde men identical to each other, who pushed aside just so that she would notice them. Having decided not to be rude, especially in front of the audience, the girl smiled sweetly at them, saying that she saw that her brothers had already arrived, and they, beaming when she appeared, asked if she knew how much time they spent waiting for her. Without waiting for her answer, the accusing twins pointed their fingers at the silver-haired young man, calling him the same homunculus that had caused the girl so many problems lately, and they asked, no matter how special he was, how he dared to be so burdensome and wanted to punish him. From the words, they infuriated the heroine, who always maintained a serene smile, who considered them very stupid since they tried to say that she had no way of reading alchemy. The girl could not hide her face, which was grimaced because of the anger she felt towards her relatives. At that moment, she was called out by another member of her family, namely the third princess, Bridget, who congratulated her on her birthday. Rosie had never been so happy to see her sister, and in a deliberately cheerful tone said that she could not even think that her sister would come, which is why she was flattered. She replied that there was nothing to be surprised about because she was her sister. Obviously, she would come, and the girl thanked her, not paying attention to the twins who looked upset. She inwardly exhaled a sigh of relief, glad that Betty had arrived on time, and at the same time Bridget praised her for her hard work to obtain the greatest night of the imperial palace. Many processes wanted to get it, but due to the difficulty of imprinting, no one thought to try, but she succeeded perfectly. She said that she sincerely congratulated her, and Rosinette was even somewhat taken aback after such an impassioned speech from her usually elegant but cold sister. At the same time, her personal knight decided to bow his head and said that he was really embarrassed that he had caused Her Highness so much trouble. He continued to say that these efforts would be fully compensated by his loyalty to her until his last breath. After his words, he sat down on one knee to gallantly kiss the hand of the 8th princess, Rosinette Hadalamid. Not only did the princess herself not expect such an initiative from her personal knight, but also the guests of this reception began to sigh in admiration, as if they had seen some wonderful scene. The princess was still a little awkward, but nevertheless she smiled that he was quite smart. Mentally, she still had to praise him, even though she had no hope that he would somehow help her in secular society other than his face. After a short minute, when he kissed his mistress's hand, he remained on his knees until he waited for the order, and the girl did not keep her waiting long, telling Sir Millard to get up. At the same time, the main characters could watch from afar as the guests discussed these events, saying that it was like scenes from a fairy tale. Even Rose calmly looked at this scene, thinking that so far everything seemed to be going well, and no incidents had occurred. It seems that Sir Millard is in the good graces of the young girl, and she really liked him. Michael was her personal knight, so there was nothing to worry about, and the 8th princess would not be able to take him away. But at that moment, a crumb of uncertainty still crept into the main character, and she thought that suddenly Rosie would fall in love with the future king of the homunculi again. Scenes immediately flashed before her eyes of how poor Sylvestian was, left as a used toy that the capricious princess was tired of. And also the subsequent rebellion of Michael, which we manipulated the 8th princess to get the throne and the Philosopher's Stone by starting a fire in the imperial palace. Well, the worst thing for the main character was the betrayal of her own half-sister, who tricked her into drinking poison in order to remain the only member of the imperial family. Still in prostration from dark thoughts and memories, the girl promised herself that this time she would not allow something like this to happen. When she promised herself not to suffer any more, her personal knight Michael called out to her. Not noticing her mood, the young man carried out her order to warn her when the family members appeared and said that the 3rd princess had left. Realizing that it was now her turn to approach her younger sister, the girl replied that it was time for them to join in the congratulations. I wouldn't want to come face to face with the rose, but there's nothing to be done. So the girl, smiling, told the knight that it was time for them to greet the main character of the reception. I mentally calmed down that everything was fine and nothing would happen, so I calmly began to approach my half-sister. Rosinette did not see her sister at first, but heard about her from guests passing by, who whispered that it seemed that Her Highness the 7th Princess was heading here with congratulations. They are interested in what they will say to each other, because it was immediately clear that there was a tense atmosphere between them, even though they were sisters. After all, today both princesses have a personal knight, and some kind of competition is felt, according to many witnesses to this scene. Indeed, Sir Agnito, in his opinion, was also impressive after all. He is a monster of a floating prison. In addition, today, Her Highness the Seventh Princess also shone and attracted the attention of many guests tonight with her charisma. Before the arrival of the eighth princess, one might have thought that she was the star of today's reception, which darkened the mood of that very star of this reception. Carefully not noticing the oppressive atmosphere around her sister, Evenrose smiled softly at her and briefly greeted her. She congratulated her on her 20th birthday, wishing her all the best. Talking about the main character hurt her pride, so her smile was very strained when she thanked her for her kind words. Before she did anything in return to ruin her mood and play a dirty trick, the girl had to leave quickly. So she wished her a good evening and said that it was time for her to leave. But at that moment, Rosie interrupted her and called out, which made Evenrose shudder with a bad feeling. Not noticing her eighth tension, the princess smiled charmingly and said that she had heard that she had also brought a personal knight. Although she smiled, her eyes gloomily analyzed the situation, like a predator who wanted to attack its prey. She continued the conversation with a request to introduce Michael to her, and the main character immediately began asking herself why Rosie was interested in her personal knight. Having pulled herself together, the girl clenched her fists in determination, thinking that such moments should not be panicked and that what the eighth princess asked was a common greeting in secular society. Therefore, she calmly introduced her personal knight, calling his full name, namely Sir Michaelis Agneto. Immediately after the words, the man bowed to the eighth princess, saying that he greeted her highness. And at that moment, there was silence. Not understanding why she wasn't answering, Evenrose briefly called out to Rosie, as if hinting that she should also respond to the personal knight's greeting. Ignore the question of his half-sister. The main star of the evening remained calmly watching the knight of another princess. Michaelis remained calm in this situation, and without raising his eyes, continued to stand in a bent position in front of the other princess. Rosenite was finally pleased with this and raised her head, smiling softly as if she was up to something, and the main character knew very well her bad character, but could not believe that she really thought about that very thing to ruin her mood. Her darkest expectations were realized when her sister gracefully began to raise her right hand. The young man also did not like this, and he froze in indecision, not knowing what to do. At the same time, the eighth princess was not bothered by anything, and with a sly grin, despite no one's eyes, I stared only at my sister's personal knight, expecting him to reciprocate. The main characters could only watch this with growing horror, not understanding what her half-sister was up to, and could only watch with her heart pounding with anxiety as Rosenite pointed the back of her hand towards Michaelis. The heroine understood that her sister wanted Michael to kiss her hand for some reason. The child who had never offered her hand first was doing it right now. She thought that she needed to be careful just before the ceremony. Now I think that her sister managed to fall in love with her knight, but she herself immediately refuted her words since Michael's face was still covered. So the eighth princess was just trying to flirt with him, and this would happen after a while, not now. She must have believed that he would think less of his current master if the White Rose Empire granted him the privilege of kissing her hand. Little did Evenrose realize that this was a very dirty trick that her sister could try. While she could not get rid of the stress that had accumulated over these few minutes, her personal knight came to his senses and took Rosenite's hand. Evenrose was very saddened by this fact, for some reason worried that her newly made knight had succumbed to temptation. After all, he really kissed the hand of another princess, which caused wild comfort in his mistress. After the deed was done, the young man said that he was glad to welcome the eighth princess again, and the girl reciprocated and said that it was nice to meet Sir Agneto. After this, the young man returned to his assigned place near his mistress and remained there, beginning to wait for her instructions. Looking sadly at him out of the corner of her eye, the girl thought that she wouldn't want Rosie Michael to be tied down by something like that. While she was thinking about not the most pleasant things, considering the things that happened in her past life, something caught her attention. Since she was still looking at Michaelis, she immediately noticed how he touched his hair when he wanted to straighten it, and as if by chance he touched his lips with a gloved hand, wiping them away from the phantom touch. The girl, who was the only one who saw this gesture, realized that he wiped his lips and was very shocked by this action. Noticing her dumbfounded look at him, the young man smiled and answered the unspoken question of why he did it. In a whisper, so that only she could hear him, the man admitted that the kiss of the eighth princess's hand was not particularly pleasant for him, and it was not at all like with his mistress. Only then did the girl realize that her fears on this score were in vain, and she couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth with her hand. While her laughter was heard in the hall, Michael still did not understand that with his words he was able to remove a huge burden from her shoulders. Finally, His Majesty the Emperor arrived, and everyone began shouting blessings and wishing honor to the son of Hadalamid. Rosanite immediately approached her father, delighted that he had come, and he congratulated her on her birthday, expressing the hope that she would be able to understand that he would not be able to stay long due to government affairs. At the same time, the main character approached them, who greeted His Majesty the Emperor and wished blessing and honor to the son of Hadalamid. The Emperor immediately turned his attention to his other daughter, surprised that she was also able to attend, and she replied that she simply wanted to congratulate Rosie, which was a very kind deed on her part lately. He smiled, remembering the birthday girl again, and said that her gift was in the Eastern Palace and it was a garden of white roses. The man laughed proudly, while Rosany enthusiastically thanked His Majesty the Emperor, saying that she was incredibly grateful to him. Even Rose mentally ground her teeth. Because of all the moments that she had been next to Rosie, the Emperor's congratulation and his presentation to his daughter happened right now. She was sure that gossip lovers would target her, including the very reason for this, the 8th princess, who was now looking down on her. All the guests who were next to her whispered that, as expected, the 8th princess received greater favor, unlike the 7th princess. But since this happened, the main character decided that she should behave like an unlucky and unloved princess. The girl decided to focus on her role, completely forgetting about her surroundings and even closing her eyes as if she felt very sad. But at the moment when she just entered into her role, someone's touch made her lose concentration and she looked at the culprit. When she turned her head towards this man, she saw her personal knight Michaelis. He was the one who firmly took her gloved hand in his, which would have been inappropriate in public if everyone did not know about the connection between the homunculus and the owner. Thus, the man provided her with silent support, thereby confirming that he was still on her side despite the circumstances. Be that as it may, it was very nice than just some supportive words. At this time, realizing that he had ignored his witch daughter, the Emperor cleared his throat and argued with Eve whether there was something she wanted to tell him. After all, he planned to present her with an award in honor of the appointment of her personal knight. And the heroine immediately began to think about what she would like to receive from the Emperor himself. After a few minutes of waiting for an idea, the heroine said that, fortunately, she knows what she needs at the moment. Even Rose expressed a desire to move to another apartment, where there would be a balcony overlooking the sunny garden from which she could enjoy the beauty of the imperial palace, which would also be wonderful. The man didn't understand what she just said because it meant that there was no ladies' room in her current residence, and the girl calmly confirmed this. This horrified the no longer young emperor that he did not know what the managers of the imperial family were doing, since there was no ladies' room in the princess's place of residence. He was probably ashamed of the fact that he had neglected his daughter until that moment, and that is why he was now so furiously slinging mud at his employees. She understood that such indignation was enough, so she said that today was Rosie's birthday, and since this was a joyful occasion and he did not need to be too harsh with them, and after her words, the man immediately calmed down and began to think about a new place for his daughter to live. Finally remembering the place that was ideal for his 7th daughter, the man began to announce his decision. Loudly, the elderly man announced that he had granted chambers located in the Eastern Palace to the 7th Princess Evan Rose Clowell Hadalamid. And these chambers even had a name, and the name was the Green Room, which immediately shocked everyone. While the main character was in prostration, not expecting such generosity, there was an oppressive silence near the first candidate for the throne. Bridget stood motionless and calmly looked at the culprit of the commotion, already wondering what kind of trouble this would cause. Everyone was well aware that a chamber with a name meant even more favor than some garden with white roses. Until now, only the 3rd Princess Bridget was the only one who was given a chamber with a name. Although even Rose was shocked, she was able to pull herself together and thank His Majesty the Emperor. The man smiled at her and warned her that when she moved, he would pay her a visit to see how the horse was settling in. The girl nodded in agreement, saying that she should prepare delicious tea for him, already thinking that of course he would not come. But he was suspiciously pleased with her words, as if he was just waiting for them, and after what was said, he announced that since the congratulations were over, he hoped they would all enjoy the rest of the banquet. The lively atmosphere continued again, and everyone began to discuss the changes that had just occurred. Many thought that the emperor publicly received the seventh princess was an interesting turn of events, which left all those who aspired to become the heir to the imperial throne in a very difficult situation. But at the same time, this could become a starting point for the promising future of the seventh princess. At the banquet in honor of the birthday of Her Highness the eighth princess, everyone began to have casual conversations again, and everyone enjoyed the company of supporters, such as the princesses of this empire, who tried to attract the attention of aristocrats to attract them to their side. If Rose Neat was unhappy with her sister Evan Rose because she distracted people from her beloved, because of which she was jealous, thinking that all the attention should be hers. Then Bridget analyzed her from the point of view of a competitor, not knowing what her younger sister was up to when she came out of her shell. At the same time, not paying attention to the gazes from all sides, the girl who occupied their thoughts casually chatted with the guests. The aristocrats bombarded her with questions about the green room that the Majesty the Emperor had given her, asking whether it was rumored to be the most beautiful room in the East Wing. His Majesty, in their opinion, valued the princess very much, and the guests asked to invite the princess sometime. While the girl was making it clear that she would do this, the girl noticed a familiar figure in the crowd that she had recently seen in photographs. It was Count Luciard's daughter, Lady Aeneas Luciard, and she was the most important guest tonight for the main character. The girl wanted to immediately approach the young brunette, and even move towards Lady Aeneas. But her path was blocked by an aristocrat who wanted to attract her attention and had to stay in place. Thus, she missed the chance to get to know this person she just wanted to talk to her. Trying to remain calm, the girl smiled at the aristocrats around her and said that she enjoyed the conversation with each of them. But now she warned them that she needed to rest a little, not even noticing that all this time she was being watched from the balcony, which overlooked the entire hall. It was Bridget along with her retinue, and the man next to her told her that Salma Princess Flora's behavior lately had been unusual. Just think, His Majesty also allocated her the named room as well as the third princess. Bridget smiled coldly at this, saying that in the end her father is pleased with her after all. The ugly duckling behaves gracefully for the first time. Taking a sip from her glass, she was sure that there was no motive behind this, because she was still a puppy who couldn't even attend secret council meetings. The man next to her warmly supported her words, saying that it would not change anything even if there was a reason behind it. After all, no matter how the Witcher princess tries, Princess Bridget is undoubtedly first in line to the throne. At this time, the blue-haired girl, who had previously silently watched their dialogue, anxiously adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose. Bridget, noticing her mood, touched her face with a gloved hand, saying that if she was worried, then she could do something. And so that this no longer bothers her, she will try to reveal the princess's intentions. This made the girl who began to avoid her gaze accept her assurances, but then pay attention to something else. While she was looking away, her peripheral vision caught the silhouette of a man and, turning her head towards him, she saw a girl. As a trusted advisor, the girl warned the princess that it was Lady Luciard. The people standing nearby also remembered her, thinking that she must have found the third princess to talk about bath-related business. She was still trying persistently to get an answer, which was probably difficult since it would never come. At that moment, the culprit of this condemnation and the princess met their eyes, which shocked the first. Lady Luciard immediately called out to Her Highness and walked towards her with quick steps. But she turned away from her with a gallant movement, although they crossed eyes, which left the girl completely devastated. With a cold smile, the young girl said deliberately loudly that the lady's affairs were not her concern, as if continuing a conversation with her retinue. At the same time, Evan Rose, completely exhausted due to constant interaction with so many people, was supported by her personal knight. Since she was tired, the man wanted to offer to find her a place where she could rest comfortably. And the girl immediately suggested that he not look for him because she knew that there were many places to relax, and therefore offered him the Room of Pearls. This place in the Imperial Palace is filled with people who love debauchery and decadent culture, and it was made for everyone who gets tired during the banquet. But the truth is that if an unmarried man and woman are seen entering such a place, there will be nothing but problems. After all, they risk ending up in a gossip magazine the next day, and, in other words, The Room of Pearls was an unusual room. While the Imperial Knight invited them to enter the free room, the girl immediately called her knight along with her. The Pearl Room was a room that the Imperial Palace officially recognized as primarily a lovemaking room. And the homunculus, who completed the full course in order to become an Imperial Knight, could not help but know this information. Therefore, at the same moment, he froze in place and looked very tense because he did not want to go there. The girl could not understand why he was hesitantly marking time and therefore looked at him. Watching how nervously he twitched, a picture formed in the girl's head, and she herself couldn't help but blush, her mouth opening in surprise. She began to laugh furiously as if this situation was terribly funny, and the man twitched, not expecting such a reaction from the almost always calm mistress. Sitting down on one of the sofas in the room, the girl laughed a lot and told Michael to relax since she had no intentions of doing this. Although now she felt better, and since he must also be tired of standing for so much time, the girl invited him to sit next to him. He, still nervous in such an environment, sat down not far from her, feeling like he was on pins and needles. The man, who was always on guard, noticed how quiet it was here and asked if there was really anyone here except them. The girl explained that this is not so, and there must be several people there because the golden thread means that the room is in use, but they did not hear anything. Now that he thought about it, Michael asked her if she hadn't said that she studied everyday magic, and the girl answered positively, adding that she understood many areas of magic, and then combined them so that it was not a specialty. However, she had to admit that she could not learn offensive magic since she did not have any talent in this area. The young man then said that although it was a pity that her academic achievements were limited, on the other hand, he thought it was for the best. The girl became interested in why he thought so, and so she asked about it, to which he answered she didn't need it when he became her sword. Smiling at the main character, the young man reminded her that since he had become her personal knight, she did not need to worry about it, and she doesn't need to fight when she has him who will do it for her. Although even Rose knew that this was what the imprinted knight would naturally say to his master. For some reason, she felt happy when she smiled genuinely at him. She nodded in agreement and replied that he simply had to protect her well, and the man also got into the atmosphere when he answered with a short answer, of course. At that moment, the special atmosphere between them was interrupted by a roar from outside that could be heard even here. The heroine was not at all surprised by this roar, and she said in a calm voice that it seemed that the last event of Rosie's birthday party had ended. Therefore, she suggested that Michael finish their work right now, to which he silently nodded. The girl smiled at the serious young man when she asked him one request, and he was not surprised. After all, the girl knew perfectly well who was behind the door, and therefore asked Sir Agnito to bring their last guest here. 6 months ago, in the reception room of the third Princess Bridget, 2 people came to her with proposals. The man was Count Lucier, the director of a construction company, who asked if this was a project to build public baths throughout the capital. What the princess gave the man was exactly that, so she said yes. The girl with short cropped hair was the only daughter of the Count Anais Luzier, doubted this matter. It seemed to her that this was not such a profitable business, and Bridget agreed with her. They say that you are unlikely to make money in such a business. But this is a social project to improve the hygiene of citizens, which was a noble cause. At least that's how the girl justified herself, but the drooping Count did not react to her words and continued to remain silent. Then the third princess of the empire sighed in irritation, already thinking about how to put pressure on him again. She explained that she offered it to him because of all the construction families in their empire. He was the best fit. This statement finally attracted the Count's attention, and he looked up at her, and the salesgirl said that his reputation was nothing for the stains on his feet, but if they wanted, then they could end the conversation there. She stood up and announced that besides them, there were many more who, for some reason, would not like to take up this matter. I was very worried after she announced that she was busy and was about to jump up thinking how to stop her from doing this. He sang himself, and the finder said that there was no need for this. Her Highness would receive their consent. The man will continue to say that if in this way they can contribute to the well-being of the empire, then he will sign all the documents, and the girl chuckled. His daughter thought that since it was the princess's idea, her father, without much thought, put the seal of their family, not wanting to fall out of favor with her. After the documents were signed, everything began to get out of control, but no one knew that in the end it would bring so many problems. The magic stone needed to heat water in the baths has become much more expensive, and they have become unable to afford such a purchase. Fire cannot be used due to the risk of a fire. If they do not find a solution urgently, they will suffer colossal losses. At this rate, their company is sinking to the bottom, and the third princess does not even want to see the heroine. Drowning out her grief in alcohol, the girl almost cried, thinking about what she should do to correct the situation. At this time, someone's pleasant voice interrupted her not very pleasant thoughts and called out, calling Lady Lusiard. It was a black-haired man who introduced himself as Michaelis Agnito, who was the personal knight of the seventh princess. He announced that Her Highness wanted to see the princess, and the girl was very surprised. When she asked the hero again and he nodded affirmatively, the girl admitted that she could not leave so directly. The main character has read everything and has already assumed that the girl who is needed for her plan may have doubts. Therefore, she asked Michael to tell her that she would not detain the girl for long, and this would not arouse suspicion. The lady from the Lusiard house was still in doubt, wondering how to refuse, but at some point her thoughts about it stopped. She thought that anyway, the third princess did not even want to look in her direction, so she agreed to the request of the other princess, saying that she could come to her only if for a short time. The girl asked the young man to introduce her to the princess, and he asked her to follow him. At this time, they did not notice that the eyes of the eighth Princess Rosanite were following them. She was very interested in where her sister's personal knight was heading. Well, the eighth princess's insidious plans were put aside when Evan Rose was able to greet Lady Lusiard after some time. "I don't know why she wanted to meet her." The girl bowed, awkwardly, greeting Her Highness the seventh princess. As if reading her thoughts, the girl calmly smiled at her because she wanted to reassure her. Deciding to get straight to the point, she said that there were rumors that the Count was in big trouble because of the Imperial project. With a sovereign smile on her lips, the girl said that she might be able to help with this. After her words full of promise, the brunette raised her previously lowered head and her eyes lit up with hope. Even Rose is not going to help her, and from the very beginning she knew that the price of the Philosopher's Stone would skyrocket due to its shortage. After a slight hesitation, she admitted that the third princess simply wanted the Count's family to go bankrupt, to buy it out cheaply and merge it with the Chansley Trading Company, with which she has had close ties for a long time. She continued to talk about how the reconstruction of the capital would begin soon, and she wanted Chansley to take care of it. So much shocking information was knocked out at once, and the brunette grabbed her head and asked for a break to process the information. The lady remembered that the Chansley family was one of the richest in the empire, and they officially financed the foundation of the third princess. Even Rose confirmed her words by saying that they want to buy up similar companies to expand their influence. However, their funds are not endless, so they wanted to use the innocent family of the Viscountess. The brunette, who still couldn't believe what was happening, finally pulled herself together and said that she thought she knew the reason. With a serious expression on her face, she decided to find out whether the Chansley family was buying magic stones. She, understanding what she meant, replied that they couldn't sell them all right away. That's why they had problems with finances. If it becomes known about the purchase of magic stones, then they will really have a hard time getting out. After her explanation, the young woman became angry, outraged that the princess herself was behind all this, and thought that this thought was unbearable. To cope with the trembling in her hands, she clutched the fabric of her dress, holding back tears. Still, unable to withstand the emotional stress, she covered her face with her hands, blaming herself for being so stupid and just waiting for the help of the third princess in such a situation. And now, because of her arrogance, the third princess is going to completely deal with her family. Even Rose sighed briefly, deciding to cheer the girl up, so she removed her hands that were covering the lady's face and said that it was not her fault. She should not reproach herself, because the main character was going to help the desperate Viscountess. After they had discussed all the matters connected with the idea of a seventh princess, the Viscountess declared her to be the benefactor of the family, frantically shaking her hand. The girl said that she would be waiting for the soap case, which Her Highness told her about earlier, and the heroine was glad to hear it. Even Rose noticed that she could not rest peacefully all this time, and therefore would like to advise her to go home early. But in order to lull the third princess's vigilance, she asked her to stay longer at the reception. At this, the Viscountess laughed, saying that she would certainly do what she said and show her all her acting talent. The princess asked her to take care of herself, knowing full well that she would cope with her task, and the girl left. Smiling with confidence that now everything would be even better, The girl considered her next step. After all, if you continue like this, Chansley will not be able to get the baths with his raking hands. Then Bridget will not weaken fire safety measures in public baths, and that terrible fire in the city can be prevented. A disaster in which more than 300 people died, so this could not be repeated. This case will be the first step against Bridget, and will be able to help not only the Viscountess's family, but also the commoners. The girl plopped down on a conveniently located sofa in the room after the Viscountess left. The 7th princess opened her eyes that had previously been lowered from fatigue, thinking about where Michael had disappeared since Aeneas had already left. She stood up from her seat, shouting to her personal knight that she had already finished, and he could come back. Having raised the canopy, thinking that because of it he couldn't hear her, the girl began to leave the room. But when she started doing this, she noticed something extremely strange and suspicious. After all, the corridor was completely empty, and there was not even a hint that her personal knight was present here. Let's return to the 8th princess, who on her own birthday was dissatisfied with the current situation. She was angry that everyone around her did nothing but talk about the gray-haired princess, which really hurt her pride. The girl thought that everyone was crazy because today was her birthday, and if we now remember that her sister was now in the Pearl Room with her knight, which was simply unthinkable for her estranged sister, and such strange behavior on her part terribly infuriated the girl. But as she thought about how much she disliked the changes in her half-sister, she noticed something interesting. Namely, the familiar black hair and elegant attire of the 7th princess's personal knight. When the man turned his profile to the girl, she was able to confirm her guess that it was Sir Agnito. But she did not recognize the girl whom he was leading somewhere, and this fueled the curiosity of the young princess. She immediately thought that it was her sister who ordered him to bring her to the Pearl Room, which was a shock to Rosinette's fragile mind. Rosie couldn't believe that her good, know-it-all sister was going to stay with these two in the Pearl Room. Rosinette, despite her daring and playful nature, blushed, thinking about why even Rose became so bold. Biting her lips in nervousness, thinking again that she had to be the first to capture the knight and pass the test. In the name of justice, she began to sneak up on her sister's personal knight to stop them. When they reached one of the rooms and stopped, the girl realized that it looked like her sister was there. But, to her surprise, her expectations were not met, and Sir Anino remained standing in the corridor and guarding the entrance to the room. Thinking that this time she had made a mistake in her conclusions, the blonde was thinking about what step to take next. Actually, what was on her mind first and foremost was to stop her sister from having fun. But now she has the opportunity to implement a much more interesting idea. She confidently walked towards Michaelis, no longer hiding her presence, and he quickly heard the sound of someone's steps. And he immediately recognized the newcomer as the 8th princess, who was the first to call out to Sir Agnito with a smile. He bowed to the girl, formally greeting Her Highness the 8th princess. At this time, the blonde was thinking about how suspicious it was that Michaelis was here all alone. When the girl began to approach Michaelis, the young man jerked with his whole body in disgust. From their first meeting, the homunculus felt a strange feeling that caused extremely unpleasant emotions. Not paying attention to his reaction, the 8th princess, playfully looking towards the room where the brunette had recently disappeared, asked if her sister was inside. The newly created homunculus calmly answered her that Her Highness the 7th princess wanted to relax alone. But the princess was well aware that she was not alone, although for a while she decided to drop this issue and achieve something else from the man. Innocently tilting her head as if in curiosity, she asked why the princess's personal knight was not at her side as appropriate. He asked for forgiveness for his insolence, but emphasized that according to her logic, where then was Sir Millard her personal knight? In no way embarrassed that her words were directed against herself, she laughed, explaining that she had gone out for a minute to breathe fresh air. Michaelis was well aware at that moment that the girl was blatantly lying to his face, but did not dare to say so. He calmly turned a blind eye to this and said that the princess's life was too important to walk around unaccompanied. Therefore, he asked to be sure to keep Sir Millard nearby so that this would not happen again. Sir Michaelis noticed the young girl's gaze, but could not understand the reason for it, and decided to wait for her next action. Finally figuring out how to lure him into a trap, the princess asked him if the knight could accompany her. She extended her hand to the young man so that he would take her and escort her into the fresh air instead of her personal knight. The oath of allegiance given at the ceremony will not allow you to ignore the request of a member of the imperial family. He thought about pretending to ask permission from his mistress, but he did not want to interrupt the conversation between the princess and the viscountess. Therefore, he took the hand extended to him in his gloved one and replied that he would fulfill Her Highness's wish, ignoring the feeling of disgust that touched this woman, even if it was worse than at the ceremony, where he had to kneel before the emperor and suffer the pain of humiliation. Coldly looking at the hand that was now holding a woman's palm, he thought about how this could happen and what it was connected with. The girl next to him noticed his hesitation and called out to him, to which he ignored her silent question and asked to be allowed to accompany her. Some time had passed since that moment, and now his worried owner could not find a place to think about where he had gone. While she was frantically turning her head from side to side, the heroine noticed a quickly approaching blonde. She immediately ran up to him, and they exchanged short greetings, both looking worried. The girl immediately noticed one oddity and immediately asked the knight about it, namely, why he was here completely alone, hinting where his mistress was. And he replied that he had lost sight of the 8th princess and was now looking for her, and the main character immediately thought that the girl had taken Michaelis away. Turning to the exit from the palace on the eve of May, the princess shared her concerns with Sir Millard. After all, it seems that Rosie and Sir Anino are now together, since the 8th princess managed to remain alone with him, avoiding the supervision of her personal knight. At the same time, the young people in question were hastily heading out into the street, and the girl was outraged that her escort was walking too fast. The man apologized, but did not slow down, and the girl told him that he was not very talkative, and he coldly replied that he offered his deepest apologies if this caused her discomfort, and the girl could not contain her anger. She stopped and abruptly pulled her hand out from under him, while the man expressed the hope that this was the end of their walk. As soon as he thought about it, the princess quickly turned in his direction and said that she wanted to do something. She expressed a desire to see Sir Michaelis without the black bandage that covered his face. The young man's heart was pounding loudly in his chest from the winding fear, while his walking partner smiled innocently at the stunned homunculus. She extended her hand to his face, accepting his silence as consent, as expected from a spoiled lady, and the man realized with horror that he could not even move, as if he were chained again. The girl always got what she wanted, and now she wanted to get her hands on someone else's personal knight to do some mischief, and her question about whether he would allow him to remove the bandage was extremely ridiculous in his eyes, since they both knew very well the rules that were followed by homunculi centuries ago, because when the owner was not nearby, the homunculus has no right to refuse a member of the imperial family, and the girl knew this very well. When she had already touched his face, the man could only think about not letting her touch him, and at the moment of prayer he heard a familiar voice and opened his eyes. After all, it was his mistress who separated the young man from the culprit of his panic. She loudly declared that she would not allow her little sister to touch her personal knight. Evenrose looked sternly at the 8th princess of this empire, while the blonde who had been with her all this time stood next to Rosinit. The 7th princess, who had until now protected her knight in a protective gesture, began to strictly interrogate her sister. She demanded an explanation of why she took someone else's knight with her, and Rosinit thought for a while. And then, as if remembering something, she replied that Sir Agnito himself offered to accompany her when he saw her alone. The girl began to smile at her half-sister as if nothing had happened, as if nothing serious had happened. Evenrose, looking at her innocent face, frowned, knowing full well that the other side's words were a lie. She calmly announced that she met Sir Millard when he was looking for Rosinite, so she asked her why she didn't wait for him. Rosinit was not embarrassed at all, and touching her cheek, said that they just missed each other and nothing happened. Looking at her, the main character analyzed what step to take next, but decided to hold off on it for now. Looking coldly at her sister, she announced that since her knight was now with her, she should continue the walk with him. Rosin did not argue with her, still looking at Evenrose with her eyes full of hidden malice. At that moment, she was distracted by her own personal knight, who bowed and called out to Her Highness. Still bowing, he waited for permission to accompany his mistress for a walk through the garden. But at that moment, the 8th princess was in no mood because her plan did not work, and everything did not go as planned. She turned her head away without offering her hand, saying that she had already refreshed herself enough, and it was time to return. After all, everyone was probably waiting for her. I will accept this evening, but the main character no longer listened to her words praising herself. She was busy examining her knight, thinking that even though Michael was her knight, The girl begged fate so that the events of her past life would never be repeated, and her sister never got the black-haired homunculus she fell in love with then. At the same time, the young people opposite them headed back to the palace after what the 8th princess said. And if she turned away offended without even saying goodbye, the long-haired knight next to her bowed briefly before heading after his mistress. The girl looked intently after the young people, thinking about how to avoid similar situations in the future. At this time, the young man next to the girl turned to her, saying that she had come just in time. When she asked what happened while she was gone, the man replied that the 8th princess wanted to remove the bandage from him. The girl was horrified by this, because removing the bandage from the knight meant a direct invitation to spend the night together. Gritting her teeth from the anger overwhelming her, the heroine doubted that Rosenet wanted to remove the blindfold just to see the eyes of her knight. She approached the young man and, feeling guilty, asked for forgiveness for leaving him alone with her sister. The man did not feel that this was even a bit of her fault and said that the princess should not apologize for this. He turned on the spot and offered to accompany her back to the palace so that she could continue celebrating the 8th princess's birthday. A week later, the girl was walking with her personal knight, quite pleased with herself since she had been sent a lot of invitations lately. Michael noticed something similar, and the girl confirmed his assumption and said that it seemed the public was interested in her, and she had to read all the invitations of the imperial nobility. She decided to boast to him that everything was fine with those they met at the reception, and soon they would send a letter, and perhaps in a month they would be able to open the baths, and her maid already had news about making soap using alchemy. For her, it was a wonderful feeling since there shouldn't be any problems and all her plans would come true without a hitch. The man was happy for her and chuckled, saying that he was sure that everything would work out and asked where they were going now, whether it was also part of the plan to become the crown princess. And the girl nodded briefly, saying that they were going for one of the most important conditions for becoming her, and they came to Lord Redmond, who joyfully greeted Her Highness and said that he was completely at her disposal. The main character also greeted Alvin Redmond, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. Her personal knight and the lord also greeted each other, which was very awkward for both parties. To put the awkwardness behind him, the lord cleared his throat and said that he had heard that the girl was interested in the social activities of the imperial family. The heroine nodded at these words, thinking that she needed social activities in order to become a crown princess. In short, public activity is social assistance from the imperial family, starting with donations and sponsorship, and ending with financing complex projects to implement social ideas. With high scores for such activity, you can receive permission from the emperor to participate in political meetings. Until now, the girl had no interest in this race, so she has few points compared to Bridget. To gain access to it, she needed these glasses, so she turned to the young man in front of her. The man provided her with several documents for review, and the girl began leafing through them. On one page, her hand froze as she saw interesting information about the analysis of the real state of the place where the magic stone was mined. Michael Agneto, who had previously closely followed her actions, noticed her interest in one of the documents. At this time, the Lord, if she called, offered help and said that perhaps the activities for her were now on the front pages. He pointed out where exactly she should look and suggested options, for example, finding and financing artists, because if the artist becomes famous, the merit will be attributed to Her Highness. The problem is that by the time this happens, a lot of time will pass. The girl said that it would hardly be suitable as a main task, so she asked you to advise her on the most significant thing that she can do. When they had already returned to the palace, Michael asked if she was trying to accumulate successful projects in order to gain access to the mines of the magic stone. The main character's smile, pleased with his insight, asking if he was able to notice this. In response, he asked his own question, saying, didn't she take him with her to show her intentions? Without changing the expression on the heroine's face, she said that he saw through her plan, and she called him with her precisely for this. She planned to visit the homunculi in the mines in the first half of the year. And not just to visit them, but to do this in order to quickly improve their living conditions. Her confident smile, full of unspoken promises, was truly beautiful for the imprinted homunculus. Quietly, so that she would not hear him, he muttered that it turned out that she was really serious and was ready to fulfill her promise given to him during the imprinting. But the special moment was ruined by the fact that someone called out to the girl, calling her highness. It was one of the new maids of the 7th princess who ran towards her headlong, as if something bad had happened. She kept herself waiting with bad news, and when the princess asked what had happened, she replied that they were in real trouble. Well, the news was not as shocking as it might seem. Just the maid said that His Majesty the Emperor would be in the Emerald Chambers any minute and everyone was on their feet. But he was also not alone, but together with a company of dissatisfied half-sisters of the main character. Everything was exactly as her father told her at the reception, when he mentioned that he would definitely visit her, and of course he would be with his sisters. She thought that since they were here anyway, at least she would know who Bridget's knight was now. The 3rd princess changes her homunculus so often that it's confusing. Raising her head, the girl then looked at who was standing behind her sister, and it was a tall brunette in a knight's uniform. He had handsome features and his name was Elijah Halston. The heroes don't remember him from my previous life, because he took his place next to Bridget for an unusually long time. There were rumors that my sister was simply happy with her nights with him. That's the whole secret. She flushed, just imagining this picture in her head, thinking about why she did it in the first place. Having mastered all her feelings, the girl carefully looked up again so as not to be noticed. The main character was sitting on the sofa alone, and opposite her were her 3 half-sisters, not to mention the fact that the Emperor was sitting on a separate chair in front of them. The girl was able to calm down her excitement and decided to carefully examine the 3rd princess's personal knight again, to understand what else was his highlight since he spent so long as a knight. But as soon as she looked at him, the man noticed her gaze and smiled charmingly at the young girl. The young homunculus caught Evenrose by surprise with his action, and she flared up again. Since she was caught staring, the girl quickly turned away from him in embarrassment. While she was hiding her face, her personal knight Michael noticed her strange actions and decided to find out the reason for them. He immediately identified the culprit in the form of a knight from another princess who was now grinning smugly, confident in his attractiveness. Michael, of course, did not like the expression on his face and the fact that he could be said to be flirting with his owner, and he called him a puppy in his head. Agnito radiated murderous intent due to the behavior of the other knight, when the other side point-blank did not notice the threat from him. At this time, Bridget admired the room, saying that the emerald arches were truly as amazing as the rumors said. Evenrose could not but agree with her and said that she was immensely grateful to her father for these extraordinarily beautiful chambers. The Emperor laughed pleasantly, feeling very pleased as he was glad that his daughter liked them. He concluded that giving them to her in honor of the imprinting was the right decision. Naturally, the sisters were offended by his words and felt that they were deprived of such attention to their sister. Indeed, besides Bridget, there was not a single person who had personal chambers among the imperial children. Unable to contain their disappointment, the girls began to complain that their father had given Eve's emerald chambers, since they should be glad that she chose a personal person. Although you might think that the sister did something outstanding in alchemy or something else, if they had known that they could make him so happy, they would have influenced another year to elect a knight. They did not notice that after their words, the man's face frowned, but this was done by the always attentive 3rd princess. She took her cup of tea and made noise to attract the attention of the girls complaining about their lives, telling them that this was enough. Although she did not raise her voice at them, the sisters felt a chill throughout their bodies and quickly nodded, realizing that they had gone too far. When they answered in unison that they were wrong, Bridget turned her attention to her father and said that the conversation about abilities gave her an idea. After all, he was interested in rebuilding Hadelun and working on projects, and the man was surprised that this too came to her ears. And it seems that the people of the Imperial Council do not know how to keep their mouths shut. The blonde immediately began to deny his words, justifying himself by the fact that not so long ago her interest was directed precisely to this area, and he pretended to believe her. Smiling, the princess said that if her ability was sufficient, she would like to participate in everything related to Hadelun. Looking at this number, the boiled picture of the main character understood the reason why the 3rd princess came here. She wanted to demonstrate her political side to her father and get all the profitable projects for her fund manager, Earl Chansley. Looking at this scene, the main character thought that her sister seemed to want to use coming to her for this purpose. And the 3rd princess wanted to see dissatisfaction from Evenrose's father, for example, by mentioning homunculi, just as in her previous life, she wanted to set her up. She calmly tasted her tea, thinking that this time she would not succeed so easily and she would not fall for provocations. At this time, the emperor continued to talk about his third daughter, reasoning that it seemed that Brit was interested in learning about the project, and she made it clear that everything was so. The man began to say that she was thinking of moving the slums in the east of the 14th district to the developed territories in the south of the 27th district. Indeed, Bridget really liked this idea, and the girl began to praise her father, saying that his idea was truly brilliant. Even Rose knew from her past life that this policy was a failure, but her sister did not know about this and continued her father's thought by talking about the 14th district. After all, the 14th district has long played the role of protection from the monsters of the Legrayan forest, and now evil in the east has disappeared, but in the south it has suddenly become more frequent. So this time too, it's worth overpowering the poor people there, and the 27th district will be an obstacle in its own way. Meanwhile, the value of the 14th district was due to its position right on the trade route, and that was why the girl admired her father's plan. The sisters next to her were surprised at how she knew about this, and her father praised how insightful she was and immediately understood everything, which made him proud of her. Bridget immediately looked at her seventh sister and remained silent there and did not interfere in their conversation. She chuckled thoughtfully at such a reaction, thinking that her next phrase would immediately cut off her uninterested expression. The girl continued to talk about these districts, suggesting that at the same time the poor could cultivate undeveloped lands. Immediately after these words, as she expected, her sister shuddered, and the cup in her hand froze. Even Rose thought that even if the poor people do not pay taxes, is it not enough that their land will be taken away from them? After all, the people of the empire will not only use the poor as a shield, but also force them to work. The girl understood that she couldn't say something like that, and needed to restrain herself if she intervened now. She would only turn her father against her. At this time, the third princess was carefully watching her reaction, thinking that this time the sister would definitely not be able to hold out for long. She continued to tell her father with a smile that the poor people from the slums were also subjects of the empire. The main character immediately became wary, thinking about what else her cold-blooded sister had come up with. And she did not take long to say that since the poor do not pay taxes, they must find a way to turn them around for the benefit of the empire. She asked permission to listen to her thoughts, and when she gave her consent, she said that now the poor need housing and work. Housing can be provided to the territory being developed at a low interest rate, and by registering at the Imperial Labor Center, people will be able to get a job. Smiling, the girl said that in this way they would be able to reimburse all the expenses that the Imperial Treasury had to spend. The Emperor, looking at her thoughtfully, asked Bridget about her idea of giving housing to register the labor center and providing work to the poor. The girl continued to talk about her ideas about the labor center, because in this case, the poor would fulfill their duty to the empire. The man could only react to her words, and later said that it was a really good way, which infuriated the main character, since she understood perfectly well that after registration it would be impossible to evade taxes. For people in a deadly place, they will not only be used as a shield, but also to collect taxes, and the girl did not agree with this solution to the issue. She didn't hesitate to express her position, which made them turn their heads towards her. She was not afraid of their predatory gaze, where one was anticipating victory, and the other was warning not to say too much. The girl continued to say that in this case, the slum residents would refuse to move. Later, she immediately fell silent, finishing her thought, and began to look down in silent tension. There was a deathly silence between all the witnesses to her small rebellion, and no one dared to interrupt it. Until you did a third, the princess was trying to get her sister to start arguing with her. With a slight smile, she asked her half-sister to continue her thought. At first, the girl simply looked at her, but without embarrassment she turned her head to her father, saying that it was now safe in the east, and if they moved to the south, they would again take on the role of a human shield. She asked, did Leon really think that people would just accept it? Because of course, work and housing are important, but no more valuable than his own life, and this phrase made the emperor think about this issue for some time. It is clear that the situation was on her side. The girl continues to say that, moreover, if the army forcibly resettles people, she could imagine the situation with her own eyes, when the Imperial Knights would break into the poor people. And by forcibly putting them in chains, we can say that they are sent to 100% death. This matter is irreversible and will negatively affect her father's reputation, which the girl immediately informed him of. After this phrase, silence fell again, and the emperor again did not react to her words, still looking down thoughtfully. The girl was very nervous, so she was thinking about what look the emperor would give her now, like in a previous life. And after that, he will stop communicating with her, since she will forever be in His Majesty's disgrace. She couldn't let it happen again, and just as she thought about it, someone called out to her. It was the third princess who asked what her sister was offering then. The girl condescendingly asked if she really wanted to say that it was better to abandon the development of these lands altogether. After her words, the golden-haired girl fell silent for a while, and the third princess thought that she had thus put her in her place. Well, at that moment, when she had already relaxed and started drinking her tea again, even Rose said that she shouldn't have abandoned the plan. The heroine began to talk about how she had a plan to ensure benefits for everyone. She explained that now the most important thing is to preserve life, and there are ways to ensure safe living even without the construction of military facilities. And even without sending an army there, you can build something else on the border. Namely, houses for imperial knights, and only this phrase attracted the attention of everyone in the room. And it was not only the homunculi, but also the third princess and the emperor who began to look at her in shock. Ignore their reaction. The heroine continued to say that even if she was on duty, there would be a tenth of the knights there. She was sure that they would not be able to defend themselves, and this method was truly amazing. The emperor of this silently listened to her and muttered that this method, if you think about it, was not bad. After his reaction, the main character breathed out a sigh of relief, glad that her idea turned out to be good. The man continued to say that Betty's plan was to build houses for the poor anyway, and if the homunculus dies, then his house will again become the property of the empire, and this was an excellent idea. The emperor was not too lazy to praise his daughter, and the girl said that he flattered her. Of course, a third of the princess did not like this reaction from her father, and she decided to talk to her sister again, saying that it was very unexpected. When she received her attention, the girl asked her if she wanted to build a haven for the knights, serving the emperor himself in such a place. She again tried to find fault with her to put her awkward proposal, which made the main character only sigh bitterly. Rose smiled brightly at her sister, saying that the empire was much more important than the honor of the homunculi. This made the emperor, who was silent during their squabble, nod his head several times, pleased with her initiative. Bridget had nothing to say to these words, and she accepted her defeat by answering that her sister had indeed become a real princess. It was good that she fell for the words of honor, and so the heroine simply thanked her sister. However, in fact, for her, human rights were more important than the benefits of the empire, because everyone needs food, clothing, and shelter over their heads. Therefore, in this way, the homunculi will receive basic rights. But her father had no idea about this and asked if she had any other ideas. He would like to hear more of her suggestions for the project, without paying attention to his eldest daughter, which burned the main character with an envious glance, to which the seventh princess looked at her father with a smile. She completely captured the emperor's attention, which made her sisters very unhappy, to whom, when leaving, the girl wished safe roads. The girl was finally left alone and with a light heart flopped back onto the sofa. While the maid was cleaning the tea set, her personal knight spoke to her, asking about her ideas. He immediately guessed that the girl wanted to give basic rights to the homunculi, and this did not surprise the girl since she knew about his intelligence. The golden-haired heroine asked the young man how the other knights reacted to this information. After some thought, remembering the expressions on the faces of the other knights, the man pointed out their features to her. That one's facial expression did not change throughout the entire dialogue, and two more looked depressed because of this information. But what attracted him most was the reaction of the last knight, who smiled when she announced her idea. The princess, of course, was embarrassed by this fact, since it was at least strange to smile because of something like this. She immediately asked who it was, and the man replied that the homunculus who smiled in this situation was the personal knight of the third princess. Now the girl understood why his reaction seemed strange to her, since Sir Halstein immediately seemed to her to be a rather unusual homunculus. As soon as she said this, there was a knock on the door, and the maid told her that Sir Halstein had returned. When Her Highness asked why he did this, the maid replied that he said that he needed to find the ribbon that the third princess had dropped. She already answered that she was not here, but he wanted to check it personally, so the girl said to let him in. It will be better to just accept it than to argue and waste your nerves on it." As soon as she let him in, he smiled brightly and again greeted Her Highness the Seventh Princess. The girl did not respond to his kindness, saying to quickly make sure that the tape was not there and leave. He asked to treat him with understanding because he just wanted there to be no doubts. After examining the entire sofa, he realized that it seemed he had made a mistake and asked for forgiveness from Her Highness, kneeling in front of her. He held out his hand to her and asked her to accept his sincere apologies for his rudeness. With this action, he shocked not only the heroine, but also her personal knight. But because of etiquette, she had to obey. The man immediately took advantage of this opportunity and took her hand in his for a kiss. But the moment he touched her palm with his lips, he kissed her hand deliberately loudly. The girl could only stare at him with her open mouth. "I don't understand what just happened here." Michael was also perplexed, and his face turned white with disgust. But the young man who caused this reaction did not pay any attention to them. He smiled brightly as if he had done nothing wrong or shameful. But the girl did not think so, and with a reddened face, abruptly pulled out the hand that the knight was holding. She shouted at him indignantly, but he remained just as pleased with himself, and with a smile asked for forgiveness for his behavior. He justified himself by saying that he was too excited by the honor of kissing her hand, and because of this he allowed himself too much. Keeping her palm away from him, feeling uncomfortable, the princess asked him to quickly leave here, which he did. Well, while he was already heading towards the exit, his steps froze near him, and turning to them, he chuckled. At that time, the young people watched him closely and noticed his reaction. The black-haired young man gritted his teeth, thinking about twisting his wrist. "I'm still wiping my palm that touched the damn girl," and replied that it was not worth touching the personal knight of the third princess. At this time, her knight noticed that it did not look like the brunette did this under orders. The heroines, in truth, at first thought that they were trying to offend her in this way, but this meant that he was planning something else. Elijah Hallstein knew how experienced Betty was in relationships with men, and he probably had to make a lot of effort to attract her attention. The reasons that he wanted to get her attention were obvious and simple for such an ambitious homunculus. After all, my sister was currently the most promising candidate for the throne, and such a nosy guy made eyes at the main character, and it was unpleasant because if she made a mistake, the situation could become very problematic. Noticing her spring look, Michael sighed and said that the princess who extended her hand that time and the knight himself asking for her hand was a laugh. And that's all. He had heard that in the palace, the knights were used as trophies, and it was true that the members of the imperial family only saw homunculi as objects. But the girl told the young man not to worry, assuring him that she had no intention of challenging anyone. The man laughed softly and said that he thought she just had to participate in this, but she decided to turn into a queen, the most powerful chess piece. His words made the girl think because perhaps she would still have to get involved in something like that, since he was her personal knight. She was extremely serious, and did not even notice that when the man said these words, his face seemed carefree. He just wanted to tease her and said it as a joke to lighten the atmosphere. But he decided to close his eyes to this and answer that he should mentally prepare for her plans. The girl seriously said that she did not plan to use him as a bet. And when he asked if she would use it if a fight was inevitable, the girl sharply turned her head towards him. Her face was extremely serious and filled with promise, as she replied that she would definitely win if she had to act like this. The man was shocked by her words, and the girl continued to say with a smile that she could not lose him. She promised herself a long time ago that she would never give it to anyone, and was not embarrassed to admit it. The man did not react to her words in any way, as if they did not hurt him in any way. Although, in fact, if you look closely, a sea of emotions splashed in his eyes. He could only admit to himself that the girl really captured him and enchanted him. Some time passed from that moment, and now the young people were outside the palace. They had just finished doing charity work at a shelter and were heading back. Now the girl understood why Lord Redmond said to wear comfortable clothes since things are not done easily. By the way, the main character did not expect her knight to get along so well with children, and when she asked if he liked them, he replied that, as the director of the orphanage said, they were like angels, and thanks to his help, everything seemed very easy. Thanking the young man for helping her, the girl at some point froze and said that it was a pity to go back. And she invited him to see the city, since now the young people were in the midst of the festival. A festive atmosphere reigned everywhere, which was not disturbed by anything, and this made the young man, who had never been to such places before, blush. But he did not show that he was impressed by the raining fun, and hiding his face, answered as if he was doing it only because the princess wanted it. The girl in no way believed his justification, but pretended that everything was as he said. The heroine wanted to ask the young man a question, and he made it clear that he was ready to listen to Her Highness if something bothered her. Even Rose asked Michael if he would continue to call her princess outside the palace. The man did not expect such a question and was at first stunned, and then carefully asked what he should call her then. Then the girl, who was just waiting for this question, answered that he could call her briefly Eve. Such an informal address to Her Highness made this impossible for the newly minted knight. But the girl looked at him with shining eyes that begged him to call her that. At first, it seemed as if the man would begin to reject her request, but it turned out that he was simply embarrassed. And he quietly, so that only she could hear, called her Eve, and a different situation appeared before the girl. She remembered the moments of her past life, when the same young man called her the same thing. That moment was not the most pleasant in her past life, since Michael kept her as if in a cage. While she was reminiscing, Michael's voice called out to her, and she said to call her that way, thinking about how strange it was that at that moment he reminded her of that Michael. But she decided to discard this thought and continue to have fun with her personal night. Together, they enjoyed all the possibilities of the festival, looking at the local flowers and trying different delicacies. At some point, their attention was attracted by someone's cry demanding attention, which announced that a performance at the Pegasus Theater would soon take place, that their best theater singer prepared a solo performance for them. He asked to support her, and the main character was interested in the words about the best singer, so she wanted to go and watch the performance. It was at this moment that the princess heard someone's loud shouts and curses, and it seemed very strange. She looked towards the screams and was able to hear a woman's voice saying that she didn't want something and demanding that she take her hands off her. And as soon as the words were spoken, she heard the patter of someone's feet, and the girl continued to swear, saying that she would not do as she was told. The brunette didn't notice where she was running at all, clearly fearing the one with whom she was arguing, although she didn't show it. And when she turned her head, it was too late, and she was about to crash into the main character. But before this happened, the knight and princess personally protected her and did not let her fall along with the girl. Ignore the fallen and possibly injured girl. The man immediately turned to his mistress, asking if she was okay. At least for this moment, the girl responded automatically, paying attention to the fallen woman who seemed familiar. At that moment, while she was thinking about this, some man from the alley began to shout at the brunette, saying that she should not even dare to regret it, since she herself refused such a chance, causing the girl, as he called her Ramona, to flinch as if he had hit the target. The princess noticed that he called her Ramona, and only then did the heroine realize that the girl in front of her was the best singer of the empire. She began to look at her in admiration since she had recordings of her songs, although she is not a big fan of music. When she felt bad, it calmed down, listening to her voice. Therefore, realizing that it seems that no one knows her yet, she turned to her. But when she did this, the brunette who was still lying on the ground flinched as she heard the sound of music. Don't pay attention to the main character, but she turned sharply in this direction, not believing what she saw. Since a girl was performing on stage, although it was her performance, what she said, turning to nowhere. She immediately penetrated, having lost all her passion when she argued with that young man from the alley. The girl muttered quietly at first, and then began to swear at some withered asparagus-like idiot, who thought that he was completely deaf once he took this lady instead of her, whose bear trampled all her ears, and the heroine realized what kind of character she had. While she wanted the theater called Pegasus even rose to ruin, she could not stand it and turned to the crying girl again. She, smiling softly, asked her what happened, holding out a handkerchief for her to wipe her face. At first, Ramona did not dare to take a handkerchief from a stranger and simply stared at him, sniffling. But then, without a word, she quickly took it and started blowing her nose in it. The girl, shyly, quietly thanked the heroine, introducing herself as Ramona Rund. The girl answered the previous question and says that today she had to stand on that stage. Well, the theater owner's son kicked her out because she refused to be his date. In a fit of emotion, she pressed herself close to the princess, and Evan Rose felt awkward. Michael immediately reacted and wanted to remove the girl from his mistress, saying how rude it was on her part, asking if she even knew who was in front of her. But the main character told him to stop, because it seems that Ramona also had to overcome a lot before becoming a star known throughout the empire. She hesitantly touched the girl's hair and began stroking it in a gesture of comfort, just like her songs gave her comfort now and she could give it to her. Ramona felt awkward after hugging the stranger and said that she would wash the scarf and return it, if only the heroine would tell where she lives. When the heroine tried to say that she shouldn't have done this, the brunette began to insist, saying that it was not the rules of her people to simply accept someone's help. Even Rose couldn't reveal herself and her identity to this girl right now. And even now, looking at the upset expression on the singer's face, she understood that there was a more important problem. She took Ramona by the shoulders and said that she still seemed to need help. The girl turned her head away from her, answering that she didn't need to feel sorry for her, because this happens here all the time and she was fine. But Evan Rose asked what would happen if her words were not pity, but real help. The long-haired girl did not believe her words and shook her head negatively and replied that the green-haired girl could not help her in any way. The princess was not at all offended by her words and smiled and said that if she were in her place, she would not be so sure of this. And her promise really did not turn out to be empty, since after a while one could notice the brunette on the stage. No one expected that the girl who was removed from the program by a young man out of spite would now sing and delight the audience. At this time, Michaelis observed the enthusiastic expression on his mistress's face and asked if she always helps the first person she meets. She replied that she was doing this for a reason, because sponsoring talented artists is one of the duties of august persons. So she paid the director of the theater to send Miss Run to the stage. But her words didn't make much sense, because how could she know about Ramona's talent if she had never heard her, and the man immediately asked about it? He caught her in an outright lie, and so the girl twitched guiltily and began to justify herself by what her intuition told her, which is never wrong. While the young people were talking, the girl on stage finished the performance, and the people around them began to applaud her. While Ramona bowed to her audience, she turned her attention to her new acquaintance. The green-headed girl who had consoled her before and apparently even helped her perform today already wanted to go back home. But Ramona, who realized that the girl would leave now, did not want to let her go so easily. Shouting over the crowd, the singer turned to this girl so that even Rose would notice her that she had succeeded. She ran up to the young people and asked them to stop so that she could tell them something. The main character was sincerely surprised that the other side had not forgotten about her and even decided to catch up. At this time, Ramona, without hiding the awe in her voice, asked if the other side really helped her. Even Rose, seeing the hope in her eyes, could not help but be embarrassed and at first did not confess, since she approached her very unexpectedly. But having calmed down, the heroine calmly replied that she really influenced the brunette to be allowed on stage. Ramona didn't understand how she managed to do this, but she decided that at the moment it wasn't that important. She grabbed the green-haired girl by the hand, causing her to blush, and persistently asked her to tell her name. Although it seemed like she was demanding an answer from her, she actually felt excited because the other party had saved her and she didn't even know the name. Therefore, she, with lowered eyes, begged him to answer her, while Evan Rose was still in a stupor from the contact of their hands. After all, even Sedella, her personal maid, had never held her hand. And if she's being completely honest, the hug that the singer initiated before the performance was overall pleasant, if awkward. Therefore, deciding to leave everything as it is and just go with the flow, the young princess smiled, deciding to answer the girl. She did not call herself the princess of this empire, and only shortened her real name and surname and called herself Eve Chloe. At that moment, when Michael decided to intervene and remind Eve that it was time for them to return, the heroine decided to say goodbye. The heroine, without withdrawing her hands with a smile, said goodbye to Ramona, saying that they would see each other again. At this moment, the singer, who had not yet achieved world fame, could only look after the girl in shock. Having reached the place where the carriage was waiting for them, the main character could not help but admire Ramona's magnificent song once again. Even Rose, with a smile, got into the carriage with the help of Michael and asked the young man's opinion. Without waiting for his answer, the girl giggled and said that in the future the brunette's songs would be even better. And it seems that Ramona thought the same thing, because at a difficult moment in her life, a stranger gave her a helping hand and gave her hope for a better future. The main characters sat in silence for some time, each immersed in their own thoughts. The girl recalled how she recently entered into an agreement with the director of the theater, reminding him to strictly observe the confidentiality clause. If they find out that the imperial family is related to a commoner, nothing good will happen. And at least one day it will still be revealed, but for now it was better to hide this information from the negative public. The man who was looking at the thoughtful girl said that he thought only he was allowed to address the heroine informally. But now it seems that another exception has appeared, and the heroine only now realized that he was now addressing her like that, so she didn't even think about it. Michael noted that this standard was similar to the communication of commoners, but even Rose did not understand what he meant. And then the young man asked if the girl had just found a girlfriend. For the heroine, the word friend was unfamiliar since she spent her entire childhood reading books and not making friends. Therefore, she could not be sure what status her new acquaintance had for her, although she was not against making friends. Most likely, she deliberately did not reveal to Ramona who she was in order to have a friend, and not just an ally. The girl, blushing, admitted to herself that she might have done this so that next time she could communicate with her just as easily. And only when the girl felt better from such a confession did she turn her curiosity to her personal knight. She asked Sir Agnito with a smile if he had any friends. But the young man did not answer immediately, and his face showed no noticeable reaction. The man began to think as if he couldn't remember a single person suitable for the role of his friend, and the girl immediately began to get nervous, thinking that she had offended the young man and touched on a sore subject. When the young man returned from a walk with Her Highness, the sun had long since set, and the young man went into his room, which he shared with another knight. This knight turned out to be Sylvestian, which was quite logical since both of them had recently become personal knights of the august persons. Looking at the lounging, silver-haired young man, Michael noted that he had come early today because he had caught him. He looked at the one who called him and saw the main character and limply greeted him. Taking off his knight's uniform, the dark-haired man continued to talk about how his neighbor had not returned until midnight, for a long time. At his words, the man laughed sarcastically as if the words that he returned before midnight were funny, since this happened every 2 days, which meant that he did not spend the night here, which Agnito quickly realized. If you looked closely at the man, you could notice redness on the skin, and it was clear who left these marks. Sylvestian confirmed his thoughts by saying that the White Rose of the Empire was no different from other August ones. When he asked Michael if the 7th princess demanded this, the other side got angry and said not to cross the line. The man shuddered and admitted his mistake, saying that he had made a mistake and meant the wrong thing. Agnito approached this with understanding, thinking that he must be very tired if he made such a mistake, and decided to close his eyes to it. He closed the curtains a little and wished the knight good night, inviting him to practice swords during the day. And when the man gave a positive answer and followed his advice to rest, Michael also went to bed. The hero watched the peaceful expression on the other young man's face and thought about the princess's words earlier, when she asked him if he had friends, although at that moment he could not answer her since homunculi do not have such feelings. He was taught that homunculi have no attachments, and Michael believed that this was how it should be. The next day, a conference was held, attended by the most important people of the empire. One of them was the Marquis of Rimitiello, a member of the Supreme Council, and he praised the 7th princess, who was attending their meeting for the first time. He said that he now understood why the emperor invited the 7th princess of this empire today, because she is wise beyond her years. The emperor responded favorably to his compliment and said that he had been very proud of her lately. He asked whether he had told the advisors that it was his daughter who proposed the border resettlement policy. The Marquis jerked in surprise because the emperor said that this was the princess's plan, but he thought that it was Her Highness the 3rd princess who proposed it. It turned out that not only the man thought so, but everyone present was therefore surprised that everything turned out differently. Even Rose sighed sadly, thinking about the insidious way Betty had turned everything in her favor. However, now this number will not work, and the emperor was at a loss as to what exactly prompted them to such an idea, and once again repeated that the idea belonged to Eve. Previously, Evan Rose only argued fiercely during tea parties with His Majesty, but now her words will be recorded and transmitted to the most important people of this empire. The fact that Betty tried to appropriate her idea for her own will fly apart from the mouths of the scribes and legislators of the council. The meeting came to an end and, having said goodbye to everyone, the happy girl went back, having achieved her goal. Now Betty's reputation is under threat, and not only the main character knew this, but also the 3rd princess, who was now angrily cutting off the rosebuds. She remembered how she and the Empire's advisors began discussing a way to use sandworms to create fertile soil. Bridget was unhappy with the topic of discussion and asked who dared to bring up this nonsense for discussion. The princess ordered that these people be told and speak for themselves, and not ask the Marquis to represent them. The Marquis remained silent, not responding to her harsh words, and the girl was pleased, thinking that she had put him in his place. But everything turned out to be wrong, because a minute later the Marquise answered her that this idea was proposed by the author of the plan for relocation to the border. He publicly announced that the author of the idea was the 7th Princess of the Empire, and Bridget did not help understand how this became known. The aristocrats sitting nearby immediately began to discuss this news, because they thought that this was Her Highness the 3rd Princess's plan and almost fell for this lie. This was a thorn in her reputation, although she thought Evenrose would remain silent, but she decided to get involved in politics. The princess's personal knight standing nearby realized that he needed to be quieter. The aroma was so strong that it was impossible to breathe, and all because Bridget was not herself. She wondered aloud how her sister dared to disgrace her like that, someone who should know her place. In her opinion, the 7th princess should have sat in the corner and pretended to be smart. The princess swore to herself that she would take revenge, and the main character would regret that she got involved in politics. Some time passed, and now Agnito entered his mistress's room and greeted Her Highness the princess. The heroine also wished good morning to the young man. The girl explained why she called him. She explained that there was still time left before leaving, and the heroine invited them all to chat over a cup of tea. The man twitched when he looked at the main character and complimented her, saying that she was especially beautiful today. Evenrose had heard that knights were proud to serve someone truly beautiful, so she made an effort to instill a sense of devotion in him. The knight answered in all seriousness that this had an effect, and they began drinking tea, laughing. The tea was personally prepared by Her Highness from herbs that she grew in her balcony garden. All those who served her nonstop praised her skill, saying that it couldn't have been any other way because it was the tea collected by Her Highness. The girl smiled softly, thanking her for the compliment, feeling very comfortable in their company. At this time, Michael asked the heroine if there was any important ball or banquet today, although he did not know her plans. But her maid answered him, saying that today there would be a regular princess tea party where the most influential women of the empire would gather. Therefore, you need to prepare for it no less than for the ball, because it was an event where adult princesses gather to discuss political issues. That's what they say, but in reality it's just a cover, and it wasn't the reason why only princesses gather. In fact, a variety of secret topics are discussed, and the main one is the evaluation of personal knights. Therefore, an unspoken rule arose: do not bring your personal knights with you to a tea party. Sometimes it went to the extreme. Sometimes they even exchanged intimate details, and just imagining it, the princess felt a headache. Since she had already seen how she would fly in to appear in front of her sisters and Rosenite, but she couldn't be a personal knight for a tea party. Apparently, Hugh forgot to give Michael the schedule for today, and for this, Sedella asked for forgiveness, and it was clear that the hero did not understand why he could not be with her. The girl understood that she needed to change the topic and decided to tell the man that his work was finished for today. And as soon as he drinks tea, he is free to do whatever he wants, and the man calmly accepted this. He announced that he would be at the Closo arena so that the girl could call him at any time, and although he always says this, today it sounded serious. And by the way, the 3rd princess was also suspiciously quiet, and she was absolutely sure that she was furious about what happened with the relocation plan. If she were in her place, she would certainly take revenge on the offender, so the heroine asked her servant if he had forgotten her previous order. The young man is sure that he remembers her, that he must immediately inform the 7th princess if something happens to Sir Agnito. The heroine confirmed that this is exactly what she reminded him of and asked him to be especially attentive. Today the young man left to carry out her order. The main character had a bad feeling that something was going to happen, but she decided to put it aside and go to a tea party. While she went to the other princesses, Michael watched the other homunculi in the arena. The man analyzed the training of other knights, finding many shortcomings in their technique. One-on-one sparring does not cause problems for anyone, but there was another incident that caused inconvenience. After all, these homunculi did not notice their surroundings while they were training, completely concentrating on one opponent. He sighed heavily. I think that at this rate they will not advance at all in the level of swordsmanship. At that moment, his roommate, the heroes, noticed him and decided to talk to him. noticing that today he was released early again. They greeted each other, and Sylvestian asked the young man what he was thinking about so seriously since he had not trained. After a moment of reflection, Michael decided to talk about his thoughts while observing other homunculi. The man said that homunculi are not capable of a joint attack from different sides, and this was a completely expected remark. After all, knights usually train one-on-one. And he asked his almost friend if he knew that the production of the magic stone had decreased, to which he answered positively. Michael explained that the magic stone is extracted from crystals into which the earth around the defeated body of the dragon demon turns, so soon they will have to go in search of the dragon. Now Sylvestian understood the train of thought that an army would be assembled from homunculi and that they would also take from the Imperial Guard. So if everyone fights alone like now, they will die, and now it was clear why there were so many homunculi, recreated homunculi, during the dragon hunt. Michael noticed the gaze of the other knight and asked what was the matter. He decided not to hide his thoughts. I replied that I was amazed that Michael seemed worried about the other homunculi. And this was a correct remark, because even the main character noticed that he should worry about other homunculi. Sylvestian decided to close this topic and go on training, and said that they would see later. As soon as they said goodbye to each other, Michael noticed how two knights approached him. They immediately made it clear that they knew who he was and had very serious faces. The young man immediately suspected something was wrong, and with a cold face asked if anything had happened. Still keeping a cold mask on their faces, the men said that someone was looking for him, and he needed to follow them. The main character did not want to immediately carry out their will, and persistently asked who exactly sent for him. Then their gaze became more piercing when one of the knights replied that the imperial family was looking for him. He immediately warned that he could not say anything more since he was forbidden, and once again reminded him to follow them. Michael immediately understood from his look that the matter was unclean and tensed with his whole body. Well, there was no other choice but to follow them, and he took the initiative to walk in front of them. He understood that the August ones did this right during the princess's tea party, only in order to catch the young man alone. But he didn't know what exactly it was for, looking at the thick windfall. The gaze of an observer golem would not reach such a place, and it was also suspiciously quiet, since a barrier was probably installed. The young man very often heard rumors about the imperial family, namely about some of its representatives. The fact that members of the imperial family torture the personal knights of their relatives, trying to put pressure on the owners. Although, in his opinion, it might be better to let it be this way than another outcome, since their goal was only him, and not the princess, who in this case would not be touched. At this moment, they finally reached the meeting place, and the homunculi stopped. Michael decided to see who exactly wanted to harm his princess through him. She was the 6th princess, Stefania Hadelamid, and the 6th prince of the empire, Derek Hadelamid. The princess was unhappy that Betty constantly forced her to do this, and her brother began to calm her down, saying that Bridget would soon become a princess, and it would be good if she began to trust them. They did not pay any attention to the black-haired young man, who perfectly heard their conversation. He realized that it seemed like it was revenge for the relocation plan put forward by the 7th princess. Since the order to bring the knight was carried out, the blonde released the homunculi and ordered Michael to come closer. Therefore they called him, and using these two homunculi so that he had no choice but to greet Her Highness the 6th princess. He knelt before them as a sign of respect and introduced himself as Michaelis Agnito. Derek did not bother to answer his greeting and ordered him to freeze and not even think about getting up. He called Ritver Ferman and Snorth Vint, his and his sister's personal knights whom they took with them. The young man gave them orders to restrain the man, who knelt down. Michaelis immediately sensed something was wrong when the young homunculi unconditionally began to carry out his orders. The black-haired girl, before fulfilling the will of her master, in a whisper advised Agnito to sit on both knees. But he resisted and did not follow her advice, saying that only the emperor and his mistress could bring him to his knees, and only they have the right to treat him like a slave, and the girl respected his choice and did not insist. Immediately after she made it clear that she understood his point of view, she and her partner pressed with all their might on Michaelis's shoulders. Immediately, a small pool of blood formed where his knee made contact with the stone surface. But although he was in pain, the main character did not show it, and the blonde, who was carefully watching him, was dissatisfied with this reaction. After a lot of thinking, she decided to act differently and raise the main character's chin with a fan. When they made eye contact, the princess, with a frightening voice, asked if he even knew why he was here. The young man was well aware of why he was here since they had just recently discussed it, but he pretended that he had no idea. Then the girl said that there were rumors throughout the palace that Evan Rose was doing a poor job training his personal knight. In a deliberately feigned manner, the blonde continued to say that she was very worried about her stupid sister. Therefore, I could not help on behalf of all the sisters who were so worried about the well-being of the 7th princess. Michaelis pretended that he really believed her words and said that if he had made a mistake in serving his mistress, that is, he should immediately tell him about it, and he would immediately correct himself. At first the girl froze, but then an ominous smile of anticipation appeared on her face. She began to talk about how the man became Eve's personal knight a whole month ago and had never spent the night with her during that time. This meant that he did not train enough since he could not fulfill the only reason for the existence of a personal knight, namely service. In her opinion, he is apparently unable to satisfy his mistress, so she lets him go every night. But this was an obvious lie and a provocation, because the one he served was Evenrose, who never used him for such a purpose. At this time, the brother of the 6th princess continued to speak for her, saying that since he could not fulfill his duty, he was not competent enough to be a personal knight. So the defective homunculus had no place in the imperial palace and should be kicked out. If a homunculus fails to cope with the duties assigned to him, then by law he must undergo a re-evaluation of the level. If he is not up to the role of a personal knight, then his status will have to be lowered, which made the young people laugh. The brother told his sister, after looking at her, that it was time to give the main character a reason to leave the palace. Looking at him in response, the blonde agreed with him and said that the elders of the 7th princess would have to take care of this. And she even had time to thank them for this, so they again ordered their knights to act. They wanted to break a couple of his bones so that he could not pass the test. This was very dangerous since the young man could not resist the august persons. At this time the blonde called her personal knight Ritver Snoret and said that they knew what to do. So the personal knights of the august persons immediately took their swords out of their sheaths, although it was clear from their faces that they did not want to harm their kinsmen. Automatically, Michaelis also wanted to take out the sword, but at that very moment, his hand froze at the hilt of the sword. Because if he draws his sword in the absence of his master, they can declare him a threat to the life of the prince and princess, and then their violence will be justified, which forced the young man to give up and rise from his knees. He appeared before the other knights without using weapons for self-defense, to endlessly entertain the august persons who looked at him with a smile, anticipating the bloody spectacle. Snorre, on the contrary, was calm and did not show any emotions unlike her owner. And although she was ready to carry out the cruel order, the brunette next to her named Ritwer was not. While Michael had no choice but to survive this battle and remain intact. While the young man was facing a fierce battle, the 7th princess sat at a tea party with her sisters. They calmly drank tea in a quiet atmosphere until the main character was called out. It was the first princess named Roxanne Hadalamid who asked if it was true that for a whole month the heroine had not used the knightly services of her personal knight. The second princess, Caroline Hadalamid, was also surprised, not thinking that this was possible, and they shouldn't have gotten in the way since she didn't know how to use the knight. Evenrose, of course, assumed a similar outcome, but did not expect that they would actually openly discuss bed matters. But in fact, the girl is not so surprised precisely because all members of the imperial family use knights as legal bed slaves. She was already thinking that as soon as she became a crown princess, she would immediately remove the institution of personal knights. At this time, the 4th princess Hesya Hadalamid interrupted her train of thoughts by asking if her homunculus had some kind of defect in this regard. When the main character shook her head negatively, the 5th princess, Isel Hadalamid, did not believe her. She asked in deliberate surprise whether her sister had actually held an inspection of her personal knight. The heroine lied, saying that she spent the review thinking that if she told the truth, they would make a fuss again. But her sister immediately saw through her lie, saying that if she liked him, she would not send him to her place every night. Bridget completely agreed with her words and with a provocative smile asked the main character if she needed to personally train him for her. Evenrose's eyes immediately became cold, and she silently stared at the 3rd princess of this empire. Looking at her reaction, Bridget chuckled and said that Eve shouldn't look at her like that since she was just joking. But Evenrose did not make it clear that she forgave her or believed her excuses and addressed all those gathered at once. With a smile, she thanked them for their participation, but said that she could handle her night herself, and as long as Sir Anino did not do anything that violated the honor and oath of the knight, she was not going to talk about the problems in his training, especially with strangers, and therefore I asked you to treat this with understanding. After this remark, there was deathly silence, and Bridget decided to change the topic, and the girls sitting next to her supported her, saying that they needed to talk about something else. Then, slyly looking in the direction of the heroine, Bridget suggested discussing how to increase the amount of magic stone mined. The main character twitched, not understanding why her sister started this conversation again, especially since she knew that talking about it here was a waste of time. Since her father was absent here, he could notice her efforts, and at that moment the girl twitched. Turning towards the window from where she heard a strange sound, the girl managed to recognize it because it was the sound of Hugh's bugle. Hugh carried out her order and warned her about the danger associated with Michaelis, and the girl immediately understood what had happened. After all, her fears were confirmed, and they really decided to get to her knight in her absence, as she had expected. But they did this not with a simple knight, but with the future King Homunculus. And her good attitude may not be enough, and if this goes on, not only the imperial family, but the entire empire will be under threat. The girl could not allow this, so she thought about how exactly to get to her personal knight. She saw perfectly well how the sisters tried to stall for time by any means. The girl understood perfectly well that all these stories were the work of the third princess. The heroine was thinking about how to escape from this tea party, and came up with the simplest and most obvious way. Even Rose decided not to look for an excuse, but simply to put them to sleep, to her joy, noticing that the other princesses had nothing to do with it. So all I had to do was deal with the other princesses who were trying to leave her at this tea party. She needed to deal with the leader and her accomplices, which was not difficult. Covering herself with a cup of tea, the girl began to direct her magical power towards her half-sisters. At this time, Bridget talked about how to use the lives of thousands of homunculi to achieve success in mining stone. Well, at this time she began to feel unwell, and her thoughts began to be confused, because of which she did not remember where she had stopped. But it was not for nothing that she was the first successor to the throne, as she immediately began to suspect something was wrong. And she instantly found the culprit of her unbalanced state when she collided with the seventh princess. She looked at her lips and noticed how she silently moved her mouth as if saying some kind of spell. The third princess immediately understood what was happening and already jumped to her feet in indignation, trying to prevent her from doing what she started. Well, calmly looking at her in response with only her lips, even Rose said that it was too late to do anything, since the magic ended and Bridget fell onto the table like a rag doll. The sisters sitting nearby immediately became worried and began to call out to the princess, but they too suffered the same fate. They also instantly fell asleep immediately after her, and the first and second princesses sitting opposite did not understand what was happening. At this time, Evan Rose answered with a smile that it seemed their sisters had fallen asleep because the topic was too boring. Therefore, she suggested ending their tea party, and the princesses, after looking at each other, agreed with her. The seventh princess, with a smile, asked if they would mind if she went first since she had an urgent matter. Not suspecting anything was wrong, the girls let her go, and the heroine immediately went to the balcony. Rosen, who had been sitting quietly in her place before, could not contain her confusion, and told her sister that the door was on the other side. But Evan Rose no longer listened to her sisters as she jumped over the side of the balcony. When she jumped, she listened to the frightened cry of the eighth princess behind her. Although she didn't pay attention to him when she gracefully landed on the floor as she was in a hurry to use the door, she could only hope that Michaelis could hold out until she arrived and nothing happened to him. While the girl was in a hurry heading towards the young man to help him, he was surrounded by two knights. It was clear that even though the hero was standing, he had been badly beaten. While the knights were heading towards him, the man thought that if he was wounded and did not recover, then he would be demoted and reclassified as a homunculus of the lowest rank. He cursed, thinking that if he hadn't been in this position and had been able to use his sword, everything would have been fine. Staggering a little, Agnito mentally said that he would give anything for the princess to be here right now. At this time, the knight said, although he hated to say it, he thought that it would be better if Michael gave up his left hand. The man frowned, thinking that he only had two options to choose from right now. The first is to let them cut off one of my limbs and live a miserable life working in a rock mine. and the second option is to resist this and save himself, after which he will be accused of trying to harm members of the imperial family and brutally executed. Both options were terrible, but if he chose the second, at least he wouldn't have any regrets. Due to the ritual of loyalty, he would not be able to harm the imperial family, which was not a problem for him as such. After all, he will still be able to capture their personal knights if he draws his sword. But the problem was that if he caused problems, then not he, but the princess would be responsible for everything. And this will give her enemies the opportunity to attack because he made such a mistake. Therefore, there was no other choice but to put his sword on the ground and let his hand be cut off. He thought that at least once in his life he should act like a real knight and take responsibility. For some reason, Ritter remained in place and simply looked awkwardly at the young man. Michael, who had previously closed his eyes so as not to see how his hand was cut off, opened one eye slightly, asking what he was waiting for. Then the man came to his senses and moved towards him and said that he would try to do it quickly. He raised his sword above him to make a strong swing in front of his limb, and Michael closed his eyes again, thinking that he was doing this in order to thank the princess for showing him this world. But at that moment something happened and the space around them began to crack. This was noticed not only by the homunculus, who almost cut off his hand, but also by members of the imperial family, who asked what it was. They saw that the reason for the crash was a barrier that began to collapse, and from there the main character jumped to them. Her face was very focused as she landed where they were standing without a hitch. And she stood between the homunculus, who drew his sword in front of her personal knight, who did not even defend himself. Ritwer's pupils shrank in shock as he did not expect one of the princesses to jump out of the air. Like Michael, the appearance of the main character could not have come at a better time and was very welcome. Don't pay attention to the reaction of the young people. Evenrose, with an angry expression on her face, sternly asked how he dared to touch her knight. The man, who had previously fought her knight without hesitation, trembled under her stern gaze. Realizing their mistake, the personal knights properly greeted Her Highness the 7th Princess. Michael no longer paid attention to them as his gaze was focused on Evenrose. He called out to her while she was busy, giving the homunculi a threatening look. Hearing his voice, the heroine turned her face towards him, which was covered in bruises and cuts. After examining his face, she moved on to examine his body and noticed the shabby appearance of his clothes, as if he had been rolled in mud and blood on one knee. But most of all, she was confused by the sword, which was lying homeless next to the knight in its sheath, as if he was restraining himself. Evenrose immediately began to reproach herself, watching this scene, thinking that she should have come earlier and helped him. Since there was no time to blame herself, she sharply turned her head towards the culprits of her bad mood. The prince and princess flinched under her gaze, and Evenrose said that she had a general idea of what was happening here. Namely, that they called Agneto here to attack him. She was wondering what nonsense they blamed him for. And the 6th princess began to justify herself by saying that she understood how this situation might look at first glance, but had to say that Evenrose was very mistaken, and that they just taught the knight a lesson. But the green-headed one did not fall for their words, sarcastically saying how generous it was of them. She decided to see what he had learned, and judging by the state of his knees, they must have taught him to stand on them on a bed of sharp stones. It looks like he also immediately closed in on their personal knights, and it was a 2-on-1 fight, but Michael didn't even pull out his weapon. On the other hand, their knights gave their best and even used the energy of their sword to fight him. And when the 6th princess tried to justify herself, the heroine interrupted her by saying that everything was already obvious, and that they were going to accuse him of trying to harm the imperial family as soon as he drew his sword, and their reaction made it clear that this was true. The girl again drew attention to the sword lying on the floor, raising it and saying that a knight should not keep his weapon out of reach. She handed over the weapon to Michael with the words that, having lived her whole life in the imperial palace, she understood one thing, namely that this place is an endless battlefield. Avoiding conflict is not always the best option, and she insisted that he apply this as her lesson to him. Therefore, she now ordered him to pacify the 2 knights who raised their swords against her. Everyone except Michael was shocked by her words, who would inevitably emerge victorious in this fight, since even without a sword, the black-haired young man stood in front of 2 homunculi. The main character chuckled, as if he was pleased with her words and was just waiting for them. He turned towards the 2 knights, finally drawing his sword, and said that they would carry out the order of Her Highness. Seeing how pleased her personal knight was with the current situation, the heroine felt better. She smiled and turned back to the brother and sister duo to tell them something. When the main character called out to her dear relatives, they shuddered in fear, knowing that now there was no one to protect them since the knights would now be busy in battle. The heroine cheerfully clapped her hands, as if not noticing their reaction, and said that she would deal with the two of them herself. The girl and her knight completed their initial punishment and brought everyone gathered to their knees. Of course, the royals were unhappy with this outcome and hid their grumpy gaze, sweating from nerves. At the same time, standing in front of them, the main character was holding in her hands a recording of what happened from observations of the golem she picked up on the way. With a stern look, she ordered her to tell her who exactly persuaded them to do this, and they immediately said that it was Bridget. The girl thought so she demanded details of what exactly she ordered them to do. The blonde said that she told them to ensure that her personal knight was removed from his position and expelled from the imperial palace. She wanted them to inflict serious injuries on him because then he would be considered not incompetent to perform his duties. And if he pulled out a sword, she ordered to resist and blame him for trying to harm members of the imperial family. She came up with the last option, so she told them to provoke him into it. But this was the third princess, and she and Stefania did only what they were told. If she's still angry at us, she can punish their personal knights because that's what they're here for. They did not want this to become known to anyone so much that they asked not to tell anyone about it as their marriage negotiations would fall through. The young people who heard the words of their masters decided to fulfill their will and asked to punish them. They were ready to accept any punishment if it would calm down the anger of Her Highness. But the girl categorically refused to punish them, firmly saying that she would not do it. The girl's face grew even larger when she saw their indecisive fox, who asked her to punish them, turned sharply towards the two members of the imperial family. She called them pathetic, saying that instead of protecting their knights, they used them as shields. Turning again to the homunculi, the heroine said that she was not going to punish the knights in their place. After all, it was unfair that they became victims of quarrels between the imperial family. When they just carry out their orders and follow their will, they have no other choice. Deciding to end it here, the girl said that she had everything that was recorded from the golem's observations, and she was ready to keep secret what happened today, which made her brother and sister endlessly happy. They thought that this would become public knowledge, but her next words lowered their joyful mood. Since the girl said that she would hide it only on the condition that they apologized to her personal knight. At first, there was silence in the clearing after her statement, but as soon as they processed this information, they immediately screamed indignantly. They couldn't believe that she wanted to make them apologize to some homunculus. After all, she's just a solitary alchemist. But as it turned out, she was completely crazy for asking them to do something like that. Michael was also not sure that this was a good idea and tried to stop his mistress, but the girl was adamant. The blonde did not want to admit her guilt and tried to somehow persuade her sister, saying that she could apologize to her, but not to the homunculus. But her main character did not even listen to orders to immediately apologize to her personal faces, otherwise she would reveal their secret. The sixth princess also did not want to give up and was already thinking about the next argument she had to give not to do this. But Evanrose stubbornly looked at her, silently demanding obedience. Realizing that she would not get anything sensible from her, the blonde tisked to the side in rage. Therefore, despite being in their direction, she decided to do what was required of her and asked for forgiveness from Sir Agnito for pestering him. Her brother next to her closed his eyes and also apologized, expressing the hope that he would be lenient towards them. Michael could not believe that such proud creatures apologized to him, that he was only a slave in their eyes. After a moment's hesitation, still in a state of shock, the man replied that he accepted their apology. The young people opposite them were literally shaking from the anger that filled them, but the girl did not pay attention to it. The main character exhaled briefly, thinking about why it was so hard for them to say these words, but she said out loud that she hoped that they had learned their lesson today. She once again reminded them that any stupid tricks they tried to play on her would only lead to unpleasant consequences, and her words darkened them even more. Having finished with their punishment, the girl turned towards their personal knights and looked at the black-haired girl. She knew the name of the gray-eyed girl, but still decided to clarify whether her name was Vint. The girl, lowering her head and closing her eyes as if waiting for punishment, confirmed that her last name was Vint. But the main character did not want to punish her, as she had already mentioned earlier, and looked up from where she had jumped out not so long ago. The girl said that it was an excellent barrier, and it was a pity that such talent was used for malicious purposes. The main character turned to the girl again and said that what happened today was not her fault. Therefore, she expressed the hope that she did not reproach herself for this, and smiled as if she was trying to support her in the current situation and diffuse the atmosphere. She would like to leave now, and so she asked the girl to open the barrier, and she, with a slightly reddened face, carried out her will. Immediately after this, the main character felt that the barrier had been removed, and the area was filled with the sounds of the forest. The girl turned to her personal knight with a slight smile, thinking about what she wanted to tell him. She asked him if he was ready to go back and if everything was okay with him. The man nodded briefly, saying that everything was fine with him and he was ready to go back and accompany her. They began to leave, leaving behind a princess who did not want to leave such humiliation without revenge. But when they were talking about how today's humiliation should not be repeated, bird droppings caught the eye of the sixth prince, and he began to squeal about it throughout the forest. The main characters could no longer hear him since they were not far from the palace. The seventh princess's face became impenetrable, and it was unclear what exactly she was thinking about at the moment. The young man who walked next to her also remained extremely serious, but did not speak first. Unable to bear the silence, the main character shuddered and stopped in her place. The man did not see the expression on her face since he was a little away from her. Finally, the girl decided to speak and asked what she had been thinking about for a long time when she came to save him. She asked why he didn't use his sword before she came. After all, he was a strong young man and could have settled everything if he had pulled out his sword. But he was completely defenseless when she found him, and the girl could not understand why he did not stand up for himself. The man was surprised by her question, because, in his opinion, the reason for his actions was obvious because it was the best he could do. The girl, with a serious face, asked to explain in more detail why he decided that doing nothing would be the best decision. The man then began to explain that she knew that if he were accused of trying to harm the August, she would also be held accountable for his actions. She was a person who strives for a noble goal, and he did not want to break the trust that she had placed in him. And if the princess was a noble person, then the palace is already full of people trying to prevent her from achieving her plans. He didn't want to give her enemies a chance to ruin these plans, so he came to the conclusion that the best option was obedience. Also, the young man believed that this was the right thing to do because he was her personal knight. Even Rose realized that the main character thought that this was a commendable decision and should not be doubted, but she decided to explain her point of view to him. The heroine asked if Michael remembered how she told him that she did everything possible to protect him. When he confirmed that he remembered this, she said that by saying this, she meant to go into situations where he himself creates problems. He can fight back when he is in danger, and the girl will take care of the consequences. Thus, the girl made it clear that he should not worry about it, and that he could do what was necessary in these circumstances. But Michael doubted her words because he knew that she did not yet have any power in the palace. The seventh princess said that it was rude of him and replied that she had some influence because she was still a princess after all. Michael, seeing her angrily puffing, caught himself, realizing that he seemed to have offended her, and immediately said that he was sorry. Turning away from him as if he had slapped her in the face with his words, the girl replied that everything was fine. She did not dare look him straight in the eyes and was seriously thinking about something, as if she had found a new reason for thinking. Michael, who watched her reaction, realized that she was still offended by his words. He realized that his words could cause a negative reaction, even though he did not want it. He abruptly knelt down in front of the girl to express his intentions once and for all. The main character, who had previously been looking away, immediately turned towards the sound of a falling body. The girl began to get nervous, because she didn't know why he was doing this, and ordered him to get up right away because he was bleeding again. But the young man did not listen to her, and the girl instructed that if he remembers that she is a princess, then he needs to listen to her when she orders him to stand up. The girl saw that the young man trembled after her words, realizing that he would be hurt if he did not obey her. In a raised voice, the princess said that he had won and could say what was in his heart. The man replied that he did not make this decision earlier because he did not trust her, and he admitted that he had the wrong way of thinking. He knew she was doing it for a greater purpose, but he was worried about her and underestimated her competence. It was wrong of him, But it was not these words that surprised the girl, and the words that he was worried, because Michael was the homunculus who hated the August ones. The hero did what he did because he was worried about her, but it was a group on his part, and he expressed the hope that she would forgive him. The main character hastily replied that she forgives him and asked him to get up quickly because she was not at all angry with him. But the young man still had something to say because he had not yet thanked her for saving her, so he did it now. He explained that he was alive because she came at the right moment and it was all thanks to her. Michael was immensely grateful to her that he did not suffer the fate of a lower homunculus, and he could continue to serve her as a personal knight. The girl with reddened cheeks replied that she gave him her word, that she would protect him and was only keeping her promise. Then the man replied that she was doing this despite the fact that he was difficult to hold, so from now on he would trust her. The girl clenched her hands and thought about whether this man had always been so honest. At this moment, the man continued to say that today he realized that he was lucky to be her personal knight. The main character expressed his desire to serve as her sword with all his body and all his soul. He was ready to do this until she took her place on the throne, and the girl thanked him for having him. The man who was a rebel in her previous life decided to serve her unconditionally and faithfully in this life. She thought that probably she was doing everything right in this life since she fulfilled Michael's request from a past life, where she had to choose him. And perhaps what he said then was not just like that, but the young man's voice did not allow her to think through it. Michael extended his right hand and asked to give his, which the girl did. After she fulfilled his request, he took her hand and kissed it, showing his affection. Still holding her hand, the man smiled as he thought about something, and he decided to share his thoughts, saying that he was glad to serve his princess. At first, the girl did not react to his words, still watching his actions in prostration as if from the country. Well, then the main character smiled her brightest smile, answering that she was also glad to have him among her personal knights. Some time passed after this incident, and now the girl was sitting with her servant. She was discussing her problem with the sisters, who had created a problem because Evanrose was supposedly not being served at night. Sedella immediately thought that it was her fault that things had gotten to this point, and that she should have paid more attention to the rumors. The seventh princess asked her not to worry about it because they were determined to make it a problem, and they could not found them, but still Sedell thought that she had to do at least something so that they would not insult her highness in this way. The girl promised to work even harder so that the heroine would no longer fall under the influence of such rumors, and the others also expressed their intention to try. The main character's personal maid noticed that it was already dinner time, and she invited her princess to eat in her bedroom. Evanrose also liked this idea, because today was a very long day and she needed to rest. Having received the desired answer, Sedella invited her mistress to have dinner with Sir Agnito. Michael, who was sitting next to the main character, also looked at her, watching for a reaction to these words. Evanrose, not understanding all this fuss about dinner, chuckled questioningly. After a moment's hesitation, the girl awkwardly turned to Sir Agnito and replied that she would not mind having dinner with him if he did not mind. Age immediately rose from his seat, thinking that the servants wanted him to share a meal with the princess in her bedroom. She believed that this was part of his job as her personal knight, so he replied to her highness that he would not mind joining her. At that same second, the servants of the seventh princess also jumped out of their seats in excitement and turned to Michaelis with the words that he must put himself in order. They took the young man by the arms and took him to another room to help him get ready for dinner. Michaelis did not understand the reason for this strange behavior, but allowed them to take care of his appearance. They applied skincare products to his face, styled his hair, and dressed him in new clothes. Now the young man finally understood why the servants were so inspired. He believed that there was something better way to restore her honor in the palace, and he was not particularly annoyed by it. But he was curious whether the princess herself ordered it, or whether it was the initiative of her people. Although there was no longer time to think about this, since the young man was invited to go to Her Highness's chambers, which he did, and the first thing the newly made homunculus saw was his mistress in a sleeping dress. She leaned her hand on her chair, which had been prepared for her, and with a sincere smile invited Agnito to sit down. The young people arrived for the evening meal and did not talk about anything yet. The table was beautifully set with various expensive dishes, and Michaelis, who had never tried anything like this before, could not help but praise the kitchen. The main character was glad that the homunculus liked it, so she invited him to share meals with each other more often. The hand of the young man that was holding it trembled, and he sadly replied that he would come again if Her Highness wishes it. Not noticing his strange reaction, the girl smiled and said that from now on they would have dinner together. She smiled sweetly, thinking about something of her own, and the newly made knight had no idea what was on her mind. While they were eating, the girl mentioned that the 6th princess and 6th prince wouldn't cause any problems for a while, so she thought they had scared them enough. Therefore, the main character kept the notes from her observations. Besides, it was too early to engage in a fight with the 3rd princess. Listening to her arguments, the young man asked if she was going to continue to keep the golem, and the girl confirmed that it would be so, and for now she would keep him in a birdcage so that he would not fly away. The man was surprised that Evan Rose was illegally holding the property of the imperial palace. Fearing that something would happen with the help of Mr. Alvin in the chamberlain's office, one tiny golem would be enough for surveillance. A chamberlain in monarchical countries is a court rank of senior rank, as well as a person holding a rank. The girl understood that they could not keep the golem like that forever. It would be problematic if someone discovered him in her bedroom, and it was a pity that he had to be locked up. But the girl said not to worry about it since she had already come up with a plan. Taking a sip from her glass, the heroine added that she was going to look into this issue when she had time. When the young people finished the main courses, they were brought a tray of tea. Evan Rose with a smile asked the maids to leave, saying that she would serve tea for herself and Sir Agnito. Having understood in her own way what she meant by her words, the maids quickly left with smiles. They wished them good night, which put the young man into a stupor since it was still too early to go to bed. At this moment, the main character turned to the homunculus with a smile, saying that now they can talk in a more comfortable environment since they left. So she hoped that they would enjoy tea in a pleasant atmosphere. The young girl's cheeks turned a little red as she did one of her favorite things. Michaelis studied her carefully as she poured tea for both of them and calmly accepted his filled cup. Looking at the surface, the man noticed how transparent the tea seemed to him since he saw his reflection in it. He thought that usually the personal knight served the imperial family at night, but the princess would never allow him to do something like that. Therefore, the man relaxed his expression, realizing that he was worrying about this in vain. But just when he thought that he was worried about trifles, the heroine put down her cup and called out to the young man. She continued to say that, as he probably already guessed, the girl called him for a reason. The 7th princess said with a smile that she wanted to invite him to stay with her for the night. After that, there was deathly silence between them as the young man did not react to her words for some time. But as soon as he realized the situation, the young man's heart began to beat alarmingly. The man was upset, to put it mildly, thinking that his princess had undermined his confidence in her in such a way. He remembered an incident that had happened just recently, where due to their inaction, the homunculus was almost harmed. And swallowing, he realized that after what happened today, he believed that he had no other choice. The princess's personal knight drank the tea she served him in one gulp, thereby greatly surprising her, since the tea was most likely still hot, and then he completely jumped out of his seat. The man stood up decisively from his seat and called out to the princess, who made it clear that she was listening to him. Not noticing that the girl was puzzled by his actions, the young man with a reddened face began to explain his actions. He said that if he understood her words correctly, he would start now, but the girl did not understand what exactly she was going to start. Without answering her question, the homunculus began hastily explaining that it would be better if she told him about her preferences. Michael quickly unbuttoned his shirt, saying that in the end he was doing all this only for the princess. And at that moment, the girl realized what situation she had put herself and the homunculus in with her ambiguous sentences. She began frantically waving her hands in front of her, asking for forgiveness since that was not what she meant. The girl said that she thought that he too had already guessed her intention, but apparently this did not happen. The man flinched at that moment in surprise, and the girl continued to say that this was not part of her plan when she asked him to stay with her. Then he asked for an explanation of what exactly she wanted from this meeting, and the girl told him everything. That she just wanted her to sleep in her room and there was nothing more to it. And only then did the young man realize what an awkward situation he had managed to get into. An awkward atmosphere immediately formed between them when Evan Rose, who could sit in silence, continued to talk. That they just needed to start a rumor, and she thought that if people saw him leaving her room in the morning, it would paint a fairly clear picture. While the girl was telling him everything in detail, the main character frantically unbuttoned his shirt back. His face, like the girl's face, was completely red, and Michael even covered his own in shame, realizing that he was seriously thinking about starting to serve her. Although it was a trivial question, so the man could not understand what was wrong with him since he thought differently. Even Rose, seeing how uncomfortable her personal night was, began to worry about him, thinking that his reaction was caused by the fact that he was imprinted. Unable to bear the oppressive silence, the girl got up from her seat and came close to the main character. Without permission, she gently touched his hair and lightly ran her hand through it. Looking him straight in the eyes, the heroine with a concentrated face uttered strange words. And invisible waves of magic formed in front of the young man's face, which was a calming spell. The girl, still watching the reaction of her personal night, asked if he felt better, to which she received the answer that it was effective. The main character, with a sense of accomplishment, gently removed her hand from his forehead and smiled sweetly at Michael. She continued their interrupted conversation by saying that if they wanted the rumors to take root, they should continue to do so. And I invited him to leave with her every Wednesday, and the man obediently nodded his head. The princess asked the man to pretend to be tired tomorrow morning because they had to deceive Sedella too. And when the man nodded again in agreement, the seventh princess assured her knight that she believed that he would succeed and shook his hand. The next day, the heroine was sitting in her office, which was littered with various documentation. The girl was leafing through today's newspaper in order to check the latest news and came across the desired article. Lucier's public bathhouse is open for business and seems to be getting a lot of attention. The profit will be higher than the main character expected, and at this rate, she will become more successful than in her previous life. The girl was sure that Betty had already heard the news about this and was probably furious now, although the most she can do now is huff and puff, making a potpourri that was an aromatic mixture of dry plant ingredients. The main character praised her personal maid for a job well done since everything went smoothly thanks to her. Sedella smiled at this and replied that she was just doing her job, but even Rose disagreed, thinking that she was too modest. And she believed that everything would continue to work out for her, so the heroine was already planning to give her a vacation as soon as everything had calmed down a little. At that moment, Sedella told her mistress that the goods she had previously arrived, and her servants provided it to her, which brought a smile to the face of the seventh princess. She asked them to call Michael here, and after some time they brought him to her. The man immediately asked what kind of strange box was on the table, and the girl, without answering, asked to come closer. The main character stood next to the girl, and she said in a satisfied voice that, as she promised, the time had come to fulfill her word. She was immensely pleased, already anticipating the reaction of the young man, and he himself became very curious. The seventh princess carefully opened the box to show the contents to her personal knight, and there, on top of the red cloth, lay the sword that the girl had promised him at the very beginning of their journey as a homunculus and his mistress. The man was truly touched by the honor and looked excitedly at this creation of a true master. He carefully picked up the sword, trying it on in his hand, and said that it looked great. The girl asked with a smile if he liked her gift to make sure of this for sure, and the man replied that he was very impressed by her gift to the point that he felt guilty about it. After all, he will have to shed blood with this sword since the monster hunting competition will begin soon. Monster hunting competitions take place on a desert island in the mountains and forests. The island was called Galapagos, and the monster of this island is locked there by a magical barrier, and the homunculi hunt them and earn points for each kill. At the end of the competition, points are tallied to determine the winner, and since monsters are useful resources for alchemy, the competition is almost like a harvest festival. And since the Hadelamid Empire was founded through alchemy, the imperial family takes a special interest in the competition. Deciding to continue their conversation about the competition, the girl reminded that swords are intended for blood transfusions, and the man said that she was right. It was at this moment that the girl asked the young man to step away for a minute and give her the sword that he was holding in his hands. There was something she wanted to do, and for that they needed to go to the living room. They came out to an open place where the seventh princess pointed. The girl asked the homunculus to stand opposite her and rested her sword on the floor. The main character asked Sir Agnito to kneel in front of her, which he immediately did without any questions, completely trusting her in this matter. After he fulfilled her will, the girl asked if he would swear by her shield and sword, to fight her enemies and protect her from harm, and the main character immediately froze upon hearing these words from her lips. At the same moment, He realized that this was the oath of the knights, but decided to follow her lead and gave an affirmative answer. He continued her words and said that even if the world turns away from her, he will fight but on her side and will happily carry out any of her orders, even if it costs him his life, and he swore on his honor to serve only her as a knight, and will give her his body and his soul, and he will serve her until his last breath. And these words brought a smile to the face of the main character. She took the sword out of its sheath and said that she would now bestow the position befitting his courage and honor, and how Evan Rose Lowell Hadalamid recognized Michaelis Agnito as her knight. After that, the ceremony was over, and the young man raised his head to look at the seventh princess. They silently peered into each other's faces as if they wanted to find answers to their questions. The main character smiled at the young man, seeing his stunned look when she performed this action. She returned the sword to the young man, answering his question as to why she decided to hold this ceremony. The girl explained that she wanted to hold an official knighting ceremony for him since he did not have one. Michael understood her intentions as he knew that she was aware that the initiation ceremony was the most important rite for a knight. However, the homunculus is not given the opportunity to perform a proper ceremony, and all they get is a short statement read out loud by the manager of the training center. But this is not the first time Evan Rose has shown how sensitive she is, ready to help everyone in need. The man wanted to thank the princess for the sword and asked her to tell him if he could do anything for her. When he asked her about this, the girl thought about what he could offer her, and an idea came to her mind when she said that she would like him to take part in the monster hunting competition and become one of the best for her honor. Mikhail realized that she did not even ask him to win the competition, thinking that his princess did not look very ambitious. In this case, he smiled and decided for himself that he had to become the best so that she could feel the sweet taste of victory. Therefore, looking straight into her eyes, the young man vowed to bring her honor and glory. After this day, some time passed, and the day of the monster hunting competition arrived. The girl and her personal knight emerged from the magic circle through which they were transported to this place. The young knight inspected the local situation with interest, and the girl who watched his thoughtful face explained that this was the island of Gala Epaulets. She asked what the man thought about this island, and he replied that he thought crows flew here, but it looked like they were harpies. And the girl confirmed his words by saying that on this island there is no one except monsters created by alchemy. This place was literally filled with people from both the homunculus and aristocrats from all over the empire. But the main character was not interested in them. What worried her more was the competition itself. Since the island was the place where these creatures were mined, even the entrance looks like a giant monster's mouth. It is also the birthplace of the powerful and evil dragon Galamuth. Remembering this creature about which the girl had read from many books, the main character asked Sir Agnito to wait for her for 1 minute, and she pulled the ribbon in her hair to tie it on the young man's sword. This was her way of showing him her support, and the ribbon served as a reminder of that. The main character, with an encouraging smile, asked her personal knight to be careful during the competition. The young man also smiled at the girl and decided to take the initiative to kiss her hand. He told the heroine not to worry about him, but they were so immersed that they did not notice how they were being watched. These were not only random aristocrats, but also people like the 8th and 3rd princesses. Bridget even tissed with annoyance, seeing how her hated sister, who had been putting a spoke in her wheels lately, flirted so publicly and looked happy. While the heroine's sisters were in a bad mood because of her, the competition officially began. Even Rose did not notice the envious glances until recently, since all her attention was focused on her knight. She was very worried about Michael and prayed that he would return safe and sound. At the same time, at a distance from the place where the competition began, smoke began to thicken in the forest, from which a reptilian eye appeared, whispering that the disgusting homunculus creatures must die. Many centuries ago, when God left the world, evil dragons appeared and plunged everything into chaos. The Hadalamid Empire fought against them with an army of homunculi that they had already created at that time. And thanks to them, the Empire succeeded in killing Galamuth, the most powerful and evil of all dragons. The remains of Galamuth became a magical stone mine used for the benefit of the Empire. And the most powerful creature on the island took over his empty lair. The Emperor often used other creatures on the island for alchemical experiments. They did this by collecting bodies during monster hunting competitions, using homunculi for this so as not to get their hands dirty. In the meantime, the story continued, and this year the newly arrived homunculi took part in the competition. They ran at the same speed, and before they missed each other, Michael warned his friend that he knew how experienced the other knight was, but still asked him to be careful. The blonde did not expect to hear this, but his main competitor, but was grateful for the show of concern. They smiled encouragingly at each other, realizing that the outcome of the fight would in no way undermine their good relationship. Therefore, they sincerely wished each other good luck in capturing the creatures from this damned island. At this time, the main character was still standing in the same place where her personal knight left her. She was confident that he would be fine, but she was still worried about his well-being. At that moment, her sister came up to her and didn't even greet her, saying that today the place of honor would be hers. She also began to look after the already departed knights with an extremely serious face. Even Rose didn't understand why my sister suddenly approached her and looked at her in bewilderment. Not noticing her reaction, Rosenit continued to say that her knight had sworn to bring the greatest honor to the White Rose of the Empire. The blonde looked at her half-sister with confidence and chuckled as if she had already taken the prize from her. For the main character, this was simple childishness, and she did not fall for her provocations. She understood that it seemed like her sister, as always, claimed to be the best, which was not something surprising to her. After all, the August never took part in the hunts and only observed the process, since fighting with swords was considered something offensive and beneath one's dignity, and homunculi had to do this. Therefore, naturally, the knight homunculi were seen as just a tool for victory, but still the girl believed that it would not hurt to at least worry about them a little. She exhaled quietly and wished the Rose all the best and turned around and said that she would go inside. At this time, a tea party was held in one of the tents, where they discussed pearlescent ink, which was now a trend that someone was trying to persuade someone to buy as a birthday present. They also heard good news about Lady Aeneas, namely that her bath business was a great success, for which they congratulated her. One of the girls would even like to ask her about the fact that prices for magic stones that heat water are growing rapidly. She asked if this was bad for the lady's business, and she nodded in agreement to her words. After all, that's why they figured out how to heat water without using stones. They connected the stove's water supply to a nearby bakery to heat the water. It was a brilliant idea that their trading partner and family savior came up with. At first, they were offered this project as an honorable task to help improve the sanitary conditions of ordinary residents. The risks were high because profits would be highly dependent on the price of magic stones. At the moment when it already thought that luck had left them, one person extended a helping hand to them. If it weren't for their newly made partner, the heroine was sure that her family would have gone bankrupt. Of course, the impressionable girls were touched by this story, and they asked who this savior was. And at the same moment, as if expecting this moment, one person approached them. One of the princesses arrived to them, and at that time the lady said that the person who helped them was the 7th princess, who had just arrived. Even Rose greeted her, saying that she was glad to see Lady Aeneas, showing that they were intimately acquainted. The girls were, to put it mildly, shocked to learn that Her Highness had become Lady Aeneas' secret trading partner, and they expressed their confusion so clearly that they were heard by the 3rd princess, who was not so far away. Her Highness also gave them a recipe for the soap that was provided at the bathhouse. It was the popular soap that everyone was talking about, and the princess said that she was interested in improving public sanitation. The fucking business seemed like a great way to prevent the spread of infectious diseases, so she decided to participate in the project with Lady Aeneas. The aristocrats were impressed by her exploits as she captured a monster floating prison. Then, she was given emerald chambers, and now she even runs a successful bath business and also participated in His Majesty's relocation plan. The 7th princess laughed, said that they flattered her and asked for forgiveness since she needed to move away, and asked Lady Aeneas to give her a moment of attention. The main character found a secluded place to talk with her business partner. They began the conversation by saying that they often communicated through Sedella, but had not seen each other in person since that day. And during that time, Lady Agatha, in her opinion, had done an excellent job. The girl replied that everything worked out thanks to Her Highness the 7th princess. She asked if the heroine had seen the 3rd princess, who was looking at them with what she could feel in the back of her head. Lady Aeneas knew that she must be angry, because the prosperity of their business would be the ruin of the 3rd princess. But she was worried that harm would come to Her Highness the 7th princess, although the heroine immediately assured her that everything was in order and this was what she had foreseen. In fact, this was due to the fact that she had already been warned by the 6th prince and 6th princess, which she did not say out loud. At this time, the girl opposite her looked at Her Highness in fascination, realizing something for herself. She called out to the heroine, and when she attracted her attention, asked if she could ask one question that did not concern their business. The lady wanted to know if it could be that her business partner had far-reaching plans, and that the main character was going to set her sights on the throne in the future and become the crown princess. After she expressed her assumption, the girl began to wait for an answer to her question. Even Rose at first didn't know how to react to this and thoughtfully pursed her lips into a line. Lady Aeneas saw that her question took the heroine by surprise and already regretted asking. She decided to speak first and said that the 3rd princess was trying to ruin their family and business, and all so that the Chansley Trading Company could take over what they had built. And no one dared to contradict her and help them, because she was the main candidate for the role of crown princess. But Her Highness appeared at the most opportune moment for this, and offered them her help. Revealing this to everyone was tantamount to saying that the main character was against the 3rd princess, and thereby she declared that she had joined the fight for the throne. She asked if she understood her intentions correctly, and Evan Rose put her hand on the back of her neck. Deciding to show her intentions, the girl confidently raised her previously lowered head and asked what would happen if she said that it was so. This statement from the 7th princess shocked the young girl, who opened her eyes in amazement. Without unlearning it for a long time, she suddenly dropped to her knees in front of the princess, which made the heroine nervous. Even Rose started asking if everything was okay with her and asked her to stand up as she might hurt her knees. But her words were interrupted by Aeneas's gesture when she grabbed the heroine's hand and brought it to her face. She called herself by her full name, that is, Aeneas Lucierde, and vowed to serve the 7th princess until her last breath. After that, she remained on her knees, waiting for a reaction from the main character. Even Rose smiled sincerely and thanked Lady Aeneas and promised to make sure this did not become a decision she would regret later. After this, the main character and her business partner, who swore allegiance to her, returned back. The aristocrats immediately saw them, said that they were waiting for their return, and then the heroine asked if they had missed something important. And the girls began to tell that they were just talking about who would win the competition, thinking that it should be one of the personal knights. They were confident in their words, as for example, last year Sir Halston was the winner in these competitions, but this year more experienced and talented knights are participating, such as Sir Sylvestian, who was famous for his unusual hair color and who was the personal knight of the 8th princess. And also Sir Agnito, who was famous for the nickname of the monster of the floating prison and was the personal knight of the 7th princess. Many said that this time everything would be different, and the aristocrats, greedy for spectacular events, were delighted with this and did not hide it. Even Rose at the same time recalled how everything happened in her past life. And I remembered that Sir Millard was the winner, and in fact won all the dueling competitions and tournaments since then and brought victory to Rosie. But this only lasted until Michael appeared in the palace 2 years later. And he became the most powerful knight, so the main character believed that this time the winner would be Michael. And at that moment, the girl realized that this would be something new, as she always congratulated other people on their victory. And therefore, she never thought that she herself could find herself in such a position where she would become the object of congratulations from someone else. At that moment, she shuddered, because only then did she realize that if she thought about it, even Rose was very unhappy in her past life. And she didn't particularly like to compete, but despite this, she had too low an opinion of herself. She realized that such a reaction was abnormal for a person of such high position as hers, and it was also unfair to the people who trusted her and followed her. And now even the future king of the homunculi was also on her side and completely relied on her. She blushed, realizing how many people were on her side, and suggested that from now on she should have been more confident in herself and her abilities. While her thoughts were busy with introspection, Lady Aeneas turned to the princess, frozen in a tense pose, and asked who she thought would win. The main character froze at first, her eyes widening as she was asked this question. But then she smiled broadly and replied that she took it for granted that her knight Sir Agnito would win these competitions. The young girls who surrounded the princess were pleasantly stunned to see manifestations of such ambition. But they quickly came to their senses and laughed, agreeing with her words and considering their question stupid. After all, it was obvious who the seventh princess sympathized with, and an idyll formed between them until a certain point. Because after the girl pronounced her verdict, someone stared at her, which caused a cold shiver to run down her spine. She felt someone's gaze behind her and carefully turned her head in that direction and saw the culprit of her bad mood. It was Rosanite who stared angrily at the girl, and then the ladies realized that she had heard their conversation, and so they hurried to leave. They decided to board a skyship to escape the eyes of the touchy eighth princess. When the main character was climbing onto the deck, someone called out to her, and the girl turned her head towards the source of the voice. The one who called out to her was Calix Rimatiello, who bowed to her highness. He was the one who mixed something in her drink at Rosie's birthday banquet, and the girl remembered it very well. And now he suddenly approached her and expressed a desire to join her company. Even Rose couldn't understand what he suddenly wanted from her since he even approached her in person. The man, not noticing her reaction, began to come closer to start a dialogue with her, saying that he hoped to see her highness again and expressed regret that she had to leave so early that day. At first, the girl could not control her face, which showed how confused she was. But she quickly came to her senses and, smiling a deliberately good-natured smile, replied that she thought it was better for her to leave early. And so she left before she got drunk, and upon hearing these words the man became uncomfortable, and he replied that he would like to apologize for this. He said that he did not want to force her to drink such a strong drink, although according to imperial custom, a person should drink the first glass poured by another person. Failure to do so was considered an insult, and his friends added high-proof liquor to the drink they offered her, and Calix offered to help her drink the contents of one glass instead of her. Passing him a glass in social circles would mean that the main character had to do him a favor in return. And now this calculating man pretended that his intentions were pure and did not carry anything ambiguous. Therefore, having decided not to delay this issue, Evan Rose, without even saying hello to the blonde, asked him a question. She directly asked the young man what he needed from her, since he decided to resort to such a dirty method. The girl made it clear that she knew that the man was trying to get a service from her and asked again what he wanted. The man took off his mask of a guilty gentleman and, looking at the lady behind the princess, carefully replied that he did not think this was the right place to discuss this. At this time, Aeneas, who could barely restrain herself, nevertheless approached the main character. She stood behind Evan Rose and, asking for an apology for interfering, said that Mr. Calix was saying strange things. The girl firmly expressed her indignation to the superior aristocrat, having said that he was not ashamed when he played this trick on her highness, but now that his misdeeds were known, he began to care about his honor. The heroine did not know that Lady Aeneas could be so straightforward and realized that the situation began to gain momentum. Even Rose broke the oppressive silence and said that his request must have been personal, and she did not want to put him in a difficult position now. Therefore, she promised to listen to him later, and the man thanked the seventh princess. The girl noted that she would meet with Mr. Calix again, and the man wished her a good day. The main character did not understand why the young man was so diligently seeking her attention, but she decided to leave this question for later and turned away from the young man. When she had already boarded the ship, Lady Aeneas, looking at the sky, noted something. Namely, it seems that now it will rain, although they just boarded this ship, so the aristocrats decided to look around and go back down. At this time, looking at the sky of Evenrose, I thought about how Michael was doing now. At the same time, the man about whom the seventh princess was worried was busy hunting monsters. He thought that his catch should have been counted since the queen was left behind. So far, he had only encountered small monsters, but to win, he needed something larger. While he was thinking about how to find better prey, an invisible enemy wanted to attack him from behind. But everything turned out to be not so simple for this predator, because its prey sensed danger and quickly turned around. And then Michael, with a precise movement, attacked his opponent with a swing of his left leg. Seeing his opponent, the man realized that it was a slime, which was another insignificant monster. But when he exhaled in disappointment, the man realized that he needed the bodies of slides and stone worms. He remembered the conversation his princess had with her business partner, who thanked her for the tea. The man asked permission to ask why she needed them, since, as far as he knew, they had no value in alchemical practice. The girl replied that she was going to make a solvent from the juice of the slide, and with its help, she would melt the thick skin of stone worms and collect fresh organs. The man immediately remembered that the organs of stone worms are used to increase endurance at night, which he immediately informed her about. His straightforwardness made the young man opposite him blush as he continued to say that there was nothing wrong with it since Her Highness needed them. The heroine refuted his words, explaining that the stamina potion from the organs of stone worms effectively improves blood circulation. She believed that studying it could help develop drugs for heart disease. The girl thought that it could help many people and strengthen the knowledge of their empire in the field of medicine, which was a noble cause. The young man appreciated her intentions and assured her that there was no need to worry. And he will take care of the paperwork so that the bodies of the monsters will be sent to the 7th princess immediately after the competition. Michael, remembering this conversation, turned sharply to the slide and drew his sword, with the words that it seems that the princess is looking for them, and that's why the man planned to help her. Some time passed, and the dying screams of monsters continued to be heard in the area. Agnito took the matter seriously and carefully exterminated all the monsters that caught his eye. He expressed hope that his loot was enough to win, complaining out loud that leaving marks was quite a hassle. The knight squatted in front of one of the monster's corpses to leave a mark when it suddenly moved. The monster in the form of a flower bud seemed to be waiting for his approach and shot a strange powder right into his face. This took the young man by surprise, and he could not defend himself properly, but at that moment someone helped him out. Someone's hand came within the hero's line of sight, and a wind spell shot out from it towards him. It caused the pollen and monster to explode a short distance away from the young people. The one who saved Michaelis was a brunette he already knew, who explained that insectivorous plants have poisonous pollen, and he shouldn't breathe it in, and this place would turn into a forest of pitcher plants if the pollen spread. Michael replied to the knights that it would not be so bad, because in any case it was a place where monsters were mined. The girl noticed that the man had killed so many creatures here, as if slimes and rockworms were his enemies. The knight asked where he would go next, and he said that he would go through the swamp and suggested that she go in a different direction, since he had already killed everyone here. Michael asked Vint if she knew where the Galamute's lair was, and the girl replied that she knew where his lair was, but did not want to tell him so easily. She began to carefully study the young man opposite, which is why Agnito was at a loss. But then he realized her intentions when she continued to talk about how she thought he was capable of handling him. The girl, using her magic, showed the young man the direction in which to move with the help of a yellow beam. With a calm expression on her face, she wished the young man good luck in hunting monsters. And although Michael did not wish her the same, the homunculus sincerely thanked the knight Vint for her help. At the same time, Sylvestian, who in a previous life Avenrose took first place in competitions, was looking for new prey. And he, jogging around the forest, finally found his next target in the form of a humanoid monster. The monster had wings like a bat, and with the help of them, quickly began to approach the homunculus when it noticed him. But his attempts were pointless since a man with an unusual hair color easily dodged his attack. This did not stop the monster, who angrily decided to try his luck again and attacked the young man. This time, the man decided not to dodge but to meet his attack with his own. With one swing of his sword, he managed to cut the monster into 2 halves and leave it chopped behind him. And as soon as he finished killing this monster, he sharply turned his head in the other direction, sensing danger. The knight wanted to attack the one who wanted to sneak up on him from behind, but his attack was stopped by a sheathed sword, and the one who repelled it was a black-haired young man. Sylvestian exhaled with relief, recognizing him as his friend, and told him that he had scared him, although Michael should have said this. The personal knight of the 7th princess asked another homunculus if he had come here to also get into the Galamute's lair. The man denied this statement, answering that he was looking for a golden-maned hippopotamus, and also asked him about the golden ray. And Michael explained that it was made by the knight Vint, and he pointed to the abode of Galamut. They decided to go there together and got to the place where the beam ended. The knights assumed that this was the same place and began to look at the cave. The heroes first saw fireflies, which turned out to be the eyes of countless monsters. A particularly menacing-looking monster emerged from there and roared loudly, ready to defend its refuge. The knights realized that quite a lot of monsters lived in the cave and began to prepare for a long battle. But Michael only had to draw his sword, and after that he immediately ran to meet the enemies, saying that he only needed the alpha, and Sylvestian could take the rest for himself. The personal knight of the 8th princess wanted to stop the other homunculus, but he was already wielding his sword at full speed, and the young man had to run after him if he wanted something to remain for him. He asked Michael to make sure that he did not damage the fur, as it was the most valuable part of this monster. They soon finished dealing with the monsters, and Sylvestian decided to leave one of them alive in order to keep at least some of them alive for the next year. At this time, his partner did not react in any way to his words and was looking for something among the animal corpses. When Sylvestian asked what he was doing, the young man replied that he was looking for Alpha among the mountain of animals. He thought that the Alpha should be free since almost the entire pack was dead, and then Sylvestian replied that the man killed the largest bull with 3 eyes who was the Alpha at the very beginning. Michael didn't believe him at first because he didn't remember this, because that monster turned out to be as weak as the others, and Sylvestian decided to remain silent after this phrase. At this moment, another personal knight intervened in their conversation who, stunned, asked whether the other homunculi had already finished off all the monsters. It was the third princess's personal knight who continued to say that the 2 main candidates for victory had teamed up and it was unfair. Michael simply turned away from him, deciding to ignore him, but Sylvestian responded by advising him to go to the knight Halston to the spider's nest, which was located around the corner of a lonely rock. The brunette laughed cheerfully and carefree, thanking Knight Millard for his generosity on the part of the one who was the Knight of the White Rose. But then his face became distorted when he said that it would help a lot, because if he didn't bring something worthwhile for Her Highness, the night would be too tiring. He believed that Knight Millard understood his problem since he was sure that the White Rose of the Empire was no different. Such insolence on his part and disrespect for the imperial family did not please the young man opposite him. Elijah asked the other homunculus not to be angry, saying that he liked him and asking if he should question the loyalty of the floating prison monster instead. After his words, Michael twitched with his whole body and looked back at the other knight with a gloomy expression on his face. Such a look did not make the proper impression on Halston, and he smiled defiantly at Michael. He still held his blade in his hand when, like the other homunculi, they sheathed their dreams. The man showed by this that he was preparing for a fight, but the more rational of them, Sylvestian, coldly stopped him. He sternly called out to Sir Halston and silently stared at him, saying nothing more. Elijah took his hint that he was going too far and tisked, deciding to give up this time. The princess's third knight turned away from them, showing his surrender, not forgetting to add that the homunculi next to him were boring. The homunculus began to move further and further away from them and finally left them alone. When the man was out of sight, the heroes began to discuss how amazing this phenomenon was. That they didn't get rid of Elijah with such and such an attitude, but they thought that they had already tried, but it was not because of his behavior. As Michael already knew, brutal training is carried out in the training center to turn the homunculi against each other. They collected young homunculi and forced them to fight among themselves or arranged survival matches, where the one who took last place was eliminated. Agneto recalled the time when, while in this center, he once helped one homunculus through the labyrinth, but the knights grabbed him for this. It was then that he first rebelled against the slave system that was imposed on them by the imperial family. At this moment, when the man was immersed in his thoughts, Sylvestian continued speaking and shared an amazing fact about the fact that Elijah participated in the elimination test, and Michael even decided to ask again. Sylvestian explained his words while jumping onto a rather high ledge about what he had heard from others. That Halston was almost eliminated because he couldn't pass the test, and Michael obviously didn't believe his words, since it was hard to believe that the third princess's personal knight was almost expelled, and the man next to him was also not sure that this was true, but how he heard that someone refused the fight instead of him and went against the system. That's how he survived thanks to a stranger, and Michael quickly put the facts together, recognizing his savior in himself. The man was pleasantly surprised that he was able to help another knight, even if it turned out to be Elijah. The young people looked up and realized that it was raining. While they were thinking that it would not end for a long time, they heard some strange roar, not knowing what it was. It turned out that their feelings were not deceived, and at the same moment a rift formed on the ground. And Michael was less lucky than his partner since a rift formed right under him. He began to fall straight into it, unable to stop his fall, and Sylvestian rushed to save him. The man was able to hold him in place and immediately asked if he was okay, receiving a positive answer. The brunette, meanwhile, noted that he had a rather big name and asked to call himself simply Michael. Sylvestian replied that he did not have a short name, and the brunette said, "Though we'll call him Syl." And while the man with the unusual hair color said that he was not against this nickname, they were interrupted by someone's ominous voice. This unknown said that homunculi were disgusting creatures. And while this was happening, a dark spirit began to emerge from the rift, which must have been lured by the beginning of the rain. Dark matter said that the homunculi were dogs of alchemy, and the men noticed that there were quite a lot of them, which turned out to be one whole. Michael immediately recognized him as the dark spirit of an evil dragon named Galamut, and doubted that he was as strong as he was during life. Therefore, I decided to attack him as the dragon released enormous pressure on the young people, from which they froze in place, unable to move their body or do anything. The dragon attacked them with its breath, and the man had to separate to avoid the blow. Unfortunately, Sylvestian was unable to return from the attack, and dark matter began to stick to his body. And at that moment, the dark spirit opened its mouth wide and swallowed the homunculus. Michael, who did not have time to help his newly found friend, could only helplessly watch this scene. Sylvestian guessed what the other side had to endure as he lost consciousness from shock for some time. Finally, the young man opened his eyes and at first did not understand where he was. But after some time, he began to guess that there was a spirit inside that swallowed him. While he was not wondering how he could survive, someone tried to attack his mental defense and gave him a headache. The flash of pain was short-lived, and when he opened his eyes again, he saw a strange scene in front of him. It was as if the dark spirit decided to mock him, and looking into his head, found the memory he needed. The man immediately realized that this was a memory from the previous banquet, where Her Highness, the 7th Princess, was accompanied by her personal knight. That day was the 18th birthday of Rosinit, who was called the White Rose of the Empire. Sylvestian then accompanied her as a personal knight, which was the first time, but despite the fact that it was an honorable position that many knights applied for. That evening, he could not concentrate on his princess and kept looking back at the other person. It was not difficult to guess that despite the fact that there was a long distance between them, the knight immediately noticed the most popular princess among the homunculi. That evening, she was beautiful, and the young man could not take his eyes off her, even though he was captured by the 8th princess. At that moment, envy and jealousy dominated him because he wanted to be in Michael's place. But these were not the only feelings that he experienced at that very moment. And the fact that his gaze was directed at someone other than his own mistress filled him with shame. When such feelings again manifested themselves threefold, Sylvestian could no longer bear it. But when he already thought that he would go crazy from a feeling of shame and hopelessness, his temporary partner managed to get to him. Michael immediately noticed the state Syl was in and worriedly asked if everything was okay with him. It turned out that the young man managed to kill the monster alone and helped another homunculus get out of his body. Sylvestian shared his experiences and said that the dark spirit seemed to read his thoughts. And Michael replied that this was not surprising since the Galamut had power over the intelligent, and a man should be careful. And as soon as he said this, the carcass of the already dead monster began to quickly rise because the spirit was also quickly restored. He rose high into the air, even more angry than before. Michael did not react in any way to this spectacular resurrection, saying that this situation irritated him. Agnito did not pay attention to the dragon, who again began to swear at them, calling them disgusting creatures. He easily jumped over the evil spirit that was trying to attack him. And then, in cold blood, he cut off his neck with one swing of his sword. The dragon didn't even have time to recover after being killed the first time when he was mortally wounded again. Dark matter began to splash out in all directions and headed straight towards Michael. And since he was in direct contact with the dragon, the matter quickly reached him and took him by surprise. Sylvestian, of course, immediately called out to the young man, trying to warn him about the danger of this contact. But he stopped mid-sentence because his worries were in vain. Michael answered for him by saying that such an effect on his mental defense was unpleasant. The knight with the unusual hair color was shocked to see that Michael was not affected at all. The man could not understand how he was not injured and even had the opportunity to think sensibly. Agnito struck the dragon in the same place and cut off its head, which flew off some distance. But as soon as this happened, the head began to grow back, and the monster spoke again. He realized that Michael must have been their leader, namely the king of the homunculi. The dragon called him the rabbit of abomination to emphasize his point and roared more than ever. Agnito decided not to listen to the continuation and sighed wearily, realizing that the battle would take some time. The man had already found where his core was located after the last attack, so I decided that this time I would kill him for real. Michael began to threaten the monster, but for some reason he did not react to his words. He began to laugh, and when asked by Agnito what was causing his good mood, he responded with an unexpected statement. Galamith explained that he may not have been able to take over the mind of the homunculus king, but he was able to learn something important. And he meant that he saw that the young man also had an owner. The man immediately wanted to say with these words, and rushed after him, shouting that he should not even dare to touch his mistress. But when he wanted to take a swing at him, he disappeared without a trace, and his last words were in order to kill the owner for the sake of their family. He left Michael speechless, and the other homunculus, noticing this, asked if everything was okay with him. The man could not understand what happened to the dark idiot, and why the brunette was so tense after his words. There was no answer to Sylvestian because the young man opposite him had already started running. He asked again now about where his recently acquired friend was heading. Michael was not worried at all at that moment, since all his thoughts were occupied by the safety of the princess. The man could only hope that nothing would happen to Evan Rose, and that he would be in time to prevent any danger. Some time passed after this incident, and the dragon reached the place where the aristocrats' refuge was located. People scattered in different directions when they realized that a dark spirit was flying over them. And to restore order, Bridget led the knights, loudly ordering them to take their positions. As they lined up, the third princess chose a moment when the dragon would be at its greatest disadvantage. She gave instructions to attack the dragon, but the explosions were so powerful that the Vint Knight had to protect the royals. At this moment, Evenrose was thinking about why Michael had not yet returned from the hunt. At the same time, she looked at the formidable dark spirit of the dragon Galamith, which was being shot at. The heroine realized that the only august persons whose personal knights did not return were herself and Rosie. The girl expressed the hope that nothing happened to them and they would return soon. And only Evenrose wanted to somehow help the others. She felt a chill throughout her body. She had a feeling that someone was watching her intently, and her assumption turned out to be correct. This sinister voice laughed and said that he had finally found her thanks to the fact that she saved him time searching. The heroine could not understand what was happening because she heard his voice in her head and could not move. The dark spirit rises above the main character and continued his words by saying that he found the person who captured the king of the homunculi. The dragon named Galamute was preparing his biggest spell yet, which was aimed at Evenrose. The seventh princess, who was literally frozen in place, could only listen to his voice when she said that she would pay with her life for capturing the homunculus king. The young people around the seventh princess realized that the dragon's breath would soon fall on them, and they ordered everyone to retreat and fence off the territory and prepare for the strike. Knight Vint, whose duty was to protect the August, finally noticed the strange behavior of one of the princesses. She called out to her with a question about why the heroine froze in place when they were supposed to retreat. The homunculus, who tried to convince her to move, did not have time to take any action. Since the Galamute had already fired a beam, the Screw Knight could only call out to the seventh princess in powerlessness. Evenrose could only look with wide eyes at the death approaching her, but the collision never followed, which was incredibly shocking. Not only the main character who survived the fatal attack, but also the people around her. Evenrose looked at the figure who saved her and shielded her from the dark spirit. It was Michaelis who, with his sword, protected his mistress from the breath of the dragon. The heroine saw only part of the protagonist's face, but this was enough for her to understand who it was. Finally, the young man turned to the seventh princess with words of encouragement. The man made it clear that he was on time and was ready to protect her highness. The girl could not answer him because her body still could not move, but then a miracle happened. The spell that the ancient spirit of the dragon had cast on her dissipated, and the girl was able to shout out his name as she fell. Her body was no longer supported by anything, and she began to lose her balance and would have fallen if not for her personal knight. When the main character was able to raise her head while in the arms of a young man, he smiled at her. The man, still supporting the seventh princess, looked at the dragon as it rose into the air again. The sincere smile instantly disappeared from the face of the princess's personal knight when he remembered who she almost got hurt because of. His face distorted, and he, quickly moving towards him, hissed as the dragon dared to even try to kill Evenrose. He quickly reached the dragon's level and swung his sword at it, which he pulled out of its sheath. The main character hit the dark spirit called Galamet with all his strength at the place where his core was, with the intention of tearing him into pieces. After this, real agony began for the monster when the homunculus destroyed his vital organ with one blow. When the heartbreaking scream ended, the dragon's body began to crack and crumble into dust. Even Rose, who still had not moved away from the place where she stood all this time, could observe this scene closely. Even when he disappeared without a trace without his core, the dragon insisted that the king of the homunculi must die. Then the seventh princess was very alarmed to learn that the dragon was aware that Michael was the king of the homunculi, and while she was thinking about how he found out about this, the girl realized something. That, worrying about this, I completely forgot about Michael and began to worry since he was still not visible. She called out to him for a long time in the hope that he had survived, but he didn't seem to hear her. But her fears turned out to be in vain, because Michael turned out to be safe and sound and quickly covered the distance between them. The girl, who was already thinking that she had lost someone close to her, now experienced deep relief. The young man, whose question was never answered, was not allowed to get a word in when the princess literally flew into him. Michael allowed the girl to hug him, realizing how shocked it must have been for her to see him fight the dragon. The main character pulled back a little from her personal night and shared her emotions. She sincerely said that she was glad that everything was okay with the young man. The homunculus did not respond to her words and studied her carefully, which led the girl into a stupor. At this time, the seventh princess's personal knight began to undress, or rather take off his knight's uniform. The main character, not accustomed to such behavior from a modest knight, blushed and turned away. She didn't understand why he was silent at first, and then began to undress, but then everything fell into place. The young man silently put his outerwear on the main character, and then the young girl realized that the man just wanted to shelter her from the rain. The girl carefully watched the actions of her personal knight and noticed something. When the homunculus fastened the buttons on his uniform, his hands shook violently, which he could not hide. The main character thought that it would be better to cast a heat spell on the future king of the homunculi. She already touched his hands to do this, but Agnito interrupted her actions. The girl could not understand what she had done wrong, and raised her head to look at him and ask why he grabbed her hand. But she changed her mind about asking him this question, seeing his facial expression, which was darkened by his hair. Still holding the seventh princess's hand, Michael said that he was glad that Her Highness was okay. The princess was surprised to see her personal knight in such a vulnerable state and lowered her head. She decided to support him, seeing that the trembling in his hands was not caused by the cold. The girl gently touched his cheek, answering everything was fine with her only thanks to Michael. The heroine assured the young man that now everything would be fine and something like this would not happen again. The princess assured the homunculus, still touching his cheek, that he would soon feel warmth. The man looked straight into the eyes of his mistress, and finally his facade cracked. He showed weakness to her touch and pressed himself even closer to her palm. The rain stopped shortly after the death of the dark spirit of the evil dragon, and people quickly began to repair the base, which was destroyed due to Galamute. The monster hunting competition ended as the number of monsters killed by each homunculus began to be counted, and it was obvious who the winner of the competition was this year. Several hours passed after all these events, and now the main characters were in the princess's chambers. The girl sighed heavily, rubbing her eyes and saying that she was very tired. She continued to say that on such a day the homunculus should have rested in his room. She was sorry that he had to come here since today was Wednesday, although he must also be tired. The man smiled and replied that everything was fine, and the girl should rest and not worry about him and his well-being. The seventh princess did not take long to persuade, as she soon fell asleep. The man decided to follow her example and lay down on the sofa, thinking that the imprinting was a merciless contract. The feeling that a homunculus experiences when its owner is in danger, in his opinion, was similar to a heart attack. And if the owner dies, then the shock that the imprinted homunculus experiences was incomprehensible to ordinary people. On this day, the main character had to experience that feeling close to the loss of a person dear to his heart. When the man ran back to the start of the competition with a terrible feeling and saw an incomprehensible scene. A picture opened before his eyes in which his master stood opposite a dangerous creature. At that moment, the man remembered that in rare cases, a homunculus loses control and goes crazy after the death of its owner. The man realized that he would not be able to sleep and got up from the sofa, thinking that he might fall into this category of distraught people. The main character again replayed in his head the message of the Galamute word that the king of the homunculi must die. The man thought that by the king he meant that he was the most powerful homunculus, although the way he said it sounded different. But if he spoke literally, then the situation, in his opinion, became even more complicated. The homunculus thought that he would like to ask someone about this, but he was distracted by the mooing that came from the princess. The young man immediately got up from the sofa and walked towards the seventh princess. He sat down on the edge of her bed and began to seriously peer into her face. But the girl did not even suspect this because she was deeply immersed in sleep and did not even wake up from the sound of his steps. At this time, Agnito began to think that the Galamute had invaded the mind in order to find its owner. Michael did not know whether other evil dragons would do the same, but it is very likely that they considered him their main enemy, because they considered him the so-called king of the homunculi. And if that was the case, his closeness with the princess would endanger her every time. But of course, the young man could not allow this since he had already become close to the girl. He thought that the easiest way to keep her safe was to interrupt the imprinting, although this option was immediately dropped for a selfish reason. When he just imagined her pure smile and blush in his head, he couldn't help himself. The main character reached out and carefully took a strand of her hair of an unusual color and brought it to his lips. He gently kissed her hair as an expression of affection and admitted to himself that this was not something he wanted to give up, so he had to take the more difficult route if he wanted to protect her from danger. And protecting her was the only thing he could do so that no one could get to her. Some time had passed since that day, and now Sedella was providing the main character with a report. She told her that the Luzierd family's project was a great success, and as a result, they were able to raise some funds, which can be directed towards high society and political activities, and Evenrose was happy to be a wealthy princess. What can he provide for his people since everyone left in high spirits after receiving a bonus and a vacation from the princess? Also, the main character had one more request for her personal maid, whom she could not yet send on vacation like the others. She handed her a piece of paper she had prepared in advance because she would like Sedella to go somewhere to this address. The maid carefully examined the contents and asked if this was one of those places in which Her Highness wanted to invest money. The girl recently heard that it had a new owner, and Evenrose confirmed this by asking if she could go there. The seventh princess bought it for Sedella, and it was a luxurious townhouse in the south and in one of the most prestigious areas. She appointed maids for 6 months so that the house should already be ready and furnished for her, so she expressed the hope that she would like it. The heroine explained to the other party that there will be people there who will tell her what to do when she arrives at the place. And when the perplexed Sedella decided to fulfill her will, and at that moment Evenrose also asked her, as soon as she was ready to go call Michael. The girl smiled, took out a wooden box, and expressed the hope that Michael would also like her gift. As soon as the young man arrived, the heroine asked him to sit down and began to explain why she called him to her. The girl said that she thought for a long time and came to the conclusion that he probably did not need magic stones for the battle. Since he was already strong enough, she chose one stone that the homunculus might really like. The man, of course, became interested in her words and asked what exactly it was, and the girl did not keep her waiting long. She said that she decided to give him a magical stone of warmth and protection, which the man noticed was built into the sheath. The seventh princess's personal knight, who looked closely at it, immediately recognized it as it was a high-class shield magic stone. The young man thought that the heroine must have chosen him because he lacked protection. So, smiling at her insight, he thanked the girl. The girl was pleasantly surprised because she thought the man would be disappointed with the heat stone because it is a basic thing. But the man shook his head negatively, and he replied that he would not be disappointed in her, no matter what the princess gave him, and the girl was sincerely glad that she wanted to give him something that would fit the sheath and not the sword. The future king of the homunculus understood the meaning of her words, because she wanted to prepare him for situations like those when he could not draw his sword. At this moment, the man looked appraisingly at his mistress, as if he had found an inconsistency. When the girl asked if there was something wrong, the homunculus replied that she addressed him as a knight, and this meant that he also needed to be addressed as a master. He thought it would be right if he spoke to the princess formally, even when they were alone. But the girl was adamant, saying that she liked the way they were communicating now, and the man replied that she had strange preferences. Even Rose just smiled at this, saying that in her opinion the preferences are quite normal compared to other members of the imperial family. She thought that he would feel distant if he spoke to her informally, and the girl did not want that. It would be better to get rid of unnecessary things. So she continued to say that, in addition, since they touched on this topic, the heroine would like him to call her Eve in private. When the man replied that he could not do this, the heroine did not understand the reason why, since he called her that before. The homunculus then explained that they were trying to hide their identities at the time, but the girl assured him that everything was fine, since she heard her brothers and sisters also allow their personal knights to call them by name when they are alone. But Michael wanted to refute her words, since this was usually practiced for another reason, although he changed his mind about answering. Seeing that the girl was waiting for his explanation, the young man had to explain why this was possible among the homunculi and their masters, namely because this was practiced only at night while in the bed of the homunculus's owner. The girl immediately flushed, and the homunculus hastened to assure her that he would be aware that she did not mean it. But these were imperial customs, so the knight wanted to warn her because if she said this to another homunculus, she would take everything wrong. And the heroine replied that she would keep this in mind because now that she thought about it, there was no point in allowing the homunculi to call them by name. After all, there is such a strict hierarchy among them, so this was the case. But at that moment, she remembered an incident from her past life, when Michael imprisoned her as a member of the imperial family. The seventh princess decided to ask Michael a question about this incident because she understood why they allowed him to communicate with them without formalities. But what did it mean when a knight called a member of the imperial family by name without permission? After these words, Michael jerked as if from a blow and, holding his sword, asked who addressed her like that. The main character did not understand what he meant, and then the young man persistently asked if it was Elijah Halston. The heroine had mixed feelings because it was actually Michaelis Agneto from the past who called her that. The seventh princess shook her hands negatively, lying and saying that no one called her that, and she was just wondering what it could mean, and the man decided to believe her and began to explain with a frown what it meant. The man explained that there were only 2 reasons why a knight could do this, and one of them meant that he greatly despised a member of the imperial family. Here he made a reason, and after a while said that the second reason for such an act was if the homunculus wanted to become the princess's personal knight. After the words spoken by Michael, the main character literally froze in her place, not believing what she heard. And then the man decided to finish her off by saying that, to be more precise, it was because the homunculus wanted to serve a member of the imperial family at night. The seventh princess screamed internally while the man decided to comment on this reason. Having said that for a homunculus to address her like that, he must have been fearless. And at that moment the heroine blushed, thinking even more that it was truly amazing to find out what Agneto really wanted from her. For a girl who had only held hands, such knowledge was a real shock. The young man next to her couldn't help but notice her reaction to his words and the way she blushed. The man, with a serious expression on his face, asked if the girl had broken off relations with this homunculus before appointing him as her personal knight. After that, an awkward silence arose between them as the girl began to digest his words. The main character, who was covering her face in embarrassment, looked at the homunculus. She clenched her hands into fists and looked away, stuttering and answering that the one who called her by name was dead. Michael Agneto stared at the seventh princess for a full minute, making her nervous. But then he exhaled with relief, commenting on her words, saying that he felt relief and disappointment at the same time. The heroine realized that his disappointment was only because he could not kill him himself, and in any case, the man decided to ask if the girl was going to do something special today and tomorrow. The main character was glad that he changed the subject and said that her knight was smart as always, because she really didn't just send all her servants on vacation, and in order to meet today with a very important person who was her alchemist teacher. It was a poorly lit place, lined with books on alchemy. When the young people walked towards it, quite a lot of time passed, which is why the heroine felt guilty. The man replied that it was not critical since he was used to long journeys. After that, they entered the house, which was not locked, and the girl froze in place in a stupor, because an unknown creature flew up to her and began to lick her face in a fit of tenderness. The girl immediately recognized him and greeted him, noticing how much time had passed since their last meeting. While the girl was doing her best to prove to her teacher's pet that she was also glad to see him, The man carefully examined the surroundings. The seventh princess's personal knight noticed that there were many golems here, and the girl replied that they were created by her mother, who was a golem alchemist. It was hard for her to speak because she wanted to sneeze because of the dust that had accumulated here. The heroine decided that she needed to clean up a little and asked the young man to wait here. When asked by the homunculus whether she was going to do this, one girl answered as a matter of course that it was the student's responsibility to clean up after his teacher. After that, the girl cleaned one golem in the form of a ladybug and began to tidy up the room. Using magic, she moved books to the right shelves with precise movements. And it didn't take as long as the young man thought, who could only look on in amazement at what was happening. The man did not understand how the girl had just done this, and the girl explained that she had simply put a few books back on the shelf. The heroine did not consider it anything special, but the homunculus did not think so, saying that she calculated the correct location and trajectory of each book and moved them there in the blink of an eye. To calculate the trajectory, excellent spatial orientation is needed, although the girl simply studied this because she was too lazy to move. She didn't think she would ever be praised for this, even though calculating the trajectory is most important for long-range attack spells, and perhaps she had a gift. However, the heroine was not strong in combat spells, but the man calmly replied that it was his job to keep her away from such situations in which she would have to fight. And if you think about it, the main character knew about her knowledge of magic, but not in alchemy, and the girl replied that it was similar to her mother's specialization in golem alchemy. The young man did not understand what she meant when she said that her specialization was similar, and the girl smiled at him. She said that it might be better to show him than to explain and asked him to follow her. The girl led him to the room where her things were and pointed to one of the objects. There stood a stone heart, and the man asked if it was alchemy of human anatomy, although he was sure that she knew that this was the forbidden area of alchemy. The man asked if the girl intended to plan an uprising, and the girl began to deny it. The heroine said that she was researching methods of turning golems into internal organs. Most often, people die from heart disease, and magic and herbal treatment were not enough to find the right method of therapy. Therefore, the seventh princess began to look for ways to create an artificial heart. But that was before she set her sights on the throne, and so she was now thinking of handing over this research to the Alchemist Society of the Imperial Palace. Since she cannot do this herself, this requires a lot of research findings. The man made it clear that he understood her motives, and the girl decided to create a protective golem that they could use. The main character made it clear that she wanted Michael to give him a name, and the man responded positively to her request. At this time, the girl decided to look out the window and noted that it looked like the teacher would not come soon. The girl thought that they should stay there if it was too late, since there was an attic for visitors, which Agnito could use. The heroine asked the young man to give her a lock of hair, which he did without hesitation, and she threw it into a boiling cauldron. It was quite late when the main character went to bed, and the owner of a small house deep in the forest never returned. Unlike her knight, the girl spent the night in another room, where she sometimes stayed with her teacher. The girl's face was serene because today was tiring, and nothing made her fall asleep quickly. When she opened her eyes, the heroine expected to see the familiar wooden ceiling of the room in which she fell asleep. But she found herself in a completely unfamiliar environment, which made her flinch in surprise. The heroine looked at the night sky, strewn with stars, but did not feel cold when she was in a thin sleeping dress. After some time, she realized that she was in a dream and immediately guessed who caused this situation. After all, the only person who could do something like this was her teacher, whom she immediately called. The black-haired girl, who covered her face with an owl mask, smiled at the girl. She praised her student, saying that Eve was doing better than in the past, and Evan Rose also smiled sincerely at her, answering that a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. When a person reaches the highest level in the field of magic, youth is given as a prize. This applies to alchemy, magic, and swordsmanship. And in 1 century, only one person is born with such a talent for any of these areas. And the sage from the fir forest was one of them, who was the teacher of the 6th Empress. And after the words of the last ruler, who expressed the desire for her daughter to study alchemy, Eve became a student of the sage. The main character asked her why she decided to meet her in a dream, although the girl wanted to see her in person. The sage replied that she arrived at the New Moon Lake in order to rest and restore her strength after using a huge amount of energy recently. Evenrose immediately became worried about her, but she assured her that she need not worry, and in response asked what made the princess look for her. The seventh princess, as if only now remembering this, announced with a calm expression that she had actually returned to the past. And she wondered if her teacher, who practices alchemy, knew how this could happen. She spoke as if it was no big deal, and the teacher replied that she already knew about it. Evenrose did not think that the sage believed her so quickly, and would even say that he knew about it. Having overcome her outburst of surprise, the heroine more calmly asked her teacher why she returned. The black-haired woman rubbed her chin thoughtfully for a second, saying that if she told her about this, she would reveal the secrets of nature to her. The princess immediately became wary, assuming that this information could harm her teacher and violate the laws of the world. But everything turned out to be much simpler. Since the sage simply did not want to share this with her student, Evenrose complained that she, as always, was greedy. Deciding that the time for jokes was over, the woman decided to answer her and said that Eve had returned to the past because someone had performed a ritual of going back in time. Using the power of the Philosopher's Stone, alchemy, and high-level magic, the girl replied that she understood her. She didn't think that the Philosopher's Stone would be involved here, but the heroine guessed about the rest, so she decided to continue the question. She needed to know who had worked so hard to bring her back to this time, and her teacher said that he was sure she could guess who it was, based on the fact that the girl was in the center of the timeline. The sage continued her speech by suggesting that the person who did this was the one who loved Evenrose very much. The princess did not understand who was the one who loved her so much, but then a guess came to her. She assumed that it must have been her teacher, and expressed regret that she did not immediately guess why the woman was now gaining strength. But the woman refuted her words by answering that she was only half right, because it was not the work of one person. After that, she gave the girl time to think about what it was, and the princess made an assumption that it was Sedella. But the sage refuted her words by saying that she would not have thought of that. But, except for Sedella, no one came to mind for the heroine, and her teacher called her a stupid girl, after which she began to chew on everything. That returning to the past requires a huge amount of magic and has a huge price, and the Philosopher's Stone meets all these requirements. She asked who the girl thought had access to the free use of the Philosopher's Stone, and she replied that it could only be the Emperor. And now she asked her one last question, related to who was the last emperor she saw before returning to the past. And the girl opened her eyes wide when she understood what her teacher was leading to, and a certain image flashed before her eyes. How a black-haired young man came to her that she did not expect to see him, and called him by name, speaking of which she should have chosen him as her personal knight, as the Michael of this timeline told her. The girl bit her lip in shock, still not believing what was happening, but then hesitantly opened her mouth to hesitantly answer her teacher that the last emperor before she was transported into the past was Michaelis Agnito. After this, the girl's face became extremely serious, because such a discovery radically changed the situation that she remembered. Some time passed from that moment, and now Michael stood on the same lake to which the heroine was transferred. He seemed not at all surprised by the current situation, and calmly turned his head in a certain direction and spoke. The man said that whoever brought him here should show up immediately, and the woman followed his words. She replied in a playful tone that he should not worry, as the sage just wanted her to enjoy the northern lights. The woman continued to talk about how it was a glow that she created with such care and diligence, but the young man ignored her words. The homunculus briefly asked who it was, and the sage replied that she had many roles, but today she came as the one who would give him the answer to an important question. That's why she talked to him and her student separately and not together. The young man immediately latched onto the words about the student and quickly put together the facts that she was the sage from the spruce forest. When the woman confirmed his guess, the personal knight of the seventh princess immediately changed his attitude towards her. And bowing, he asked for forgiveness for his behavior, introducing himself as Michaelis Agnito, who was also known as her student's personal knight. Then the woman in the owl mask said that the homunculus king didn't need to be so polite to her. After her words, the young man straightened up and asked in a serious tone why she called him that. Since the Galamet also used this address when he spoke to him, and the woman spread her hands. She explained to him that he was born with the power to rule over all homunculi, so she felt that this title suited him very well. The man began to doubt her words, believing that this was the role of the emperor, and the sage replied that this could not be compared, since the brainwashing and oppression of the emperor in no way compares with the power that Michael had over the homunculi. The woman pointed her finger at him and said that he was born with it, but the power of the king had not yet awakened in him. When he awakens this power, he will gain dominance beyond that of the imperial family and free the homunculi. The man could not believe that he could have such power over others and looked at his hands. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that he was not the person who could command the homunculi and such a role did not suit him. But the woman told him that there was no doubt about it, and the young man looked up at her with interest. The sage from the spruce forest decided to share her knowledge with him and told him that in a past life, the man also did not want the throne. But eventually his homunculus rose up and with overwhelming force freed his people. The young man did not understand her words about a past life and asked about it. He wanted to know if she really meant that the homunculus was now living a second life. The seventh princess's knight did not want to doubt her words, but when she answered in the affirmative, the man did not know how this could be possible. And the woman slyly said that this became possible because some people could not come to terms with the loss of a loved one. And since I didn't want to part with him, they performed a ritual to turn back time. This information was not as shocking as the previous statement of the sage of the spruce forest. The young man thought that this was absurd and stupid because in his right mind he was ready to change the whole world for the sake of the resurrection of one person. In his opinion, people who do this simply do not know how to appreciate what they have until it disappears. After this phrase, the woman silently stared at the young man because she was well aware that he was this man. Seeing her look, the man asked what was the matter, and the teacher of the seventh princess decided to close this topic and move on to another. They started talking again about how the dark spirit of Galamute already knew that Michael was the king of the homunculi. The man could not understand how this was possible when he himself did not know it, and the woman thoughtfully rubbed her chin. After some thought, the woman came to the conclusion that the influence of high-level magic and alchemy is limited when it comes to evil dragons of this scale. Spirits were the essence of the mind, and this meant he had to go back in time retaining memories of the past. It was easy to recognize Agneto because Galamute had already met him before after the awakening of his powers. Then the man asked a logical question. Was she also able to recognize him because of his level of ability and received a positive answer? The next morning, the seventh princess Hadelamide was looking at the flowers near the house, but her thoughts were occupied with the things she had discovered last night. It made no sense to her that the same Michael she knew from a past life loved her. He turned back time to bring her back to life, and that's it, because he loved her. But now another question arose. Why did he choose her as his beloved? And from these thoughts she blushed and lowered her head with a heavy sigh. At this time, a young man approached the unsuspecting girl from behind and called out to her. He had been calling her for some time, but the main character was immersed in her thoughts, which is why she could not calm down. Realizing that no one paid attention to him, the personal knight of the seventh princess came close to the heroine and called Eve. The girl immediately turned to the young man with a still red face, which she had previously hidden in her knees. The princess rose to her feet and stammered and asked Michael how he knew she was here, and he replied that he saw her from the top floor. The man complained that he had to call her so many times and said that she might catch a cold. Therefore, he threw the brown robe that he had brought in advance over her shoulders. At this time, the girl peered into the man's face, thinking that she did not want to doubt the teacher's words. But was the reason why the past Michael called her name without her permission really because he wanted to serve her? When she thought about this, she immediately flushed and pushed Michael away because she could not look him in the eyes. She understood that she needed to calm down since the past Michael and the present were two different people, and these feelings will disappear after reversing time, and with this, she managed to calm her heart. At this time, the young man decided to ignore her strange behavior and revealed that her teacher visited his dream last night. This immediately interested the heroine, and seeing that her attention was focused on him, the young man continued the conversation. The man said that the sage told him to give her a magic scroll, and the seventh princess was pleasantly surprised since her teacher rarely taught her magic. The main character looked up at Michael and asked what he was talking about with her teacher, and the man began to remember their last words before they said goodbye. When the woman asked him why he needed to know who exactly performed the ritual, the man replied that he was going to kill the man who went back in time. The main character explained that this man knew the future, and if he opposed the princess, it would pose a great threat. When she asked who could harm him, the young man replied that he was not worried about himself, but was afraid that he could ruin the princess's plans. The woman was a little surprised to hear his sincere words and learned that he simply wished well for her student. She smirked and gave him advice that he should awaken his power as the homunculus king. The young man looked at the woman silently, waiting for the continuation of her words. Seeing this, the sage of the fir forest continued to speak, saying that when this happens, the man will regain his memories of his past life. And in this way, he will also know who is guilty, and the man once again thought about her words. If what the seventh princess's teacher said was true, it meant that the man already knew who this person was. And his abilities can help the princess, and this also meant a lot to the young man. After all, then the princess may show more affection for him in the future than now. The man smiled, realizing that he had to awaken the power of the homunculus king as soon as possible. And finally, he answered the princess, saying that he and the teacher were not talking about very important matters. He only let her know that the sage told him how he could become useful to the seventh princess. A week later, the girl looked at the tree in front of her with a serious expression on her face. She opened her mouth to cast the spell and pointed her hand forward, palm down. The princess cast a spell that created a silver web of arachnids and did it quite successfully. The girl was pleased with the result of her efforts, thinking that she now knew what was what. At this time, Michael, with an expressionless face, analyzed her actions and assessed her skills, considering them incredible. The spell does no harm if the target is stationary. But as soon as she moves, the web turns into sharp blades, so this spell is used for both attack and defense. Because of the Oath of Allegiance, he may be defenseless against it if the princess uses it against the young man. And since it is considered a protective spell, the golem does not react to it. At that moment, he noticed something and extended his hand to let the butterfly land on her. He asked the butterfly, whom he named Amber, if she also thought it was an excellent spell. It was a protective golem created by the princess, and it sprayed black particles when it was in a bad mood. The girl saw the golem and also decided to approach the two, saying that Amber seemed to be in a good mood today, and she could tell this because of the golden particles. The man said that it had only been a week since she started training, but the progress had already been great. The girl replied that it was probably because it was in her area, and the man decided to ignore her words. Turning to the side, he asked why doesn't she start training on real people since they are more likely to harm her, unlike monsters. Therefore, he invited her to do it right now, and the girl could not believe that he was going to be a target, since he seems to have forgotten what happened on the first day of training. And besides, the homunculus will not even be able to draw his sword when he is in the zone, since this would be perceived as an attack for her. But the man said that everything was fine since he had a protective golem. Besides, they couldn't reveal her secret skill to others, and this was the truth that the princess admitted. She didn't think that the spell her teacher taught her could be the most dangerous for Michael. Now that the man thought about it, it was the same as being in her arms and he could accept it. The young man, with a slight smile, wrapped his arm around his neck and without a drop of embarrassment, declared something. He said that he would obey even though it might mean that he had to accept it, even if she trampled on him, since all he could do was ask her to hug him tenderly. The girl could not understand why he said such words so naturally since he had never said such things in the past. She closed her eyes and stammered and asked the homunculus to stop using the communication skills he was taught at the training center. Although this was not what the young man was taught there, he decided to remain silent so as not to embarrass her further. Then the girl continued talking, saying that in any case she needed to improve her abilities and suggested that her personal knights start training tomorrow. The man smiled at the embarrassed girl and agreed to her proposal, and some time passed from that day. They were heading to the princess's chambers when they came across the 8th princess and her personal knight. The young people greeted each other while the main character was thinking about why they encountered her. Rosanith greeted her sister calmly, and Evan Rose thought that it was obvious that Rosie was upset about losing to her. She couldn't even look her in the eye out of jealousy, but the girl didn't fall for her behavior. Since this girl was the one who poisoned her in my past life, who was so besotted by this love, that she fed the poisonous belladonna to her own sister, regardless of their blood connection. Looking back, the main character could say that she was definitely capable of this. She was glad that she now knew the reason for this behavior, But at the same time, it was disappointing since she could not argue with her about it, because she had not yet committed the crime. Rosenet couldn't understand what was wrong with her, thinking that she most likely noticed that she was upset. The main character hoped that this time Rosenet would not fall in love with Michael while they were discussing that they were both going for a walk. They talked about how the golden roses had blossomed into beautiful buds, so even Rose asked Agnito to take a walk with her. Rosenet nodded briefly, agreeing with her, and looked at Michael asking for confirmation of his words. The seventh princess could not believe that Rosenet was again trying to do something like that to attract Michael. Michael Agnito, however, did not react in any way to her words, and, looking at her coldly, thereby making it clear that he had heard her words, silently lowered his head. There was an awkward pause between the young people as they all stared in disbelief at the seventh princess's personal night. Feeling offended by such a cold disregard for her person by some homunculus, the eighth princess once again called out to the young man. Michael Agnito seemed not to notice the atmosphere and calmly raised his head again when he heard his name. At this time, as soon as he made it clear that he was listening to her, Rosenet, with a forced smile, asked if he was going to answer her question. The young man asked Her Highness for forgiveness, explaining his actions by saying that he thought that the princesses were having a conversation. Therefore, thinking in this way, he could not understand that the eighth princess was addressing him, and not his mistress. Of course, no one believed his absurd words, and the main character turned to her personal night in shock, not believing what she heard. She mentally screamed and hid her blushing face, just like the eighth princess, but for completely different reasons. Having come to her senses a little and cooled her rosy face, the main character turned her head to her half-sister with an awkward smile and found a reason to leave. She said that it was time for them to go since they had been here long enough and expressed her desire to see each other, later reminding Rosie and Sylvestian to take care of themselves. When they again began their advance to the chambers of the seventh princess, the main character expressed the hope that he had not put the princess in an awkward position. After all, he was well aware that as a personal knight of the august person, it was not appropriate for him to behave this way. The girl made it clear that everything was fine, but advised him to be careful next time in the presence of other members of the imperial family, especially the emperor. The young man made it clear that this would not be difficult, since he had no problems with the rest of the imperial family. When he said this, the main character realized that he only had problems with how to control himself around Rosie. She saw that the future king of the homunculi wanted to tell her something, and assured him that he could share anything with her. Then the young man admitted that he felt disgust for the eighth princess more than even for the emperor. Even Rose thought that this was most likely some kind of unconscious feeling, transferred from his previous life as it should be, and years of negative feelings towards her had taken root in him. Perhaps he also remembered the feelings he had for the main character. But while her thoughts were occupied with this, the young man was thinking about something else. The man remembered the words of the sage before she left that his awakening as the king of the homunculi would be for the sake of a great goal. It was not enough to restore all the memories of the past, but it was enough to restore emotions from a past life. He thought that his strong disgust for the eighth princess was proof of this, since he must have hated her greatly. However, on the other hand, Michael had the opposite feelings for the seventh princess and turned his head to look at her, but the girl looked at him with a strange longing in her eyes, which greatly shocked the young man. With concern in his voice, he called out to Her Highness, asking if everything was okay, and the girl quickly turned away from him to hide her expression. She looked forward bitterly and closed her eyes for a second, thinking that while she was considering the possibility that her personal knight could remember her from their previous life, he suddenly felt some kind of closeness. The girl tried to hide the emotions that washed over her and hurried the young man, saying that they should return quickly, not knowing that the man behind her frowned, not believing that everything was okay with her. Some time passed from that moment, and the main character was sitting in her office when Sedella handed her a report about the two families she mentioned earlier. Her Highness thanked the girl as she continued to report that the Lucière family was also preparing a new strategy aimed at noble people. Soon the seventh princess was to see pearl pigment in the private rooms of the public bath in the Lucière house, which was an additional business for Eve. The maid made a comment that Lady Aeneas was very competent, and they would paint the carriages of the nobles for promotion, but did not have time to finish her report because of the princess. Since Her Highness simply listened to her silently and smiled serenely, which is why Sedella began to suspect that she was not listening to her. She asked her about it, and Evanrose replied that now that she thought about it, why don't they ask Lady Aeneas to renovate the maid's house as well? The princess was going to pay all the expenses, and her maid blushed at this mention, who began to deny, saying that she had already received too many gifts from Her Highness. She began to talk about how surprised she was when she came to that mansion on behalf of her princess, and the maids in the house began to treat her as their mistress and greeted her. Evanrose giggled carelessly when she heard this story and complimented her, calling Sedella charming and promised to continue showering her with gifts in the future. Continues to giggle provocatively, Hadelamid asked when the girl was going to invite her to her place, to which she immediately smiled and replied that she would be delighted if she felt at home and therefore would always be glad to see her. At this time, another of her maids burst into the princess's chambers and quickly announced that the tickets she had asked for had finally arrived. It must not have been easy, so the heroine thanked her and, having learned that the performance would be tomorrow, warned Sedella that she would visit her house after lunch. And now she needed to talk to Michael, who had no choice but to go with her as her personal knight. But the young man did not think that she would do this to him when she promised not to use the imprint on him and forced him to go to a musical performance. The girl, laughing carefreely, replied that Liana tried very hard to get tickets because she had become very popular in Rome, and she heard that Ramona was now in high society, and the heroine thought that she had to see the performance of the artist she sponsored. This was true, but Michael had also heard that the musical told a love story between a member of the imperial family and a homunculus. The girl decided to change the topic and reminded the straw man that they had decided to call each other by their names while they were walking and began to hurry him up. They finally got to the right place, and the heroine told the young man that she had to meet with the owner of the theater to receive a certificate of sponsorship. But after this meeting, she was left with a sediment in her heart, thinking that entering high society for Ramona was not something easy. She remembered her recent conversation with a man who had heard that Miss Land had recently entered high society and was singing in the salons of the Marquise Sayer. And the girl also received invitations to other social events. But the Marquise Sayer seemed a little possessive to him, but nevertheless there were some nobles who sent invitations after receiving the consent from the Marquise. This could help spread her name, and with these words the man handed the girl a list, after reading which the princess frowned. Since it was the Marquise Chansley's social nightclub, where meetings were filled with perversions as if they were trying to get closer using the Marquise's name. Therefore, the girl told him that she would give the man more money so that she could compose songs for Miss Land, and asked him not to send the girl to such events, hoping that he would listen and stop doing such things. When the girl and her knight were about to leave, Eve called out to Riemann, who was very surprised to see her in such a place. A brunette in an elegant dress ran up to her new friend, with complaints about why she had not come for so long when she was looking for her everywhere. This phrase interested the main character, who had just come to watch her play, and she asked the girl why she was looking for her. The singer responded indignantly that the reason for this was that the owner of the theater told her that her friend worked for her sponsor. She feignedly began to wipe away her tears, saying that she knew how fun it was to hide something. But she thought that she should have known at least something, and therefore, grabbing the heroine's hands, she energetically headed towards the exit. The main character, who apologized to her, saying that she did not think about her feelings, became interested in where they were going and received in response the words that the singer wanted to meet with her sponsor. The young man, whom the girls had completely forgotten about, was indignantly thinking about how the brunette dared to hold his princess's hand. At this moment, Ramona finally noticed the princess's undercover personal knight and allowed what she thought was the young man Eve to go with them. The homunculus's first reaction was to deny the statement that he was the princess's boyfriend, but he stopped mid-sentence, thinking that he could go with them if he pretended to be her lover, so he calmly accepted her words and said that he would follow her without denying her words. Of course, the seventh princess was shocked by such a reaction, but at that moment she was distracted by the brunette's words, who, still holding her hand, asked where Eve worked and who was her sponsor. Obviously, Evanrose, who did not know how to lie, was confused, and Michael decided to help his mistress by answering about Mona instead of her. The man said that Eve worked for Lady Sedella, who was the daughter of Count April, but this was the first time Ramona had heard of such an aristocrat. It was up to her to decide whether to believe them or not. and the singer decided to trust them, and after that the princess thanked her knight in a whisper, to which he smiled. At this time, Ramona again turned to her new friend, saying that she had to go to the stage and asked her to wait for her after the end. She once again reminded them not to leave without her, and actively waving her hands, forced Eve to promise that she would wait for her. The princess also waved to her, making a promise, and the young man next to her said in a whisper that he would send Amber to Miss Arpel, and the girl thanked him. Finally, the performance was completed, and the young people were sitting in the carriage when Ramona spoke, asking for forgiveness for insisting on this because she just wanted to personally thank her sponsor. Even Rose made it clear that everything should have gone well, since she warned her in advance that they would come, and the girl calmed down. She decided to change the topic, and energetically asked if the young people opposite her liked the musical with her in the lead role. The girls said that she played the role of the seventh princess and was waiting for an answer whether they also thought that the princess was a wonderful person. Even Rose smiled awkwardly with her and agreed with her words, internally thinking about how surprised she was because the story almost coincided with her reality, and it was a little alarming. At this time, while she indulged in such thoughts, the brunette noticed a public bathhouse run by the Luzierd family. As usual, everything was lively here, and the singer said that she had long wanted to go there. Even Rose was surprised that the girl had not gone there yet, but then realized that now it would be difficult to do so since people had already begun to recognize her. Ramona couldn't help but agree with her words, but in fact, her thoughts were the opposite. Since she didn't really have any friends to go there with, but she didn't want to talk about it and asked Evan Rose about it in return. She answered with a calm expression that she had not yet been to this public bathhouse because she had no one to go there with. After this honest answer, the brunette opposite her blushed and excitedly grabbed Eve's hands, offering to go there with her someday. She heard that the soap they sell is very good for the skin, so she wanted to go there together, but the heroine was not sure if this was a good idea. The young man next to her agreed with her thoughts and said out loud that it would be difficult. He folded his hands in front of him and continued talking about how Eve didn't even have enough time to spend with him, let alone go to a public bath with anyone else. Ramona smiled slyly and leaned closer and asked if the young man knew, and that in this way the girl would get tired of him if he continued in the same spirit. She believed that possession and restraint were real forms of violence, but when the girl screamed something like that in his face, Even Rose stopped her. The main character began to justify the young man by saying that Michael was just worried because she doesn't get along well with strangers, and the brunette accepted her point of view. The girl replied that this was not a problem because she had heard that private rooms would be opened soon. And when she becomes famous and earns a lot of money, the girl singer aggressively waving her hand, Even Rose asked if she agreed to this. The main character realized that the girl opposite her was sincere in her promise and smiled, answering that she agreed to go to the bathhouse with her. They agreed to go to a private bathhouse one day, and the brunette told her friend that she had to go with her by then, as she had promised her. When they arrived at the house of the seventh princess's maid, some time had passed, and she came to personally meet them at the entrance. Her face was slightly pale and showed her nervousness, and Even Rose was no better. They greeted each other in such a way that to others it seemed that the seventh princess was a subordinate of her maid Sedella. Not noticing how Lady Sedella stuttered when she said Eve's name, Ramona was the first to greet the girl across from them. She apologized for such an unexpected visit, but justified herself by saying that she really wanted to personally thank her for sponsoring her. So she asked Eve to take her with her, and Sedella took her away, that everything was fine. I didn't need to apologize, and that she asked if she was close to her employee since they addressed each other by name. And she received an enthusiastic response from Ramona, who immediately told her that they even promised each other to go to a public bathhouse together. This terrified Sedella because it meant that Eve would go where everyone would see her completely naked. Seeing her reaction, Even Rose grabbed Ramona by the shoulders, saying that the other party promised to take her to a private room when she became rich and famous and where it would be just the two of them. This reassured the seventh princess's personal maid, who thought that then everything would be fine, and Ramona promised her that she would raise the reputation of the Arpel family. And she was also going to do this to go to the bathhouse with her new friend. She sparkled with enthusiasm, which was immediately obvious even to a person inattentive to details, even though the girl was very nervous. Sedella, who was carefully watching her mistress's first friend, could only silently be surprised at this. At this time, seeing that her sponsor was not reacting in any way to her words, the singer became nervous and began waving her arms anxiously, announcing that she would do this, of course, only with Lady Sedella's permission. The seventh princess's personal maid looked at her and replied with a reassuring smile that it sounded wonderful and asked her to take care of Eve. The girl, who realized that the atmosphere had calmed down, assured her that everything would be fine and she shouldn't worry. Also asked Lady Sedella to call her Ramona, and the other party accepted her request. Looking at this scene, the seventh princess smiled, thinking that she knew that they were playing different roles, but it seemed as if she was really introducing her friend to Sedella. The heroine turned to her maid and asked, "Why don't they go into the living room, since she would like to make tea for them?" When the girl opposite her agreed at the end, her voice trembled, and the heroine, who had known her for quite a long time, immediately suspected something was wrong, realizing that she looked worried. But the girl immediately understood the reason for her concern when they finally got into the living room and she saw who Sedella's guest was. Some time passed from that moment, and the singer got ready, went home, expressed regret that Eve could not go out because of cleaning, and asked the young man to tell her that she liked the tea. She shared her impression of the noble ladies because I think they will be pleased with the scary ones. But everything turned out to be the opposite, which was a huge relief for her. The seventh princess's personal knight agreed with his statement and said that perhaps she was comfortable because someone was protecting her. Since Lady Aeneas had already told the singer that there was another person who was sponsoring her through Lady Sedella, and of course this attracted the girl's attention. The daughter of the Marquise looked intently at the main character, who stood in front of them as if asking her permission. With her gaze, she showed whether she should at least say only the title, without revealing her identity. And even Rose was satisfied with her solution and nodded mentally, adding that it would be better this way. After this silent agreement, the girl told her that Lady Sedella was the personal maid of Her Highness, the seventh Princess Hadelamid. So she worked closely with Her Highness and introduced her, and after this statement, the singer blushed and cupped her face with her hands. She immediately thought that she even played the role of the seventh princess without knowing it, and she would wonder if Her Highness had watched the musical with her participation, which would be very embarrassing for her. When she got into the carriage, the girl had no idea that the seventh princess was still watching her performance and finally said to the young man in front of her that she had heard a rumor that thanks to Her Highness, she would have her own song, and she promised herself that she would do everything possible to get to the imperial palace. And then she will definitely thank the seventh princess herself, no matter the cost. Without even suspecting that her words were heard by the girl she was talking about, and the main character, standing on the balcony, thought that with her talent, very little time would pass, and she would be invited to the palace. She was looking forward to this day, however. She was a little worried because she hid her identity from her, but she could think about that later. Some time had passed since that day, and now the seventh princess was having a tea party with her business partners. The handsome young man in front of her laughed at her story, thinking about what it must be like for Lady Aeneas. It was a great honor that Her Highness herself served her tea. She complained that she was serious when she said that she almost had a heart attack when she suddenly poured her tea. She assured Mr. Alvin that he should have seen it with his own eyes, and the young man laughed even harder. He thought that since they were talking about Miss Land, the man should congratulate Her Highness. Thanks to Miss Land, the seventh princess has earned enough community service credits to allow her to begin taking on outside projects. Also, since she provided the certificate of sponsorship, people gradually find out that she is Lady Land's secret sponsor. The main character thought that she had finally earned the right to visit the mine for the extraction of magic stone and could now begin to improve working conditions there. She also looked at Michael, thinking that perhaps they would have a chance to awaken Michael's power. But someone else was already following the mine, which was a problem, and she had to do something. She asked Mr. Alvin if everything was okay with the redevelopment area and received the answer that they would soon choose a house that would be under construction. He brought her a detailed drawing, and the main character asked if it would be risky to date Lady Aeneas, as there might be rumors that he received a bribe from her. The young man said that Her Highness was talking nonsense, because what kind of bribe took place when he was the embodiment of justice? The girl was sincerely surprised by these words when Lady Aeneas assured Her Highness that there was nothing to worry about since Mr. Alvin had recently exposed Count Sanchez, who received bribes in exchange for leniency towards those who worked in the palace. He was the type to catch people accused of bribery, not the type to commit it, as he was still a diligent servant. The man asked what the main character thought about the drawing he prepared for Her Highness, since, in preparation for the season, he placed a drainage system every 5 buildings, and he left empty areas for the future construction of important infrastructure facilities, and the girl highly appreciated this drawing, considering it impeccable. The man who had constantly embezzled funds for Count Sanchez in the past now sought to become a symbol of honor, and she thought she had done the right thing by giving him a chance when he turned his revenge into justice. Lady Aeneas also praised the young man and said that it was truly amazing how he discovered corruption, and he replied that he had his own methods of detection. He looked genuinely happy, and the girl was glad that Mr. Alvin had found his own area in which he could successfully grow and develop. At this time, Lady Aeneas said that she must inform her that the steps of the Marquis of Chansley are suspicious, since they are planning to open an academy in the new area, as well as a bathhouse. They must have taken over the construction company after all, and that wasn't good news. It was strange that they shouldn't have had enough funds because they couldn't find a distribution channel for selling their magic stones, and she didn't know where they got the money from. Alvin suddenly remembered that he had an appointment in the Chancellor's office and hurried to leave, while the girl Aeneas also decided to leave with him. In the past, the Marquis Chansley's bathing business ended in a fire and resulted in casualties, and the heroine understood that she should not take this issue lightly. Some time passed from that moment, and the girl walked along with her knight, noticing that he looked as bland as always. The man nodded gratefully, but could not return the compliment since the girl looked like she had not slept all night. And the heroine confirmed this, explaining that she wanted to familiarize herself with the notes in advance before the morning meeting with her father. While they were talking about how a girl should take care of herself, a boyish voice called out to the 7th princess. It was the 8th Prince Euclid Bjorn Hadelamid, who the girl thought must also be on his way to the meeting. The young man, despite his innocent appearance, was always sarcastic to the main character. While the prince made it clear that he was indeed heading to a tea party with the emperor, he coldly looked at his sister's personal knight. And then he turned towards the garden as if he had not looked up at the main character. The princess, like the homunculus, did not miss his gaze, realizing that he had just scanned Michael, but expressed the hope that he would remain silent until their arrival. They walked side by side as they were on the same path, and the blonde decided to start a conversation by saying that he had heard rumors that Betty didn't really like Evanrose lately. The girl looked at the young man with a calm smile and replied that she thought so too. The 8th prince decided to arrogantly warn her that if he were in her place, he would not put pressure on the 3rd princess. He continued to talk about how at least he was still protected by his mother. The young man smiled because he decided to dare again and said that the 7th princess had no one like him. The teenager said this phrase knowing full well that he was putting pressure on the sick girl whose mother died early, but he was unable to provoke the main character, who exhaled in disappointment, thinking that the 8th prince was looking down on her again. After all, the 8th Prince Hadelamid knows how to keep his mouth shut only in front of the 3rd princess. This arrogant attitude always made people think of him as the spoiled prince of this empire. But in fact, everything was not at all as it seemed at first glance, and for those who were not aware of the whole situation. Since the 4th Empress Remy, who was the mother of Brigitte, and the 9th Empress Ariana, the mother of Euclid, were closely related. Ariana, Euclid's mother, was the personal maid of the 4th Empress before becoming Empress. She was very devoted to Brigitte and her mother as she served her and her family for a long time. But the problem lay not in this, but in the fact that it was on a pathological level. Instead of showing love to her own son, she viewed him as a political tool serving Brigitte and her mother. In her previous life, Brigitte tried to use Euclid to attract new lines of funding, and she encouraged the Empress to enter into an arranged marriage for her son with a rich commoner, which was very humiliating for their family. The matured young man raised his voice to his mother, saying that this had never happened in the history of our empire and asked her to change her mind. But Ariana happily followed Brigitte's plan and believed that the young man should do this for the sake of Her Highness and should be grateful that they paid a good sum for his face. Living in such an environment, he constantly took out his anger on heroine, just as he does now. As she thought about this, something caught her attention, and it was the dark energy that emanated from her personal knight. The man did not hide his contempt for a member of the imperial family who mistreated his mistress. The main character sternly called out to the young man, and he realized his mistake and asked forgiveness from Her Highness. The teenager, who was frightened by his gaze, stammered and asked why his sister's personal knight was looking at him like that. Because he didn't know what he did wrong, which caused even more negativity on the part of the homunculus. Even Rose looked at the young man coldly and explained that it was rude of him to say such things to her. And it will be better if he apologizes to her since she chose to remain on good terms with you. The young man believed that he should receive an apology for the fact that they stared at him, and the girl, with a promising smile, addressed the prince by his nickname. The boy, seeing the expression on her face with wariness, asked why she addressed him like that and soon found out the reason. The main character asked him with a smile how his sword training was going, and the young man opened his eyes wide in shock. The Hadelamid Empire places great emphasis on alchemy and magic, but relatively little emphasis is placed on swordsmanship. Because of this, Euclid was forced to practice swordsmanship in secret, although he excelled at it. His face immediately turned pitiful as he hesitantly asked his sister if she was going to share this information with his mother. And in response, the girl said that she would keep his secret if he apologized and promised to speak to her politely, and the young man immediately did this. He asked the main character for forgiveness, promising that it would never happen again, and in return asking not to tell his mother about it. The seventh princess, who was looking at the young man, noticed how he was trembling in fear in front of her. She realized that they seemed to have gone overboard, putting the eighth prince in his place because, after all, he was just a child. Even Rose patted the young man on the head, saying that she accepted his apology and smiled at him with an encouraging smile. The eighth prince looked up at her, being in prostration, as he did not expect such actions from her. He blushed, not even bothering to wipe away the tears that had come to his eyes, while the girl was thinking about how she had to bring him something tasty later. The young people, having finally settled all their conflicts, greeted their father, who entered the room. The man also greeted them and told them to take their seats, after which he turned to his seventh daughter. He asked if everything was okay with Eve, since he was very scared after hunting monsters, and the man replied that everything was fine, thanking him for worrying about her because he asked this last week too. But the emperor justified himself by saying that she might be physically healthy, but this does not mean that her mental health was in perfect order in the end. She was seized by an evil spirit. The man continued to talk about how maybe he should have given her some magic stones to calm her heart, and the girl replied that everything was fine, and she could take care of herself. The blonde opposite the girl was indignant, thinking about why there was such a show of love all of a sudden. She carefully looked at the third princess, and saw that she was in a terrible mood, and realized that she had to do something. The princess began to say that she was also very worried about Eve, and could not even imagine what she felt then. And it is still difficult for her to sleep because of this. The emperor agreed with her, answering that it was indeed a terrible sight, and the girl saw her chance in this. She continued to say that Eve managed to escape thanks to Betty, which she informed her father about. This could have led to even greater destruction if Betty had not alerted the front line. And the eighth prince also had to take part and agree with her, and say that he also saw Betty forming a defense line. The eldest prince, next to Evan Rose, also supported this conversation, saying that he also remembered it, and was very impressed to see Betty leading the army, and one of the princesses who started this conversation was glad that he also paid attention to it. They had all praised Betty at the time, how it was Michaelis who saved the main character, but there was no point in worrying about that now. The girl continued to say that it looked as if Even Rose had subjugated a real evil dragon. The seventh princess didn't understand why she suddenly started talking about the dragon, and the eldest prince also agreed with her, telling Stephanie that the evil dragon was a rather scary topic. And the girl expressed regret, but continued to say that nevertheless they cannot ignore this issue. After a moment's hesitation, the girl said that they could not ignore this, since the mines for the extraction of the magic stone Galamute would soon be exhausted. Now it was clear why she tried to raise this issue, because of which the heroine lost her father's favor in a past life. But this time, she was going to change her fate, and was not going to be fooled by the provocations of the third princess. At this time, Stefania continued with a sly smile to say that, as everyone knew, recently the volume of mind magic stones has decreased, Magic stone is used almost everywhere as a raw material and fuel, and she was afraid that the rising cost of magic stones would cause general economic inflation. Such a conversation gave the emperor a headache, and clutching his head, the man asked whether his daughter intended to develop new mines. Bridget suggested not to discuss this right now, since they were having a simple morning conversation. And realizing her mistake, the blonde asked for forgiveness if she had ruined everyone's appetite. But the emperor replied that everything was fine and allowed her to continue. After all, this question has been bothering him lately, so he would like to hear her opinion on this issue. The main character, who was sitting opposite the princesses, saw perfectly well how they grinned, and it seems they were happy at the thought of what could be brought upon the seventh princess. And Bridget decided to start a conversation by telling her father that the government exists for the well-being of the people. The emperor's priority is economic stability, according to the third princess. Therefore, as a temporary stabilization measure, she proposed increasing mining production by increasing the number of lower-class homunculi workers. At the same time, they will be able to organize expeditions to liberate new deposits of stones, and the heroine became stern after these words. The emperor thought this was a good idea, thinking that at some point they would encounter the dragon again. Bridget was glad that her father agreed with her, and now the seventh princess understood what she was up to. She wanted to further exploit the already overworked homunculi and gain time for expeditions. Having finished her thought, the third princess smiled slyly and asked what the seventh princess was thinking. The girl provocatively asked her sister if he thought this was a great decision. The heroine was once again on the verge because last time she chose the wrong path due to her stubbornness and immaturity. But she was no longer the same as before, and therefore did not act as her sister expected of her. Evenrose smiled at the third princess and replied that she also thought the idea made sense. This immediately darkened the mood of Bridget, who could not believe that the seventh princess did not fall for the provocation. With a smile, Evenrose continued to say that, as their father had said, in the end this could not be avoided any longer. Father and Betty offered good ways to solve this problem. However, turning to the emperor, the heroine wanted to propose a plan that was somewhere between their ideas. The man immediately became interested, asking what thoughts his seventh daughter had. The main character smiled and replied that she had a way to increase the amount of magic stones produced. And this method did not require an expedition, and of course, after this phrase, there was deathly silence in the room. Bridget, unable to contain her anger, directed it at the seventh princess, saying that her words were nonsense. But the main character coldly refuted her words. She explained that according to her data, when Galamet was defeated, he lost his tail in battle. It is likely that this tail crystallized where it fell and formed a separate shaft. In a past life, this mine was never used because it was discovered only after an expedition, and there is no reason not to take advantage of this opportunity now. The seventh princess thought that enough magic stones could be mined from this mine over the next 10 years. The emperor replied that if this was the case, they would have more time to prepare for the expedition with much less risk, and it would be worth exploring. He thought about it and decided first that the girl should bring him all the relevant literature that she found. But he immediately changed his mind, saying that he believed her and that a research group should be immediately formed. The man called his assistant, who was called the Chamberlain, and ordered to immediately convene the High Council for a meeting. The main character could see how the princesses across from her couldn't believe that the situation had turned out like this, and she decided to annoy them even more, as they did to her, telling her father that she was glad that he was quickly taking action, adding at the end that she was worried because she had heard rumors that some people were teaching magic stones, which was causing the price increase for them. Of course, after such words, Bridget twitched in her seat since she was a direct participant in the resale. The emperor, upon hearing this news, was dissatisfied and ordered immediate tightening of control. He decided that he needed to deal with these issues right away and asked his seventh daughter to come with him to the meeting. When they began to leave the room, the girl looked back at the third princess for the last time. The main character coldly thought that Bridget's financial losses would definitely be huge. That day, the meeting took place from dawn to dusk, and in the end, the main character got the desired result. And on the same day, the emperor appointed the seventh princess, Evenrose, Cloel Hadelamid, to be responsible for the development of the Zelkatos Gorge. Thus began the main character's first official mission, and it was an outstanding debut for one who aspired to become an empress.